Hi, everyone. We are going to get started in about 5 minutes, also for those on the live stream. So you can sit tight. We'll get started soon. website. Several of those will be presented as posters during our conference reception this afternoon. So at 5:30 today, when we close, we'll have a reception in this very same building, just down on the 6th floor, and you'll be able to see some posters being presented there. I want to say a huge thank you to our program committee who reviewed all the submissions back in the winter and really helped us curate a fabulous agenda. Ariel Ezrahi, Eric Rascorla, Filippo Lancieri, Fiona Scott-Morton, Jonathan Mayer, Leon Musolf, Tracy Hsu, and Xander Arneo. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. In accordance with the disclosure policies of the FTC, the AEA, and ASCOLA, we have requested that conference speakers disclose any potential conflicts of interest directly related to their presentations that they're going to be making today. At KGI as an organization, we don't have conflicts to disclose. We receive financial support from the Knight Foundation and Georgetown University, as well as the Ford Foundation, Omidyar Network, the Mozilla Foundation, and our co-sponsors at Princeton and Yale. And with that, I am really delighted to announce our opening keynote speaker, Julian Wright. Julian Wright is the Goh Keng Swee Professor in the Department of Economics at the National University of Singapore. He has a PhD in economics from Stanford University, also my alma mater. His research focuses on competition law, regulatory, and strategy issues relating to multi-sided platforms, with special interest in marketplaces, app stores, booking sites, real estate platforms, ride-hailing apps, payment platforms, and the use of data and AI. He has published widely in leading economic journals, and when it comes to simply and elegantly explaining competitive dynamics in digital markets and app stores in particular, there's no comparison. So you're in for a treat. Welcome, Julian.
Well, thank you very much, Lisa, and thanks to the organizers, Fiona and others, for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. What do I press to get to my talk? I'm going to talk about the economics of app stores and some of the competition policy concerns and policy implications. And I want to, maybe I can, while they're getting the slides up, I can make my disclaimer, which was that I was an expert retained by Epic Games in the case against Apple in Australia. And that's a case where I'm going to show you the slide, which has the link to the decision, but it's a decision where Apple basically lost on all fronts. And that decision, which is over 900 pages long, contains a lot of very interesting economic discussion and new empirical evidence that's related to this topic. So I do really recommend digging into that because it has a lot of very useful material. Let me see if, is it ready to start yet? Okay. So anyway, let me just carry on with my talk now without the slides for a little bit. So sort of motivation for this topic is which is thinking about competition app stores on smartphone platforms, is obviously the huge number of cases that we've seen in the last, particularly in the last year, either cases or regulatory actions around the world. And so, you know, obviously starting in the US with this Epic case against Apple, then against Google, but then the DMA regulations, which you know, Apple's been fined for not complying, and there's an ongoing discussion there about how to finalize those and implement Apple's new program, which would allow for competition. But also in other countries, so I mentioned the Australian decision. There's a decision in the UK, which Apple also lost, a class action. There's a CMA designation of Apple and Google. Recently, the Japanese have introduced the Smartphone Act, which should enable competition in app stores. In Brazil, there's this recent settlement on Apple with respect to steering and alternative stores, and there's a very recent filing in Canada against Apple's app store. So in terms of motivation, this is an area where there's a lot of action And we're interested to see, well, what's the economics behind it? Why do we think there's a problem here, and what can we do about it? So there's my disclaimer. That's the different judgments. I recommend the first one, Epic Games versus Apple, because that's the first case that was heard, and then everything after that sort of references that case. Hearing was in 2024. The judgment was released last year in September, so I'm no longer involved, but that's a disclaimer. Okay, so let's think about the basic economics of the problem here. So we think about two operating systems for smartphones, Android and iOS. Consumers are generally on one of those operating systems. Not many people are actively using both with both types of phones and checking the different stores for the best options. So by and large, consumers are what we would say are single homing. They're on one or the other. If a developer wants to reach those consumers, if it wants to reach a consumer that's single homing on iOS, then they have no other choice but to go through Apple's App Store, because Apple has conditions and rules that prevent any other store operating. So they have no other choice. If they want to reach consumers who are single homing on Android, there are potentially choices in terms of which store they list on, but because of various programs and incentives that Google introduced over the years, Play Store is the dominant store, and really in practice, if they want to reach Android consumers, then they'll want to list on Play Store. So that's the situation, which is developers will tend to multi-home. They'll tend to go on both, list on both operating systems. Consumers are single homing. This environment gives rise to what's called a competitive bottleneck. So if we think about a developer that is listing on iOS, distributing their app to consumers on iOS. They're not on Android. Then Google decides to lower its commission. It's going to charge lower commissions for this developer on Android. The question is, what does that developer consider? Do they consider switching now, leaving iOS and moving to Android? The answer is no. There's no reason to switch. The profitability being on iOS hasn't gone down just because the commission is lower on Android. What it means is that they may want to now list on Android as well. So in this structure, developers are really making independent decisions. Do I want to reach iOS consumers? Then I'm going to be on the App Store. Do I want to reach Android consumers? Then I want to be on the Play Store. There's no sense in which those platforms are competing for developers. Okay, and this idea has been formalized and developed. It was first formalized by Mark Armstrong, the idea of a competitive bottleneck. And he showed in that model that developers make these independent decisions, and that means there's no real competition for developers. One of the implications is that the fees that are charged to developers in this kind of structure are the fees that maximize the profits of the platform and the consumer surplus, but they completely ignore the developer's interests. Okay? And if we think about maximizing total welfare, then we would want to take into account developers' interests. And since developers do better with lower commissions, that means the equilibrium fees will be excessively high. Okay, so a very general result from a welfare perspective, when we're in this kind of competitive bottleneck world, the equilibrium that arises leads to fees that are charged, commissions that are charged that are excessively high. In a paper I have with co-author that is forthcoming in AJ Micro, we generalize this framework and apply it a bit more to this smartphone platform situation. So one of the things we do is we incorporate, so it's not just developers participating, but developers make post-participation decisions, like what prices they're going to charge consumers and other things. So we incorporate that pricing decision into the model. And we also allow that the platform doesn't just set commissions. Platforms set a lot of different instruments. One thing they might do is they might self-preference. They might have their own apps and they might choose the rankings of different apps, and they may take various efforts to stop disintermediation. So we allow a general framework where the platforms can choose a range of different instruments. And what we show is, regardless of the instrument, the same kind of general distortion arises, which is that the platforms in equilibrium make choices that are excessive in the direction that is opposite to the interests of the developers. So high commissions, that's in the opposite interests of developers. Excessive self-preferencing, that's opposite in the interests of developers. Excessive efforts to stop disintermediation and so on. We also generalize the number of platforms, so we look at what happens if you have more of these platforms, still in the competitive bottleneck structure, but there's a new operating system with its own app store. That doesn't necessarily lower the distortion. In fact, under some conditions, it can make it worse. So to overcome the bottleneck, it's not a matter of having more platforms, more operating systems necessarily, but we need some other way to get over that bottleneck. And the way to get over that bottleneck is to give developers other ways to reach these same consumers. So that's one contribution of this generalization. The other thing that we do, and also other authors have looked at, is to go further and say, well, it's not even just that the developers make independent decisions, but in some sense, for various reasons, it's more like the platforms are complements rather than substitutes, right? So there's a few reasons for this. One is if we think about adopting the platform. If app developers face common costs, they develop an app, that cost of development is common, and now they decide which platforms they're going to port it to. When they're in that environment, when they choose to develop an app for one platform, and the incremental costs of porting it onto another platform are then lower than developing again from scratch, then when they're on one platform, they're more likely, not less likely, to be on the other. Okay, and what that implies, this complementarity implies, is that if one platform increases its commissions, that's going to make it less likely the developers want to list on that platform, but they're also less likely to want to list on other platforms because of that complementarity. And that means when one platform increases commissions, then the demand and the revenue faced by the rival platforms also goes down. This is what we call a cross-platform spillover, a negative cross-platform spillover. And that negative cross-platform spillover is another reason, so another source of distortion for why we have excessive commissions. Because obviously, as a platform, I don't care that my higher commissions are reducing demand and revenue of my rivals, right? So this is another thing that needs to be internalized that's not and leads to excessive commissions. In the paper, we also identify several other types of spillovers that are not about participation of the developers, but happen after their participation. So I've listed a few here, but these have the same type of effect, that they imply negative cross-platform spillovers. Each platform sets commissions. They don't take into account these negative cross-platform spillovers, and that leads to additional excessive commissions. So clearly, from the economic theory of it, if we're in this competitive bottleneck world, there's a problem. And then the question is, how do we address that? One way you might address that is you say, well, we should regulate commissions lower, right? There's some kind of market distortion. If we're stuck in this competitive bottleneck world, then one way would be to regulate lower commissions. There's a few reasons why you might want to do that. I guess regulators are reluctant to directly regulate prices if they don't have to. But beyond that, there are other platform instruments. If you regulate lower commissions, but then you get more self-preferencing, you haven't really solved the bottleneck problem. Another problem with just regulating commissions is the benefit of introducing competition is not just lower commissions, right? It's all the benefits we normally get with competition in terms of differentiation, variety, innovation, and so on. So if we're just going to regulate commissions and keep one dominant platform app store, we're not going to get all those other benefits. So the solution is really to give developers other ways to reach and transact with those same consumers. That can be allowing alternative app stores on the same operating system. And when I say allow, that not just, in principle allowing like Google did, but making sure that they're actually viable and they can compete. Allowing direct app downloads, again, not just allowing, but not having terrible scare screens that make no one ever want to do those direct downloads. Allowing developers to steer users to make digital purchases outside the platform. Again, not just allowing that, but also not taxing them 27% when they do that, right? Allowing developers to use alternative payment solutions. Same thing. They allowed that. Apple allowed that in a couple of cases like South Korea and Netherlands, but then they charged them 27% when they use an alternative payment solution. Obviously, when you do that, you're not going to get any real usage or competition. So if we do that, if we can really provide these alternative ways, then what we're doing is we're allowing developers both directly on the operating system, through alternative stores, and also directly having that access to consumers. Then we're directly addressing the underlying bottleneck problem. Okay, let me, before talking more about sort of the policy stuff, let me just talk about why we want competition. I've alluded to the fact that it's not just lower commissions, which is certainly one important factor, but also the differentiation, right? So alternative app stores, they can serve different niches. So if you think about, as one example, we might want or parents may want an app store that has very curated child-friendly apps and nothing else. And they know when they give their child, they only give them access to this app store and everything goes through that app store, then they know that everything there is suitable for their child. That, I think, would be a very popular product that doesn't exist because Apple doesn't allow that to happen. And if you're a parent and you have your kids they have iPhones, you have iPhone, there are various reasons why you want to keep them on the iPhone as a family, but then you're not able to have this choice. There's many different ways you can think about these niche app stores arising. One important way, I think, is these mini stores that work on top of the big existing app. And we've seen in China, these are extremely popular, right? It's a way that many consumers are dealing with commerce and transactions is on top of WeChat, Alipay, and so on. That's just not possible in the US. Even in China, Apple has had to negotiate, sort of been forced to negotiate a way to allow that in China with lower commissions. Improvement in services. So not just that these differentiated stores could have better services, better ways to using AI text rather than existing Apple search, for instance, to search for the apps that you're looking for, but also putting pressure on Apple itself to improve its own app store. Different business models. You could imagine subscription type model for apps. You could think about app stores that are common across both platforms. That would make switching platforms easier. And you can think about AI as well. So in the future, you imagine you have a personal AI agent that's deeply embedded with your apps. It works well with Uber and Airbnb and Booking and so on. And the question is, how's that going to work on your phone if that AI agent or the company that runs that cannot sort of directly access and control those apps, right? And be deeply integrated with them. And do we really want a world where the only app that can do that is the one operated by the platform? So only Apple can have the AI agent that is really fully functional, and only Google can have the AI agent that's fully functional. So these are some of the reasons why I think having competition is important, not just the lower commissions. But coming back to the lower commissions, we can think about the economics of whether, what are the implications of having lower commissions? There's a little bit of debate here. Certainly, from a total welfare point of view, all the literature says, yeah, commissions are excessive. From a total welfare point of view, we would want lower commissions. In fact, in all the papers I've seen, the welfare maximizing commission is actually negative. Okay, but if you don't like negative commissions for various reasons, then we'd say 0. Okay. Normally 0 pricing, you say, well, that's a problem. Many models in economics, you say zero pricing is because you have network effects and so on. Well, that's optimal, but it's not practical because then the firm can't recover its costs. That's not an issue here because the platform has many instruments to cover costs, in particular on the devices, on the consumer side, on advertising of the developers on their stores, promoting and so on. So the issue of cost recovery is not really the issue here. So what's the problem in terms of lowering commission? Why is there some debate? Well, maybe the objective is not total welfare. Maybe the objective is consumer surplus, right? So there are papers in the literature that find that to the equilibrium that we get in this competitive bottleneck setting, the commissions that arise are the commissions that maximize consumer surplus. So that's the result that's found. Remember, the original Armstrong paper showed that the fees that are set maximize profit plus consumer surplus. And so in certain settings, profit maximization aligns with consumer surplus maximization, but obviously is very much against the interests of the developers. But if we only care about consumers, then you can get this result. So 2 things to say about that. Firstly, if we think the customers of the platform are both the consumers and the developers, which they are, then you can immediately see that if you're maximizing consumer surplus, that commission is going to be too high from the perspective of total user surplus, right? The total surplus of the customers, both consumers and developers, because developers would do better with a lower commission than that level. So that's one point. The other one is this result is rather sensitive to the modeling setup. Okay, so it relies on this full waterbed effect. What's the waterbed effect in app stores? The waterbed effect is that if you get a higher commission per consumer, then you're going to want to lower your device price to get more consumers. So higher commissions leads to lower device prices. That's the waterbed effect. And this result that consumer surplus is maximized operates when the waterbed effect is sort of perfect, right? It's full. An extra $1 of commission revenue leads to an extra $1 lowering of device price. Normally in economics, in my experience, these kind of waterbed effects are not perfect, right? It's usually partial. In their model, the reason why it's full is because they use a particular timing assumption where they assume all the developers join first, and then after all the developers join, then all the consumers join. So there's no feedback effect. Commission goes up, less developers join. That affects consumers, but then there's no feedback back to developers in their model. In our framework, we allow the consumers and developers to make their decisions at the same time, which I think is more reflective of reality that, of course, we live in a dynamic world where consumers and developers are constantly making decisions. And once we do that, then we get partial waterbed effect, and we show that in general, starting from the equilibrium level, lowering commissions will also increase consumer surplus. Okay. These are all in frameworks and models where the consumers are somewhat homogeneous. But the reality of app stores is actually consumers are quite heterogeneous. So there's 2 ways in which they're quite heterogeneous, which are important for thinking about this waterbed effect. Okay. One way is that many consumers don't actually spend anything on digital products. In fact, I think most consumers don't, in a typical year, are not buying anything. And when they purchase their phone device, they're not thinking about how much they're going to spend on digital products, in-app purchases, and so on. Of course, they spend a lot on Uber and Airbnb and so on through their phone, but those are not digital purchases. they don't attract commissions. So if the marginal consumer, when you change commission level and you change the sort of marginal consumer, but that consumer is not actually making digital purchases, then there's not going to be any waterbed effect. Similarly, many consumers deciding whether to buy the latest iPhone already have an iPhone, right? Well, if you already have an iPhone, then whether you get the new iPhone or you keep your existing iPhone, you still have access to the App Store and you can still make your digital purchases. So your digital purchases and the commission that Apple gets isn't really a function of whether you decide to get a new phone or not, because you already have a phone, you already have an iPhone. So if that's the marginal consumer, when Apple's deciding, what price to set, and it's thinking, well, how many consumers are going to upgrade at this price? If that's the marginal consumer that's relevant, then again, we're not going to get a waterbed effect. It's going to be zero. So this suggests, both of these reasons suggest that the waterbed effect is actually, could be much lower, and therefore the benefits of lowering commissions in terms of increased consumer surplus could actually be much higher. And another implication of this is, the normal argument, well, you lower commissions, then that's going to lead to high device prices. That's going to affect investment. That channel, that implication for platform investment, is also shut down. Okay, so I think that's one common argument that would say, well, you don't want to regulate the commissions, or you don't want competition to lower commissions because it's going to have this negative effect on investment. That wouldn't actually be true if we're in this kind of world. Of course, what would be true is if Apple earns less revenue on the App Store from commissions, then maybe it wants to invest less in the App Store, right? But if the lowering of commissions coming from increased competition from other rival app stores, then sort of from a dynamic point of view, it may want to invest more in its App Store to remain competitive. So I think even when you look at App Store investment, that's going to be ambiguous. Okay, so we want to think about, well, how would the world work? We're in this competitive bottleneck world, but now we're going to have competition between app stores. We don't actually have very good models of a competitive bottleneck environment where we have competing app stores. You're going to see a paper this afternoon that looks at trying to go deeper into competing app stores and how that would work, but there's not a lot of literature on that. We do have a lot of existing models of competing marketplaces, some very famous models going back to Rocher and Tirole, but they need to be extended to this kind of environment. So one of the ways they need to be extended is those original models were not in terms of commissions, they're in terms of per unit fees. So we certainly need those models to be built in terms of commissions. Those models are always sort of symmetric. So there would be two app stores that are competing or two marketplaces that are competing, and they're perfectly symmetric. But of course, if we introduce competition into these markets, we're going to have an existing player like the App Store on iOS and the Play Store on Android that are going to have the advantage of network effects, that are going to be the incumbent. We wouldn't want to model this as two symmetric platforms competing. So that's another thing to take into account. And we need to embed this competing marketplaces type framework into a framework which has a competitive bottleneck, right? So that's a challenge to be done. But when we think about doing that, we can sort of really see what are the sources of market power that arise. And there's really from this kind of framework, you can see two main sources of market power that have to be addressed. One is in the competitive bottleneck that I've already explained, which is sort of the monopoly that each platform has over developers because of the competitive bottleneck. The other is the network effects. The incumbent app store has the advantage of network effects. And so it's really the combination of these two sources of market power that you're dealing with. And I think to deal with both of those at the same time, it's important that the policy not just introduce rival app stores, which is perhaps more addressed at number one, addressing the competitive bottleneck, but you're also allowing for other mechanisms such as developers to steer to these rival app stores to make transactions to overcome the second one, the network effects of the existing app store. So it's sort of the full suite of measures is really needed, ideally. On the same point, we might ask, well, how feasible is it really to get competition between these app stores, right? Given the environment we're in. And there we can look at other settings, right? Can we get competition between different marketplaces? Do we see that? And there are certainly settings where we see a very powerful marketplace that seems to enjoy a strong position and limited competition. And Amazon in the US would be an example, right? So it's open there, and any other marketplace could set up, but Amazon seems to have a very strong position. And so does that suggest the same would be true in the App Store case, right? I mean, there's reasons why Amazon's situation is not so comparable to what would happen on app stores. One is it's physical products, not digital apps. And that involves logistics and distribution centers, which Amazon has built up massive logistics network in the US, and that's massive economies of scale and very hard for someone to replicate, right? So that's different from the App Store case. Another relevant point is, you might argue, Amazon's done various practices, potentially anti-competitive, that are certainly under dispute. Price parity clause-like practices originally were price parity clauses, now are similar. And so therefore may not be so comparable to what we would have in an environment where we had competing app stores that were not allowed to do those sorts of things. So a better comparison would be marketplace competition in digital space. And there we can look at Windows and Mac OS. Those are open platforms where competitors can come in. And we have seen competition. So if we just look at, for instance, app stores for gaming. So Steam is by far and away the largest player there, but Epic Game Store entered. Steam responded by lowering its commissions. So we do see some competition. Microsoft stores there. There's a number of, quite a large number of small niche marketplaces. Even in this environment, there's a case against Valve with respect to its price parity clauses. So this is also not sort of a perfectly clean environment where we get rid of all these practices and see what competition can do. Same thing for Android. There is competition in the sense of there are alternatives, but because of Google's practices, which were found to be illegal, it was doing various things to try and thwart the growth of those competitors and make sure the Play Store remained dominant. There are examples, marketplace examples, where there was a leading marketplace with network effects, and we see it being overtaken by rivals and the market positions shifting around. Those are much more open environments without any of these types of issues. Obviously, a precondition, though, is that the incumbent marketplace doesn't get to tax rivals. That's true in all these examples, right? Microsoft can't tax Steam or Valve. Google's not taxing Samsung for its App Store. But that's what Apple is proposing in all the cases where it's been told to open up. So I don't have much time left, so let me quickly go through this. So what types of fees raise concerns? So in this question of, well, if we open up the app stores, but then the existing platform wants to put some fees on there, what types of fees are reasonable? And I would say, well, if the platform wants to put any kind of fees on its own app store, well, that's fine. And there's a whole range of fees that they use, so listing fees and promotion fees and fees for their payment solution. But for competition to work, they shouldn't be putting fees on rivals. They shouldn't be putting fees on developers that use rivals. They shouldn't be putting fees on developers that are transacting outside in any way. So to achieve competition, I think we need several key principles. There's several ways in which the market can be foreclosed, and we need to be aware of all these different mechanisms that the platforms can use. I've already sort of alluded to price squeezes and fees. So you charge high fees for transactions outside your app store. That makes it hard for rival app store or outside channels to work. You need to prevent all or nothing type clauses or choices, forcing those. So, you know, if you say, well, you can either be on our app store, or if you're on the rival app store, then we're going to impose different conditions on you, right? Or you have to choose one, right? That's only obviously going to make it difficult for competition to work. Similarly, in terms of discrimination, if the platform is discriminating on the type of app and they can identify the types of apps that are going to be rival app stores, or that could be running mini stores, you know, that can be another way to foreclose the market. We want to prevent tying and bundling, where if you want to have access to certain Apple features or APIs that work really well, then you have to, then as a developer, you have to go to the App Store. We're not going to give you access to those if you go through a rival store. Okay, and finally, foreclosing via degrading the experience of using a rival store or going through other channels with scare screens and so on. I've got 1 minute, so I'm going to have to skip the discussion about the sort of alternative arguments, which are, well, isn't there a free riding problem? You know, if the app store is not, rival app store is not paying fees to the existing platform. And maybe we can come back to that in questions. I just wanted to finish by saying that there's also, in a regulatory context, there's papers that look at what would be the right access price that a rival app store would have to pay, and point you to this very nice paper. Several of the authors are either here or on the program. They have papers on the program, including Fiona, who's here, is one of the authors. So I think this paper captures quite a few of the points I've been making, and argues that a zero access fee would be the only, would be an access fee that complies with the DMA. So I highly recommend you look at that paper, and I will stop here. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions.
So for Q&A, we have 2 mic runners. If you could just raise your hand and try to make eye contact, we're going to go in order of what we see. We'll have 1 mic run on either side of the room. So we'll go with Fiona.
Thank you for that beautiful talk. Self-preferencing, of course. Question, the judge here in the United States in the Epic v. Google case, in his remedy, included a catalog kind of a feature, which I believe would let a user engage in universal search. Have you thought about that issue? So universal search would be, I go to my iPhone, I type in the thing I'm looking for, and then I can learn which store distributes it.
Right.
So then I can have a default store as something niche, and I look there, and most of the time I don't find it there, but I know where to go.
And that would be a way of really getting at that second market power issue, right? The network effects. So yeah, I think that, I mean, that would be a good remedy. You know, one thing we're lacking in this space is, which we do see in where we have other spaces where there are multiple channels, is there's no meta search, right? There's no place I go to and I can find out all the app prices on all the different platforms, and I can find the best way to buy. And I think that, you know, that would be a nice solution.
Thank you. Just building on that. So I think one of the most important findings of this talk is this question about the waterbed effect, right? Because the waterbed effect is this thing that seems very intuitive in theory, but there's just no, I've ever slept on a waterbed. I think they're like much more rare than people actually find they are in the real world, you know?
I have seen one once.
You've seen one, yeah. So like, but the thing's like, it spills over to many other areas, right? So if you look at Judge Mehta's decision in the search case, part of the reason he says, we cannot fully prohibit payments from Apple to Google is because the solution would be that Apple might actually end up raising prices on devices. And people seem to ignore, this, maybe not. Maybe they face more competition on devices and just profits will go down. And so, can you speculate a little bit how much this framework applies to other areas other than the one you discussed, like the one in Apple and Google, and more generally, like under what conditions do you believe that waterbed effect really exists, and isn't it time for us to think like this really is the exception rather than the rule that we should only look for in the specific circumstances rather than assume it exists and then try to look for it?
Yeah, I would be careful about generalizing from one environment to another, because I think waterbed effects can exist. I used to do a lot on mobile phone termination. That was all about waterbed effects, right? When you regulate lower mobile termination fees, it's going to lead to higher handset prices and so on. So I think, you know, the arguments I made were somewhat specific, right? In the models, I think in general, waterbed effects are usually partial. So that's one thing I would say, right? So I'd be quite skeptical where anyone says, oh, the waterbed effect's perfect and everything's going to be transferred to higher fees on the other side. But the idea that there could be zero waterbed effect or very low waterbed effect, I think is somewhat specific to that environment, because it was about the upgrading choice and the fact that most people don't make digital transactions. I mean, that's somewhat specific to app stores. I don't think it applies generally, so I would be a bit careful. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Courtney. So just a question around one aspect of the data and information that the platforms learn about, you know, consumer behavior, what's doing well on their platforms, the type of things that developers are doing. Do you see that the companies are using that for, you know, that data to create knowledge or, you know, monetize that in any way? And would you be concerned about, you know, or think about the potential data advantage? I'm thinking of, for example, the way that Amazon uses information about what sellers are selling on its platform to create rival products. Do you see that happening, for example, on app stores? And would you want to mitigate against that?
So I believe that that is an issue for, you know, self-preferencing, right? That having access to data and what's working, like in many marketplace settings, if they have their own products, they have some advantage, data advantage, right? Seeing what's working, what's not, what to introduce, how to position things. So I think that's potentially there. I haven't seen the evidence specifically on these platforms on what they're doing. On the data side, also, of course, Google's whole model is built on, you know, having that data. So I think that's a sort of separate issue. That's not so much specific to what I'm looking at. So I think that those issues are there, but they're not, I wouldn't say that they're central competition concerns that I've focused on.
So I recently used a coding agent to make a little app for myself on my phone. And I've seen some speculation that, or, you know, curiosity, concern that this will become extremely widespread and that the App Store distribution model could be not entirely, but partially circumvented by consumers who, with very simple tools, just develop their own, what they need, especially in cases of like productivity or utilities, right? So there's some categories of apps to which this doesn't apply, but there's some where it seems quite applicable. And I'm wondering if you can talk to us about like what to anticipate in that case, or how, what the volume of that kind of activity would need to be in order for the entrenched app stores to adapt their behavior, and what kind of adaptations we should expect.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the types of applications where that's likely to arise, are the types of applications where you're not making digital transactions. So like you mentioned, you know, some productivity tool for yourself. You know, they're not the types of settings where there's actually an app which is itself has quite a rich sort of network effect, or at least enabling interactions between two sides, so your Ubers and your bookings and so on. So I don't think those are so easy to replace by just building your own app, because you don't get the connections to all the others on the other side. Nor do I think sort of gaming, I don't think it's realistic that consumers can just build their own, you know, alternative to most of those high performance games where they're purchasing in-app content, right? So I do think that we will see a lot of ability to create apps ourselves and agents to do things for ourselves. But I think when it comes to the things where there's a reason why these companies are large and exist, the app companies, is because of it's a lot more complicated than the types of applications you have in mind, and it's not easy to replicate with AI. I've seen some gaming applications with AI, and yes, I think they're fun to play around with, but they're very, very far from what we would need to replace Fortnite or a game like that, which are actually quite rich ecosystems of their own, right? And not just sort of one player, one person doing something for themselves. So I don't think it's really going to provide a solution to this problem, and at least not in the time frame that we need a solution to this problem, right? Maybe in 10 years or 20 years.
So Europe regulates credit card interchange fees, and I wonder if it seems like they've had less appetite to regulate app store fees, and I wonder if that's a useful comparison or not a particularly useful comparison, or if there's been anything to learn from that experience.
I think it's an interesting question. When I was thinking about price regulation, I did think about interchange fees. That is an area where we have done that. There's somewhat of a competitive bottleneck type structure there, not as clean as in the App Store case. But there are differences, right? So I mentioned that the reason why we want competition is not just lower prices, but all the differentiation and innovation and specialization that we might get with these alternative app stores. And I don't think the parallel with interchange fees and payment solutions is there, right? Like, yep. So there is already some regulation in Europe. They can't just do anything they like. But it's not, I guess at this point, it's not specifically saying you have to set commissions below X% on your app store, right, on your own app store, which is interchange fees is really, these are the interchange fees that you can set. So I think, I think the lessons from that is, price regulation, can obviously address the price distortion effect, but in the App Store case, I think it doesn't really address the underlying bottleneck problem and the competition problem. Whereas in the payment space, those other issues are maybe not the main issues.
One of the variables I haven't heard you discuss today is security. Do you think that consumers will have access to the amount of information or resources they would need to make sure that they're keeping themselves secure and also able to defend themselves against either malicious attacks to steal our identity or perhaps other scams and fraud that app stores are claiming that some of these commission fees are being used for?
So I think any alternative app store, if it's going to be successful, has to make sure it has the highest security standards. And I think would be working even in the regulated case, like under the DMA, those are taken into account, right? They're not issues that are just ignored. And I think if you have the types of players that would enter and compete, I think those issues are really not likely to arise and are probably exaggerated. And if they do arise, then they can be dealt with, right? So, Windows is an example, which is obviously completely open, and, there are security issues, but we live with those and we deal with those. And I think for most of us, in terms of downloading software, that they're really non-issues nowadays, or at least not the main issues. And there wouldn't be a good justification to say, well, because there are security issues on Windows, Microsoft, therefore, should be the only one who can have a store where you can download software, and it should be able to charge commissions on that store and prevent you doing anything outside that store. So I don't think the security argument is convincing in that sense.
think that's our last question. Transition. Thanks, Julian.
Okay, so if the folks on the content AI and antitrust panel can come on up. Like that. All right, so we're going to get going with our first panel. Hard act to follow there, but we will do our best. So this first panel, the focus is on content, AI, and antitrust. I think the rise of generative AI has really fundamentally changed the relationship between content and platforms. I think most notably with search, but certainly with respect to other platforms as well. We've seen, I think, decades of tussle over the impact of the disintermediation between content creators, owners, rights holders, and their audiences as a result of the development of digital technologies. But the generative AI era, I think, brings these issues into a new phase and raises lots of new questions. I think in the last several years, the focus when we look in the policy space and in the courts has really centered on copyright questions, which, as I've said to some people recently, I personally have endeavored to not work on for my entire career and is becoming impossible. But over the last year, I think we've seen increasing interest in the role of antitrust in this landscape and how the tools of antitrust enforcement and competition policy might be brought to bear as we think about questions of market power arising between content in many of its different forms, whether it's culture, news, entertainment, public interest content, and AI companies. And I think we are very lucky to have an incredibly expert panel here with us today to talk through some of those issues from a variety of different lenses. So to my immediate left, we have Madhvi Singh, who's the Deputy Director of the Thurman Arnold Project and a resident fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. Her research examines the role of antitrust law in regulating platforms and emerging technologies like AI. Next, we have Martin Dalouin, who serves as the Deputy General Counsel for News Corp. In his current role, Martin is in charge of all antitrust matters across News Corp's global news and book publishing and digital real estate services. And he's also in charge of legal and regulatory matters related to AI and tech partnerships. And then at the end, we have Courtney Ratch, who's the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty at the Open Markets Institute. She's a global thought leader and experienced strategist working on AI governance, technology policy, and information ecosystems, and was recently named one of the 100 brilliant women in AI ethics, which is a fantastic accolade. So we're going to talk amongst ourselves for a bit here, and then towards the end, we will open the floor and hoping to have more of an interactive Q&A with all of you. Much of this debate has centered at the nexus of search and AI. Madhvi, you've written about how to conceptualize AI-related conduct in the search market as an antitrust violation under US law and examined the implications of the remedy decision in the recent US v. Google search antitrust case, remedy decision that came out last year in September. Some of us have been following that case very closely, others not as much. So I was wondering if you could sort of kick us off, talk a little bit about the relevance of that case to this discussion and what you view as the leading theories of harm at the intersection of search and generative AI.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm excited to be here. By way of disclosure, I am employed by the Thurman Arnold Project at Yale, and I have no other conflicts to disclose. To answer your question, I think it's important to look back at the relationship between publishers and Google. Initially, that relationship was symbiotic. So publishers allowed Google to crawl their websites for free, and in return, Google sent traffic to publishers. However, as Google's power in the market for general search increased, Google started extracting more from publishers in return for less. So it started using publisher data, not just for creating the search index, but also for creating knowledge panels, news preview, Q&A, one boxes, etc., without any additional compensation for publishers. So this trend had been going on for a while, but in 2024, with the integration of AI overviews in the search results page, there was a decisive shift in the nature of the relationship between publishers and Google, because Google went from being primarily a distributor of content to being a substitute for publishers, as more and more queries were answered directly on the search results page without users having to click through to publisher websites. So how does all of that, how is any of that a competition offense or an antitrust violation in the US? Now, the Google search case told us that Google has a monopoly in the market for general search services. By virtue of that monopoly position in the search market, Google also holds monopsony power over publishers, because publisher content is a critical input into creating the search index. And Google is abusing that monopsony power in two ways, or there are two theories of harm. So the first theory of harm is an anti-competitive tie. Basically, Google is tying the inclusion of publisher data in the search index to the use of this data for AI overviews. So if publishers want to be in Google search index, and all publishers want to be on Google search index in order to be discovered, they must also allow Google to use their data for AI overviews. And that constitutes an anti-competitive tie. That's the first theory of harm. The second theory of harm is that Google's conditions its use of publisher data for all these additional purposes constitutes an exploitative abuse. So it is the imposition of an unfair price or the imposition of an unfair condition. So as I mentioned earlier, initially Google used publisher data for creating its search index in return for traffic. But now it is using this data for additional purposes like AI training and grounding. And it is sending less traffic and less revenue for publishers. So as a dominant buyer, Google is therefore imposing lower than competitive prices on publishers. And that constitutes an unfair price, which is a competition violation in several jurisdictions, such as the EU. So those are the two theories of harm, and we can talk more about the effects, the short and long-term effects on both publishers and users eventually in the course of the conversation.
That's great. Martin, Courtney, what would you add to that, or reactions to these theories of harm? How are you thinking about it?
I mean, I would just add slightly. So the idea of symbiosis, is this on? Yeah, okay. When Google started, they specifically said their goal was to get people off of the search platform as quickly as possible. And initially it was a one crawl to two crawls to one referral. Great. Courtney, I did your mic. Oh, yeah. Thanks. That's what it's okay. Thanks. Okay. So just quickly, the initial symbiotic relationship was Google said, we want to get you off. We want to get people off our site as quickly as possible. We're going to crawl you 2 times for every 1 referral. That's pretty good. That reduced over the past several years to 6 crawls to 1 referral. We don't know what it is for Google AI overviews, but all of the indications are that it's very low. And I think that the failure to impose any sort of meaningful remedy, we know that the crawling, for example, with Anthropic is one referral for every 73,000 crawls. So it's no longer a symbiotic relationship. So generative search and, all of these products have really shifted the balance of power. And I would also say that a theory of harm is that it was more than just extraction of value, but also, and more than just tying them into the use of the web crawler or the search crawler in order to be found and then coercing them into being in generative search. They were also forced to incur costs. For example, if you wanted to show up in the search result, you would have to implement AMP, the accelerated mobile pages, for example. So there were also hidden costs imposed by Google's monopoly because there really was no choice by publishers except to be on that monopoly. That's all I would add to that.
And I would add, thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm very, very happy to see a room full of academics. I mean, I've been working on these issues, content, antitrust, and before AI for like almost 10 years now. And I remember a time when the FTC did its workshop in 2017, 18, when there was really a scarcity of like good academic papers dealing with these issues. So it's really great to see some familiar faces, but also a lot of young people and good papers, and please continue. When it comes to Google, I think like it's very hard not to get bogged down to like the most recent issue, AI overviews, or AMP was the flavor of the day like 5 years ago. But it's really, I'd like to go back to like maybe a broader issue that is this relation between publishers, and News Corp is one of them, and the platforms, and the way we distribute our content. And it is clear that a few years ago, there was really two massive channels, search and social media. There's a big change happening, and we don't know where it's going to land. But the key question remains the same. It's whether we actually compete or whether the platforms bring us traffic. And that is really and when we want to, publishers, content creators, want to get paid, which at the end of the day, that's the only ask. We just want to get paid for the use of our content. We're past the point where we say, don't use our content. We just say, you're using our content, please pay. And when we think about this issue, like fundamentally from an antitrust perspective, it always goes back in any product to, do they bring us benefits, traffic, something else, discovery that we may not get without platforms, and maybe incremental benefits or like industry-wide benefits? Is AI going to bring a new sort of engagement for publishers, or is it going to compete? And when I say compete, it's pretty clear that for a long time there's competition on advertising, although advertising by platforms and advertising by publishers is kind of not the same thing. We're much more like selling ad slots, contextual targeted, but much less actually targeted, and we don't sell clicks generally. There's also a level that is competition for attention in general, and I know it's not a market, it's a big bad word, but that's the reality of it. It's like, is there something somewhere where they take our content to provide some answers, so that's AI, and we actually going to get less attention, and we cannot monetize that attention through conversions to memberships or advertising. And so at the end of the day, this is the question we're facing with AI products. And I will then we can get down in the details, because it gets very complex very quickly. The use of our data for training presents very different challenges than the use of our data for inference or grounding, answering the question. Very different economic challenges and technological challenges.
So we had talked about whether we're going to have any disagreement. So if I may, just a slight point of disagreement, because I think one of the big problems with the platform publisher relationships and the whole content and AI right now is that we acquiesced, and I say we as like the publishers or content industry acquiesced to the idea that was set by the platforms, which is the economic model is based on traffic referral. But the fact is their platforms, for example, search, is not useful without factual information. And so even if you don't click on it, right, seeing that there are 10 headlines or, whatever those blue links are that all indicate the same sort of thing, is valuable in and of itself. And there were actually studies done now in a dozen countries. The first one was in Switzerland that used a behavioral study to examine how people use Google search with and without the presence of news. And they found a difference in behavior, which they then mapped against the amount that Google earns in digital advertising in that market, and extrapolated what that would be if they did I think in Switzerland, they decided it would be like a 40-60 split. A colleague of mine, Anya Schifrin, and her colleagues did a similar study here in the US, and they found that that would translate into more than $1 billion owned by Google and Facebook to publishers, just to news publishers, for the use of that content. Because think about it, it's not useful. These services don't exist without other people's content. So I think this very narrow conception of value determined by referral traffic does not work and is part of the problem with the antitrust framework, I think, because we've had this narrow approach to determining value and thinking about the relationship. Because if you're looking at how quality content, and particularly let's take news content or scientific content, for example, in artificial intelligence, large language models, multimodal models, they are disproportionately important as sources of training data if your goal is to have factual, good products. And even more important for inference, grounding, or retrieval augmented generation that makes tools like generative answers or chatbots have fewer errors, which the industry likes to term hallucinations. But since these are predictive systems, if they get the wrong answer, it's an error. So you need that quality information. And I think that's where there was really a lack of understanding in the Google search trial in terms of the way that Google is going to maintain its search monopoly and or translate that into whatever we're entering into now. It's still Google is still one of the dominant, Gemini, its chatbot, still one of the dominant ways that people get information. So we're not seeing that, their monopoly is being challenged yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think reflecting on what came out of the Google search remedies, it feels like the publisher interest was sort of on the margin the entire time anyway. But there was proposals for something, some publisher control that could have been included, wasn't included in the remedies. And I think this sort of leads us into a much more of an open field to say, like, okay, well, if we think about the antitrust toolkit, like, what can we actually do with it when we think about remedy and intervention, not just if we say we have established some harm, like, what are its limits? What could we actually do with it? And maybe it's not the right toolkit. Maybe we'll talk about copyright, other things, but I'm curious for how do you think about what could actually be effective in the application of antitrust remedies to some of these questions? Or do you think we need to look elsewhere? We need to think about it differently, and also vis-a-vis these different use cases. So I think a lot of this, it's like, oh, we give publishers a control, and it's like, you're going to be able to opt out of AI overviews. Like, is that really going to solve things? Like, what would be effective, and is it inside the land of antitrust or not? Sure.
So I think that antitrust remedies and antitrust are flexible enough to include a lot of the concerns. It ends not just at terminating illegal conduct, but also includes restoring competition. And that is far more difficult to do than just terminating illegal conduct, but it is possible. And we have seen this, for example, music licensing is something that came out of a DOJ consent decree. So I think antitrust remedies are flexible enough to build up some sort of negotiation framework between publishers and search. For instance, I think what's lacking is not the absence of a legal basis for imposing these remedies, but the absence of a political will to do that. And I'm not sure if the absence of a political will can be remedied by having that's going to be an impediment even if you want to pass a new statute. In fact, it's going to be a bigger impediment. So what antitrust offers is that we have an existing law, an existing theory of harm. We've already established Google's dominance in the search market. So it's an easy follow-on litigation to bring. And there are plenty of remedies that can, I believe, within the framework of antitrust law, solve the problem of the lack of collective bargaining power that exists on the side of publishers. It's just the lack of political will to actually impose these remedies. And I think that's what we saw in the Google search remedies as well. DOJ proposed several remedies that could have restored competition in several markets, but it was the lack of willingness to impose those.
Yeah, on your point earlier, Courtney, I just wanted to react and then I will answer. I don't think we're in a disagreement, but as someone who spent a lot of time thinking about news publishing, news as technology, it gets down, like, it's very tricky to define it. And in part because there's a lot of facts. And now that I also deal with like a lot of copyright issues and copyright litigation, I learned very quickly, like facts are not copyright protected, and for a reason, because we want facts to flow and inform everybody. And when we think of news, we often tend to think of premium news. And maybe for premium news, and I'm quoting a research by Susan Athey from 2014, in Spain, there was less substitution. There was, more substitution, meaning like if you remove Google News in Spain, like people are going to go to the news website of the premium news. But there's a lot of variety of news publishers and publishers out there. And there's an entire ecosystem. And News Corp itself owns a lot of websites. So I can see that in our own data. Like there's a lot of smaller publishers that may not survive, like without the search traffic. And so traffic is still a form of currency and a very important one. It's just like it's often misunderstood because if we look at news as a category, things have changed and that's real, and AI is presenting new challenges. When it comes to remedies, long-term, what I would like for content creators is competition. I think like that's always the goal. And if OpenAI says to the judge, what I need to compete is a search index, because what I need to get to do inference is access to a good quality search index that has been built over 2 decades. And well, that seems like a remedy that would make sense. In the meantime, OpenAI is getting data from SERP API and Google is suing SERP API. So there's something happening there. What I would like for content creators, and it's maybe more short-term, is in terms of fixing the issues, it's always the same. Like what we want is transparency, control, lack of conflicts, and mostly transparency and control. Like, because we've been living in this world for so long where we used to not get transparency and control, like we almost don't even know what to ask for. But in reality, we would want to know what you're doing with our content, when do you take it, what is the value that it brings to you, how can I price it? Like those are simple tools. And from there, like I know an opt-out was proposed, was not adopted by Judge Mehta, but an opt-out is being discussed by the CMA currently. The details are being discussed between Google and the CMA, according to a post by Google last week. The EU is looking at these issues. So there will be more places and forums to discuss how to give news content creators control. But at the end of the day, that's what we need. It's control.
Yeah, I would add to that, I think antitrust definitely has some tools that can be useful, which, several have already been mentioned. In addition, I think that you could look at, so if we're talking about, for example, search index, right? They're making that available to competitors. But there's still, I think, when we were thinking about the value of data, even making that search index available may not be sufficient to cultivate competition. I do think that is the right approach, though, because while competition might be the answer, another solution might be to regulate certain aspects of the general AI tech stack, or of, Google's various different parts of its company, as, in a way that, for example, requires, common carriage, or does not allow them to benefit from their role in that. So we know that, for example, robots actually impose costs on, publishers and other websites when they crawl. So we don't necessarily want hundreds of, bots out there crawling to create a search index. We're already seeing that bots are imposing, some publishers are reporting that more than 50% of their traffic is coming from non-humans, which is not great because that's not translating into audience eyeballs or revenue. And so I think that in addition to antitrust remedies, we need to impose requirements, transparency and accountability requirements to build on that, for example, around robots. So what is the purpose of your bot? Making sure that there is a separation between, have specific purpose bots so that you could opt out of, for example, the AI training bot, but opt in for a search training bot. that there should be requirements for transparency about the purpose of what that bot is being used for, and an accountability for that. So, know your bot, kind of like a know your customer sort of approach. Also switching so right now the default has been an opt-out versus an opt-in approach to web crawling, which puts the onus on the smaller, less powerful player in general to keep up with all of the bots, what they're used for, to try to understand that. And we know, most of my work focuses on like the long tail of small publishers. Like they don't even have the technical capacity to do that, which then opens up opportunities for other, giant players like Cloudflare to come in with a great solution, which is, we're going to impose opt out by default, but then that's still giving a lot of power to another giant publisher or another giant player that is not helping equalize the power of publishers. And, this idea of, I think an antitrust solution would be to give collective bargaining rights to publishers, which they've done in Australia. There was the Journalist Competition Preservation Act here in the US, which initially wasn't envisioned to include AI, but I think it could have been. And so now a lot of these so-called news media bargaining codes around the world, so Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, Brazil, et cetera, are considering, how to enable publishers to have more power to negotiate those licensing. And originally it started for Meta, Facebook and Instagram, and then for Google search. But, policymakers understand that they should be writing those to account for AI. But that is not a replacement for, I think, a licensing framework. As Madhavi pointed out, if you try to ask every individual artist to like go, figure out who's playing their song, which radio, who performed it, like this is not possible. And yet we seem to think that that is possible in the content space. And so we need a regime that, requires payment for the use of whether it's, copyright protected material. And it's true that facts are not copyrightable, but the expression is. And one thing that's very important in AI training is the syntax and how, that is part of the training. And publishers have a lot of information that is useful for AI training that has nothing to do with the facts embedded. I mean, one AI company, licensing company told me that an AI company wanted access to magazine formats. Do publishers even know that that's a thing they can monetize? Like it doesn't, I don't think so. So there's a lot of potential value that I think publishers aren't even aware of. And so we also need to ensure, you said like, please pay us. Like, no, it shouldn't be a please pay us. It's a law. You must pay for, we don't go into a store and they're like, please pay us for that shirt. Right? Like we cannot impose an entirely different approach just because it's a tech platform. And similarly, they have essentially turned law breaking into a competitive advantage, because let's remember that this country has a very permissive fair use provision, which there's still cases where it's not fair use, but a lot of countries do not. And in our analysis of copyright laws in countries that have or are considering news media bargaining codes, some of them have fair dealing laws, but almost none of them would cover the full scale, essentially theft of content that has happened to now create facts on the ground when we're now trying to negotiate from that position. So I do think that antitrust, from looking at things afterwards, we should be looking at AI training, and that is where we can use antitrust. But I think that's harder to do, to look into the future and to prevent the creation of new facts on the ground that are going to create new monopolistic dynamics and make it impossible for content creators to have control and autonomy and monetization over their content.
So lots to unpack there. You guys have responses on any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean please pay us as begging. I mean, like, I'm in the real world and we're trying to and quite successfully for New Scope. And I recognize it's harder for others. And we're trying to help everyone because we believe like we need to protect content creators. but we also have legal tools that are not necessarily adapted. And I worry when I hear ideas about new legal tools that create new regimes that are very complex and can be captured by other parties and are going to be very expensive. I mean, yesterday, the New York Times in their earnings disclosed that they spent 24 million for the first 2 years on their OpenAI litigation. I mean, like we don't want to spend more money, have a battle forever. Like, we need to find a system to be paid a fair value. That's what I meant. One point you mentioned, which I think is very important, because at the end of the day, we lose track of the facts and how technology really works, because we're so used of the internet working very well. But at the end of the day, it's a bot coming to a server and asking for accessing content and living with this content. One of the key flaws, and for example, I prefer to fix that flaw instead of creating more new regimes that are going to take 7 years. One of the key flaws that we do not know who is coming, who is knocking at the door. And so we don't have the ability to say no, essentially. We don't know the user agent, and then often that box is voluntarily provided, and often it's misleading or it's not filled in. And so at a very, very, very basic level, like that is a problem when we say we're being crawled and we lose control. Yeah, we lose control because we assume it's humans, and incentives in content production is always to put your content out there. It's good marketing, good discovery, and that's how you monetize. But here we're facing a problem where, you're right, more for the publishing industry, more than 50% of the traffic is AI bots. And you cannot even block them, or it's a game of like cat and mouse. And it's extremely a very expensive game. Like, fixing that flow, which is also at the core of Amazon's lawsuit against Perplexity, Google versus SERP API, Meta and X filed against Bright Data a few years ago. Like, that's a flaw, and what do we do about it? It doesn't sound like it necessitates to create sorry, another complex regime, and that could help antitrust and competition without, again, creating another round of 5-7 year investigations.
Can I just quickly jump in? So I think a lot of ground was covered on what would be needed in terms of remedies, including meaningful consent, not just opt-out that are difficult to find, and also fair compensation, the need for collective bargaining, et cetera. I'll just highlight 2 more things. One is the need for monitoring. I think when we think about either remedies and antitrust or creating some other regime that will take 7 years to pass, we should think about how do we monitor these remedies, because we've seen that constantly. We've seen this in our experience in Europe, that even when remedies are imposed, big tech firms often find technical workarounds or other ways to bypass those remedies. So any remedy, either an antitrust or otherwise, should have some monitoring mechanism to ensure that platforms are actually complying with them in effect, and not just as a perfunctory checklist. And the second thing is, I think that this is an area that is very ripe for research, because people discussed a lot of different monetization model, but most of the work that is being done in this field is usually by startups or other intermediaries like Cloudflare that are telling us what's the best way to monetize publisher. Is it pay per crawl? Is it pay per query, etc.? But I think this is an area that is ripe for research. People should try, researchers who are interested in this topic should try and figure out which monetization model works for which type of publishers. What is the best way to take consent from publishers? Is there a choice architecture that works better than other forms? So I think that's an area that's right research.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that in. I was thinking about that as all of you were talking. I mean, there's a set of constituents here that we haven't really talked about too much, both on the publication side and on the consumption side, which is the public interest, open access, open science communities, right? So people who want to be able to publish new information, new knowledge on the internet, make it available, and make it broadly available, and not have to be subject to a regime where they have to enter into some sort of collective license in order for anybody else to be able to scrape their data, or even authenticate the bots that are doing that. And similarly on the crawling and scraping side, there's extremely valid research uses to be able to collect data from the open web that have been, longstanding for decades. And I feel like as we go towards these solutions, which are, collective licensing, anyone who fits in this box can go in and figure out the license, or even some of these, the publisher opt-in or opt-out remedies, or the bot authentication remedies, they all don't really take account for those kinds of use cases. So that feels like an important piece. We started getting into this sort of spaghetti that's being thrown at the wall in terms of the technical solutions. Should we authenticate the bots? Should we try to have fewer of them by offering index access? Should the bots actually be a mechanism for negotiating payments? To me, it feels very chaotic. It feels like there's a large number of different sorts of experiments that are happening out there. And I'm curious from the panel's perspective, how do you see this shaking out? Do you think the industry folks are just going to work this out? Do you feel like there's a role for some kind of intervention? To me, when I look at it, it feels like the devil really is in the details, and some of these solutions kind of are nonsense, and some of them make more sense. And it doesn't feel like there's any real holistic approach that's being taken. So curious for your thoughts on that.
So I think it's a good thing right now that there's so much chaos. This is competition. And it's excellent that you want more research on that, because we have a report coming out on the AI licensing, the economics of the market, what does the market look like? And it is full of startups, though we now see Microsoft and Cloudflare also getting into it. But when I look at it, I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of competition for different models. Like, are we going to do a pay per crawl? Are we doing it by access? Are we doing it by use? How much is that going to be? One of the overarching challenges is the lack of information in order to establish value. So that's a challenge. I think from a competitive dimension also, what we're seeing is that, a lot of the smaller companies can't afford the legal ambiguity of copyright. And so they need to be able to access rights controlled data, right? To know that they have rights, they have the rights to the use of that data, which means that, the big tech firms are able to have a competitive advantage by not having to do that. And not only that, but Microsoft and Google offer legal indemnity to their enterprise clients if they get sued for copyright. That is very anti-competitive. I don't know how, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if there's like a part of antitrust that could deal with that, but that seems like incredibly anti-competitive because startups cannot do that, right? So startups are, I think, going to make this licensing community work. But what I'm seeing in the analysis of more than a dozen companies that are in this space is the big challenge is not really getting the publishers, it's getting the AI companies, right? But there are some. There are Perplexity, for example, is using a startup called ProRata to manage the licensing agreements with publishers. My concern is that what we're seeing is what appears to be like an emergence of a 30-70 split in terms of value, 50-50 in some cases, but with the Cloudflare and Microsoft, we don't have firm numbers on this, but from what I've been able to glean from talking to people in the industry, it appears to be about 30-70 split, which is the same split that, I'm going to give you one guess. So the publishers are paying 30% for the privilege of having, Cloudflare or Microsoft handle the licensing deals. This is, the same split that we saw with app stores, right? So I look at this and I think this is not a great split to have, right? But when you have Cloudflare, which has 20% of, essentially handles like 20% of all internet traffic, that gives them a lot of power in the market. There are startups that aren't charging publishers anything. They're only charging AI companies. So again, we're seeing a lot of different models. And I think that's a good thing. We want to, it's not clear what's going to be valuable. It's not clear what AI is going to do, right? We've been, constrained by the vision of, AGI and whatever BS that is that the big tech firms are promoting. And so we have a lot of opportunities with this market, I think, to see other types of visions and products emerge. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there.
Did you want to respond on the, no, okay. I did want to pick up earlier, Martin, you mentioned the activities in the CMA and just think a little bit about the kind of international regulatory and enforcement dimension of this. CMA is now considering sort of publisher-oriented interventions in its significant market status designation of Google Search. There's an open case in the European Commission related to Google's use of third-party content and video to generate AI answers. And this is a movie we've seen before, where we have like multiple different jurisdictions essentially considering same conduct, same firm. What do you think we can expect from this, or what are your what's the best case scenario, worst case scenario in terms of how the sort of cross jurisdictional proceeding with these different activities could play out? What are you hoping for?
I mean, first of all, it's taken a very long time to get here, and that in itself is a burden. I mean, dealing with all the questionnaires, the requests constantly, and you kind of wonder like what for exactly. And but I have hope. I mean, I try to remain optimistic, but in the sense that I don't think it's going to create a solution, a perfect solution. That I don't hope for. And I think there's 70 copyright cases in the US. I don't think a single one of them is going to give us the solution to this very complex issue. Same for antitrust, same for remedies. There's going to be a different variations of like stronger cases, weaker cases. But at the end of the day, it's like contributing a piece in a very complex puzzle. And so I see advocacy, regulatory investigations. The existence of an investigation itself may actually be more important sometimes than just hoping for the right remedy at the end of the day. And if it creates the conditions for competition, that I think that's what we can hope for. Fixing the disbalance of bargaining power between content creators and tech distributors, I don't think that's going to be fixed by any one of the remedies or any one of the initiatives. It's a much bigger, more complex puzzle.
100% agree. But with the strategic market designation and these inquiries, I still remain concerned that they are really not understanding just how integrated these different parts of the AI tech stack are. And they're still looking at, kind of these discrete product lines. And I know there'll be a whole discussion on ecosystems tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. But, when we're talking about Google, it's not just like Google and content. They're also, one of the cloud hyperscalers. They're also in ad tech. They're leading on digital advertising. All of these are integrated. And I think that strategic market, reviews are important, but they take too long. We've had how many competition authorities around the world now establish that like Google is a monopoly in all these different domains. Like, let's do it again. Let's have another review and then figure out what we should do about it. Like, I think we need to move faster because we're not keeping up with the pace of technology. And, this too narrow view of where that anti-competitive advantage lies. So like if we're talking about content right now, we haven't even mentioned, for example, synthetic content, but now we're seeing, for example, not just to talk about Google, but also some of the other big tech players in this space, they also have an anti-competitive advantage in terms of the ability to, because they've been able to use content in and take that content in a way that does not abide, by law or is anti-competitive, they can also turn that into further anti-competitive advantage through the creation of higher quality synthetic content used to then train their their AI products, which further entrenches their advantage. So I just don't think that, I think it's possible for regulators and competition authorities to get more up to speed, but it's taking a really long time. And even like in the UK, we still saw that their designation or their inquiry is still more limited than it should be into Google. And again, like even in Google search, we're only talking about Google search and not about YouTube, which is owned by Google and is this world's second largest search engine, right? And that's like that seems very clear. So I think we're still facing a lot of challenges, even though the strategic market status seems like a more fruitful way to go forward than like the narrow market analysis here in the US.
Can I just
Yeah.
jump in on the ecosystem effects? I think that's very true, and we already see that happening, especially with Google, for example, that there are a lot of spillover effects. So if you were to buy the two theories of harm that I initially outlined, that Google is a monopsony and it is using publisher data in all these anti-competitive ways, Gemini is built on the back of that, and Google is now integrating Gemini into all of its verticals. So it is now integrating that into photos, YouTube, etc., which means that there's spillover effects from its anti-competitive conduct into all of these markets. If Gemini integration in maps or photos makes it a more effective competitor to other rivals in that market, then these are all these spillover effects, which cannot really be called back even with antitrust enforcement. So completely agree with that. And we also saw the Gemini Apple deal happen recently. So big tech platforms already have these pre-existing relationships with third parties. So Gemini is now going to power Apple Intelligence, and that is another source of distribution for Gemini, for example. So I agree with you that there are lots of ecosystem effects and spillover effects, which is difficult to account for in a linear antitrust enforcement case. On what's happening across jurisdictions, I think one other point that makes this whole discussion a bit more complicated is that jurisdictions are taking different approaches to solving this problem. There's obviously antitrust, but there's also copyright, as you mentioned. So EU, for example, has the 2019 copyright directive, which grants publishers neighboring rights over certain online users of its content. And there's been a lot of confusion about whether the legality of certain conduct under the copyright regime should influence competition assessment of that conduct. So for example, some of the cases brought in front of German and French competition authorities about whether this type of conduct amounts to an abuse of dominance was influenced by whether it's unfair or illegal under copyright law. Whereas we know that conduct that is legal under certain regimes could still be illegal under the competition regime. But it's interesting because there's a lot of intersection. And if publishers, for example, give Google permission to crawl their data at zero price under EU 2019 copyright directive, then what does that mean for competition investigation of the same conduct? So I think that's another wrinkle.
Yeah, that's great.
I
And
just wanted
yeah.
to add something on this point because I see the same dynamic in privacy in Europe, where the breach of privacy can be framed as an abuse of dominant position. And I've seen it following what's happening in the copyright field. I mean, it sounds a little bit desperate when you have to use two laws back to back to get to a certain outcome. And that, I think, is telling in itself of the ability of enforcers to get to the desired outcome in the first place. On copyright and going back to the US, so my background is in antitrust, but I'm doing more and more copyright. I'm fascinated by how important at the end of the day in this whole conversation of copyright conversation and AI, the force factor of fair use is really critical. And it is at the end of the day, a market dilution analysis. And that's what we saw in the early summary judgments in California, the Kadri and Bart's cases. And that, like, after all this work, and it's so much fact intensive and so complicated, it is about market dilution and market harm, something that we antitrust, people with antitrust background are quite familiar with. And so it goes back to the original question, like, if the goal is to maximize output, which is the goal of in the Constitution, that is underpinning the creation of the copyright regime. If the goal is to maximize output, are we better served by letting people copy and create, or do we want to keep the rights in the hands of the initial creators? And that is a simple question, and what's happening around it's becoming very complicated.
So we're going to do a quick lightning round, and then we're going to open the floor to Q&A with the audience. We touched on this a little bit before, but we have so many researchers in the room that I'd love for each of you to tell us what empirical research you'd like to see developed that would inform this debate.
So I already gave my answer, but it's basically I would love to see more research on what remedies might be effective, what's the best way to get consent from publishers, and which monetization models would work better for which publishers. I think that's very useful empirical research.
Well, I guess I said it also, like anything on market dilution, market harm, and substitution between content and these AI machines or any distribution platform. I think like this is really the core of the issue, and that's where policymakers, I think, should focus on.
I'd like to see research to understand, how music licensing developed and, different types of licensing, what's worked, what hasn't, and how that might provide a blueprint for the era that we're entering in now. For
Excellent.
publishers and
Yeah.
other kind of.
Yeah, how it maps. Yeah, that's great. All right, we are ready to take your questions. We have mic runners, so just raise your hand if you have a question or a comment.
So I guess as one of these researchers who's trying to come up with some research in this area right now, one thing we're really struggling with is for there to be a welfare harm, which is not to say for there to be an unfair distribution, but for there to be a welfare harm, we need to have an effect on content production, right? So content producers get paid less and less content is produced. And it's very hard to isolate that effect. It's very easy to find an effect like, say, AI overviews means you get less clicks to CNN.com or something. But I wonder if you have any ideas from talking to practitioners where there might be already some effect in terms of less content being produced, or whether there's any analogies from these previous things that got mentioned, like, for instance, the introduction of AMPs, like these costs that were introduced on publishers, where one might be able to find a reduction in the supply of content.
I mean, I have a thought, but you probably have a better idea.
Well, why do you think that more content is better? Because I think what we're actually seeing is that the ease of creating AI generated content is reducing the value of a lot of these platforms. So it's actually having, I would argue, welfare harms.
No, sure, or do quality adjusted content or something like that, right?
Okay.
It's not about, it's like about the value of the content that's being produced. It's not about the number of words.
Okay. I mean, I think you could probably look at the number of publishers and others at closures, right? Firings, third of journalists just laid off at the Washington Post yesterday. So that might be one way to think about it. I think also, I don't know, if you could look at the harm, the welfare harm created by turning a great public good, the internet, into an increasingly closed environment, right? Like this AI approach is literally undermining the foundations of the open internet. We're seeing more and more quality publishers. The Data Provenance Initiative did a great report looking at the most important quality publishers, not just news, but of all URLs, like the top 10,000. Many, many, many more are putting their content unavailable. To Alyssa's earlier point about, not having content available, quality content available for open science or open research. We're also seeing more and more publishers adopting blockage. So I think you could maybe use those as proxies. And I think that as we think about welfare harm, we should think about like the destruction of the commons. I don't know, I'm again, like not a lawyer, but it seems to me like if you had the commons, right, where everyone like fed their horses, we used to have the internet as a commons, and now that's no longer, going to be available. Like, can we see that as a welfare harm?
Can I just jump in? So when we talk about welfare harms, I think that there are welfare harms for both publishers and also end users that you could account for. And I'm not sure how much of this would be adequate proxies for what you're trying to study, but there are a number of harms that we see. One, of course, is exit of publishers and also mass layoffs of journalists and editors, et cetera. And we have plenty of news about that, how work that was being done by journalists and editors are being replaced by AI chatbots at major and small publishers. So there's a lot of data around that about layoffs of publishers and also exit of publishers. I think that there is also evidence of harm to end users, for example. I'm not sure if that's also part of your study of welfare effects. So end users, for example, are harmed in both short and long-term there are short and long-term effects on consumers. So one, of course, is hallucinations. There have been studies about how AI chatbots have misattribution problems, broken links, etc., all of which decreases welfare of consumers. There are also, of course, long-term effects. The exit of publishers from the market harms consumers because now they have access to less diversity of original content, poorer quality of content because of the widespread nature of AI slop. There is also some harm. We can also talk about harm of deterioration in the quality of AI models over time. So there was this very interesting paper in the Nature which talked about model collapse or AI cannibalism and how AI models that are trained on synthetic data deteriorate over time. They are likely to hallucinate more, etc. So if publishers exit the market and more content online is AI generated, eventually there will be deterioration in the quality of AI summaries or AI chatbots too. So those are some of the harms. And
yeah, and I'm going to keep piling on onto your question to give you more ideas, but I have the chance of having more time to think about it. So I agree. The first one is like the number of people who can actually make a living on creating content. And at a high level, I think that number is going down, which is not great. The number two is like allocation of value and profits between like the creators and the distributors. I think these economics have completely changed. It used to be that most of the money was going to the news publishers and maybe the newsstand, would get something, but very small value. I think if you look at where the value is going for advertising markets and collection of data, it's clear to me at a high level that the distributors are getting most of that value, and the original creators, who at the end of the day must have the incentives to keep creating and keep innovating on a daily basis, like they have less value to deal with. And the last one on, I think you can look at the cost of access to information, and I know most of this information is freely accessible, but I think it's fairly obvious today in 2026, we all understand that it's not free. Like we pay with our attention, we pay with our data. So we may see more advertising and we may be giving more data. And now there's actually options where we can pay for certain AI agents or certain media streaming platforms and not see advertising. So it tells you a lot about the costs of for the consumers of accessing information. And you can look at the price of subscriptions for news bundles or price of subscriptions. There's more and more subscription products.
One other one, just to build on what you said, it's not only news publishers, but content creators like individuals, influencers, et cetera. I think you could look at what's happening to their ability to monetize because of the ease of creating synthetic content and getting away from, say, just Google and Facebook, but Shine, which is big monopoly in fast fashion, apparently has been using AI to go through and create essentially competing fashion items based on what influencers are doing online. So like it crosses sectors. I think there's a lot of different ways to look at welfare harm.
Other questions?
I have a question regarding whether from industry you see how the AI summary affect the traffic, because I was wondering if assume that the AI summary will reduce the traffic to the content creator. But we all also observe that some company, for instance, in China, we have an app called Red. Basically, they also generate AI summary when you search for some keyword. But personally, I feel like they basically use the AI to generate the opposite goal because they want to increase the traffic for the content provider because that is how they get the profit. So I was wondering whether from industry you see how it affect the traffic, whether you feel like it depends on how this company generate the AI summary, because if AI summary always reduce traffic, then it's kind of in contrast with some company, they also use the AI summary to increase the traffic. So that's my question. Thank you.
And it is a fascinating question and one actually that should be further investigated. So I'll share some high-level views. It depends. I'm a lawyer, so it depends. But in the reality, for certain categories of content like travel, like entertainment, like weather, like it does diminish traffic tremendously. And I think it is because of the intention behind the search or behind the question. Like, are you satisfied with a summary? Yes, you're satisfied that you were just looking for some ideas. And maybe, and again, travel, think about it like the AI tool is bringing something else, not just an article, but like very customized to your own research. And maybe that's even providing additional value. In some other categories, I don't think we see as much like drop in traffic, and the idea that the click-through rate is going to go down may not be true because people who are looking for professional finance information or very like professional information, they actually may click more when they see that information on an AI machine because they want to dig deeper, go further, understand the source, understand the truthfulness of what they're reading. And so it really depends on the intent, and there's not an easy solution. Now, I will tell you, as always with algorithms, it depends also on how you program the algorithms. And so this dynamic changes every 3 months for every AI machine. Like they keep changing, they keep tweaking, like their intentions. Do we want people to dig deeper? Do we want people to stay there? Are we going to sell advertising? Are we going to sell a service? And so that's why it's so complicated. It's like we're testing in real time, and there's so many different categories of content and so many different ways to optimize your AI summary. Because at the end of the day, you tell the machine, optimize for these things, and the machine will.
And I would just add to that another dynamic, which is whether or not a publisher has a deal with an AI platform will affect the visibility. And so, and in general, there's more industry research than there is academic research on traffic referral levels. And obviously we don't have any information from the platforms, and we're not going to believe what they tell us anyways without evidence. But what we understand is that there is overarching drop in traffic for sure. However, when a publisher does show up in generative AI overviews, it can have potentially beneficial traffic impacts. And so then that has implications for publishers, right? So who has deals? Only the biggest publishers. None of the long tail of like local news or, smaller publishers, trade publications, et cetera. Or for example, Reddit, right? Reddit has a deal with Google. It's showing up a lot, which, we could debate whether that's quality information or not, but, that is, so that's had a beneficial impact on traffic. And I think, I don't remember the stats off the top of my head, but I think it's in my paper. So that has had a big impact. So, that also is another factor.
Question over here.
Thank you for a great panel. Maybe a big picture question. How do you imagine a decentralized future for tech, right? What will be the business model? How companies going to make the money? Specifically, how we break the advertising monopoly when the political economy is really against that over and over again.
The bots are going to do everything.
Are we hopeless? It's going to be centralized forever? Because you've been looking at this for a while, right?
Well, I mean, in terms of years, yes, but in terms of like, I think we're going through a revolution of the way we produce and consume content. And the problem, it is happening very fast for the consumers and the businesses. But the reality is like, I mean, you in the room, the academics, it takes so much time to think about what's happening, like for the data, right? I mean, like, it's almost like, I'm sure in 20 years, we're like, that's what was happening. We were moving to a machine-led information ecosystem. No, I mean, I think there will always be value for human-generated content. And there will be pockets of value. And the way you monetize these pockets, whether like subscriptions, very targeted events, advertising, marketing, that I think there will always be a future for that. But in the meantime, the disruption, the journey, I mean, I don't know when it's going to end, but it is going to be a continuation of like a lot of changes. And the pace of the technological changes is like, I mean, for me, and even as a parent, right? It's crazy. Like, I'm like, I don't even know what to do with these algorithms and information and media for my kids. And I work in that space. So like, it's moving super fast and we're just trying to catch up.
I think that if we don't break up the companies and prevent them from, having dominance again in cloud, in, data center production, in, the ability to obtain content, right? Who's licensing content or creating content? It's the biggest companies, and not, maps, like autonomous vehicles, all of this is all intertwined. It's a handful of US or Chinese big tech companies that dominate in pretty much like all of these fields. And yeah, there are startups, but they're all dependent on their clouds, their data centers, their chips, like, the core infrastructure. So we have to deal with that. And what I am worried about is that I'm so glad there's an optimist here. I am concerned that we're going to see tech companies funding journalism or buying news organizations or paying, like Facebook did during the writers' strike, paying actors to create content in order to train their algorithms. And they actually get a dual benefit because there's this one company, AI company, that has created hyper-local newsrooms that use their AI product in order to like get YouTube videos of council meetings and basically do local reporting with their AI. And then they have one editor overseeing multiple newsrooms. So that's a very like low cost, right? You've only got to pay one guy, one, healthcare benefit or whatever. And so then they're also then using the information because there's quality control to then train so they're kind of getting both sides of it. We just heard OpenAI yesterday talk about the importance of local news, which is great. $1 million, per week, I think it was, searches, but I think that was only in the US. They didn't specify. But they're talking now about like partnerships. You cannot have a partnership between a local news organization that maybe like makes $100,000 or even $1 million a year and $500 billion company. That's not a partnership, that's serfdom, right? So I am less optimistic that if we don't break up the power, these companies have trillion-dollar valuations and they're translating that economic power into political power, right? So we have techno-fascism in this country that is going to prevent us from having impactful interventions to actually break up, because there is now an alignment in an even greater way than in the past between the political and economic powers. So I think your question is not only important for the decentralized web, but like the future of democracy. I hope I'm not the last question.
We're going to take one more question, but go ahead, Madhvi, and then we'll come to
Can I
Felix.
be the naive optimist on the panel? I mean, it's really difficult, but the moment of paradigm shift is probably the best moment that one could potentially find for overhauling entrenched economic models and business models. So if we are moving from general search, which is very difficult to undo and had an advertising model which created incentives for Google to keep users on their own properties, and now we're moving to a system where the gateway to the internet might change. It could be AI mode, it could be AI overview or something else. It's renewed opportunity for optimism. We could move to other forms of monetization, and we talked about a few here. And there's a fork in the road. We could very well go down the path that yes, but there's also opportunity because there's clearly change afoot.
Great. I think we have time for one more over here.
Hi. This question is a little addressed to Martin, but whoever has an answer is welcome. I was wondering if you could expound on when you said sort of the fourth question on fair use is an opportunity to, pursue some of these is an opportunity to pursue publisher interest within the context of the legal framework of antitrust in the US. Because when we talk about there being a lack of political will, but not necessarily a lack of potential remedies in the US framework, I think you might get flack from, like, the courts are bound by things like the Google Books case and other precedent. And so I'm wondering how the fourth component of fair use might be an opportunity for publishers to sort of make their case anew.
Well, I think Google Books is a very good place to start. It is an important precedent whereby the court found that because Google Books, in a set of very defined conditions and guardrails, that's the problem. Like, all these copyright decisions are going to be so fact specific. I could tell you, like, another case is going to be different, but the court said because it was essentially allowing discovery in these guardrails that Google had put in place, it was going to be deemed fair use. Like, then you're going to look, if you want to do an economic analysis of what it means, you should look at what is the value that is going to Google and versus what is the value of that discovery for the book publishers. And if you take the same analysis for some of these AI cases, like then you would do like the same analysis. Like, are you getting traffic under the current guardrails, which is a challenge because they change all the time. But under the current guardrails, are you getting traffic or are you going to be replaced? If the platform is saying, come to me and you won't have to click, it's pretty clear to me that the content creator is being replaced. And you can claim Google Books as much as you want. Like Google Books said, when there is discovery under certain guardrails, it might be deemed basically transformative and fair use. That is the analysis, which I think is sort of an economic analysis. And it talks about the incentives of creating content in the first place.
And I would just add to that, because this is the fourth prong of market replacement, was why we decided to do a research into this emerging content license place. And, you know, there are entire like virtual newspapers. There's a ChatGPT shop and many like LLMs that will literally create, you know, generative AI newspapers. So I think that would be great to do more research on, because that seems very important and has shifted since the beginning, you know, since ChatGPT launched. You know, we now have very much more data and a clearer sense of the role that generative AI is playing in market replacement. And I would just say, you know, I mean, maybe precedent matters, but then again, we don't have the right to abortion anymore. So does it?
Why don't we take a moment to thank our panelists? Please join me in thanking our panelists. We're going to take a break and we'll be back at 11:40 for the next panel on international regulatory developments. Right, like, what are you talking about?
so it's always
With a more convenient place to go to the toilet. So it was.
You guys can turn on and off.
hello.
Oh. So, start with good. Good to go. So, good to go. Now we can go. Yeah, everybody's listening. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from the coffee break. Welcome to Georgetown Law. Welcome to the Georgetown Capital Campus. It's always a pleasure to host you here for what I think is already becoming really one of the most important conferences in the antitrust and political economy and competition policy conference circle. It's a very unique place that brings people from all over the world, and we're always very happy to host everybody here at Georgetown. So, Alyssa mentioned in her initial remarks about the change of the political economy framework, the change of the trade framework. You know, there used to be a professor here, Steve Salop, a titan of the field, who used to say, you know, antitrust and trade are the same policies, they're just separated by a border. And so as trade changes in the world, antitrust has to change in the world as well. And so I'm very happy to actually host this panel, International Developments, not only to talk about what's happening outside of the traditional UK, US framework, because there's a lot of exciting things happening, but also because we have people from places around the world talking about what's happening around the world. And I think in these types of conversations, having institutional knowledge is always very important, and having a good understanding of what's happening on the ground is always very important. So starting with disclosures, including my own, I'm Filippo Lancieri. I'm an associate professor of law here at Georgetown. And I received a grant from SEHE, a Brussels think tank, 3 years ago to work on access to data for researchers and for companies in the DMA and DSA framework. The way that we run this panel, we're going to start with Gunn from Berkeley, giving us a small overview of what he's doing, a lot of research trying to map exactly where the developments are around the world. Then we're going to start going down the table and to understand, like, try to pinpoint commonalities and differences between the different regimes. We hope to have a very engaging conversation, and I want everybody ready to jump in with questions and interventions as early as you can. So that's it. I'm going to give you the floor, and please give us a... Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gun. I'm a JSD candidate at UC Berkeley. So I have nothing to disclose. Well, I'll start here. Do I need to go up to the panel? No. Okay. All right. I'll just sit here if it's okay. Yeah. So I'll just start with an overview, and thank you, Filippo, for the starting the session. Like he said, I'm studying something I call the diffusion of digital competition regulations, or the diffusion of DMA-like laws around the globe. And I know it's a increasingly a topic that everyone is interested in. And so the first, I have two slides, but the first picture is a big snapshot of what's going on here. And as we can see, we have current enforced law, of course, the DMA, and we will learn about it more in the next session. But then we also have the UK, Japan, Germany that is ongoing. Then the second grouping of the countries is the draft laws, right? We have active drafts that is just going through public consultation, await for being enforced, for example, like Brazil that we'll hear more about, and then Australia. And then there's also draft that has been pushed out, but it has been withdrawn. So I considered the US several drafts that was put out, but was not successfully passed. India and South Korea, where we have expert here, will talk more about it. And then we also have reports. For me, in my research, I try to simplify and categorize stuff. And for me, South Africa falls under this. Now, if you see in the picture, there's some dark gray countries that I made some notes on it. So there's a lot of maps about this topic, and some maps, and I'm referring to a FT article that was referring to a CEPA article about trying to map all around the world. So they have a bigger scope than me. And the dark gray areas are the countries that it seems like there's some developments to. Maybe they pass a law, maybe they are thinking about it, but because of the categorization, so I haven't focused on it, I haven't checked it myself, so I'll just note it. For example, I come from Thailand. We have a draft law, but now it's more of withdrawn pending further review. So this is the big picture. And then jumping towards the second picture, I think I'll start with, this is where I'm trying to map out what has we been through as we think about DMA-like laws. So basically, I think as you can see there, this is a very simplified timeline. I left out a lot of things, but I hope I can push some information to be a foundation for this discussion. But first is, it's been a long journey. So since the 2020s, I think we have seen expert reports from the UK, EU, the US Stigler report, which state like the debates on this and really happened in the 2020s. And then I think the jurisdictions around the world really picked up in the 2021 and 2022. And I just really want to note that, as you can see in the line there, I was studying. Let me walk back a bit. My apologies. So I tried to collect information from 5 steps. So it's announcement, whether it's like agencies or presidents or politicians who announce whether they want to take on a DMA-like law, a digital regulation. And then the second step is the expert report. So it's very interesting how whenever any countries want to take on this initiative, they'll establish a committee. The third one is draft regulations. And then the fourth one is public consultation and then enforcement. So I try to categorize, simplify stuff here. As you can see, the first point I want to point out is that in around 2021, it's very interesting because there seems to be an alignment in major jurisdiction. EU was thinking about the DMA, drafting the DMA. In US, there were the bills in Congress. And actually in China, there was like a super platform guidelines which popped up. And as you can see, some of the countries who were doing expert report or reviewing countries around the world were saying that like, oh, there's some alignment, there's some development. Of course, the US case and even the China case, those guidelines or those laws didn't materialize, but the world moved on. And as you can see in 2024, I think every country kind of had their own thing going on. And a big part when I present my research is like, why is the quick adoption? What's so special about it? Of course, we talked about the Brussels effects, and I won't go into details, but I think there are other reasons. For example, what is about the template of the DMA, which offers kind of a detailed but adaptable template. So jurisdiction was taking on and kind of customizing it on their own. There were some of the appeals of the objectives, the contestability and fairness, which resonate with a lot of jurisdictions. And there was an appeal of self-executing rules, right? If we follow DMA in the beginning, that was the main appeal. And to be frank, there was not much a competing template at the time. So when there was the DMA and the UK, the Japanese was just still budding up. But now for the myth of like the self-executing myth or a belief and the template, competing template, I think we're seeing more that is coming up. I will just talk a bit more about this graph and I will end very soon. But basically for me, in my research, I think the first top 4 country is, I use the EU DMA as a baseline model. So of course we have the core platform service and the obligations that they've set out in the DMA. And of course I categorize the UK model, the Japan model, or the Australian model as a more narrow approach. So of course they have their own destination rules and their own scopes of the sections. And Australia is a unique jurisdiction who took on a 5-year-long research project at producing expert report, conducting market studies. And then for the bottom 3-4 country, I think I categorize them as taking a more broader approach. And our panels will correct me how wrong I am, but they took on a more broader multi-sector, similar to the European Union approach. And interestingly, these jurisdictions has withdrawn or has faced some resistance, and some of them are rethinking their laws. Lastly, I'll just say this. So we talked about, in the debates, we will talk about how what's the best model for each country. I want to shift the attention to this point. I think I'm interested in customization trends, what the trends of countries have been adopting. I argue that there's a lower destination threshold. So everyone, of course, has a smaller market than the EU. So to capture the gatekeeper, they're lowering down their thresholds. We see that across the board. There's some selective obligations. So countries are talking to each other and see which obligation we choose. Some people copy the DMA, some people take some out. And then some people are very clear, for example, that they want to tackle certain jurisdiction. Their expert reports show the market study of smartphones, the sectors. So it was very clear from the start of the expert report and what they do and where the law was going. But these customizations really head to what I think is our discussion here about the political economy. So the lines you draw in the design choice you make will kind of create the correlation in the legislative process. We know that in the European Union, we draw a line about the gatekeepers, and then there's supporters of the DMA, who is also very wide, civil society, startups. But in other countries, the choice they make may draw different lines. And we've been having discussion about what role of startups in each country, where do they stand? And the second one that I just want to point out is like the international engagement. So, because I looked at a public consultation process, we see diverse stakeholders participating, domestic, international. And I think it was in the Brazilian case where I think it was innovation of how the report mapped who was the stakeholders, and there was more international stakeholders who participate in the public consultation more than Brazilian companies. And we see different transparency, different way of presenting information about that. So I'll stop here first, and I have a little bit more on the second phase, the US, but I think I'll leave it to the next round.
That's perfect. Thank you. I think when you're preparing this panel, it was a very interesting conversation to just understand how much are the DMA and the UK, the MCCA model, really like the thresholds under which countries are building, how much are they adapting, and when they're adapting, what are they adapting? What is the focus of the adaptation, right? What are the local, national drivers that lead to this kind of transitions? So now I'll pass the word to Vikas from BML Mundial University. So Vikas, how do you see the separation? Do you think from the Indian perspective as being active, do you see the separation between the DMCA and the DMA models as like good ways of thinking about these regimes? And then in particular, how has competition enforcement continued in parallel? And what are the local drivers? Like, what are the markets that are the most concerned, the most concentrated? And who are the players pushing for these national reforms at the local level? Great to hear any thoughts here.
Yeah, thank you, Filippo. Thank you for having me here. 2 disclosures. First, no conflicts of interest. Second, I'm super jet lagged. I'll try to say something meaningful. Okay. On that note, I'll take up the first question. Like, we have 2 models as of now, DMA, DMCC. So basically, these 2 models, they are trying to approach the same mischief. The market is concentrated. These gatekeepers, they have market power in their specific context. The context is important, right? Economies of scale, economies of scope, the markets are tippy. And these platforms are big, and they become entry points, the bottleneck points for both business users and for consumers. Okay, you need to do something about it. There is a kind of market failure. How you do is becomes very important. Now, the DMA, Article 3.1 of the DMA defines, what the problem is, and then 3.2 has the quantitative thresholds, and then comes the qualitative threshold. So basically, it's the designation thing. Now, when you look at the DMCC, it is approaching the same kind of evil. However, the designation is important because at the stage of designation, the power has been given to the regulator to first look at the qualitative features and the quantitative features in conjunctions. So as a regulator, I have to identify economies of scale, economies of scope, network effects. I have to prove my case. I have to build my case. Now, this is a problem for developing countries and in general as well, because we don't have the resources. Remember why we enacted an ex-ante regulation, because the markets are tippy. We can't be sitting on it for a long time, right? So while you designate someone, the horses have already bolted if you get into the qualitative criteria. And second, it's enormously expensive, especially for resource-constrained regulators to prove their cases, right? Because the burden of proof is on you. And only then it goes on to the defendant. That's the first thing. The second thing is that once you have identified gatekeepers, then you also need to identify the kind of conduct that they need to tweak, they need to adhere to. Now, DMA is a set of rules, not principles, right? Rules versus principles, we know the trade-offs very well. So DMA just tells you that, look, if you are a gatekeeper, you have to do this, and you do not have to do this. Article 6, 7, the conduct requirements. But when it comes to DMCC says that, okay, no, you have to make rules. You have to lay down the criteria for each gatekeeper separately. Now, once again, it's super resource intensive for a country like India. Of course, we are fourth largest economy, but the regulatory system is not so mature. The institutions are very important, and institutional reality dictates that be mindful of the reality. So what this means that we opted for the DMA kind of framework with minor tweaks. Now, why this is a problem in general is that eventually the idea is to pull the gatekeepers, those who have market power, to the table, to the negotiation table, so that they can mind their business, mind their conduct. These negotiations, however, happen in the shadow of law. If you have a law which can always be questioned, which can be dragged into the judicial system forever, then I'm afraid that it does not cast strong shadow. You can have negotiations there. So that's why I'm a bit skeptical about the DMCC version. I'm sorry, the Brazilians have oscillated towards the DMCC from the DMA, but I'm sure you have your own reasons. Perhaps you will throw light on that. The second part is, what are the factors driving the discussion on ex-ante regulation in India? So India, I think the need and the demand was quite homegrown. We had startups, they were at the receiving end of self-preferencing practices, other kind of practices, deplatformation practices. And the Competition Commission of India, I worked with the Competition Commission of India. It's a strong body. Of course, it does not have the kind of resources that requires you to enforce competition law in digital market, but it tried its best with the ex post rule. It realized that the tool was blunt. It was not, first, it was not quick. Second, in some cases, the defendant was just not dominant in the ex post sense. So they could do nothing. They approached the government and said that, look, give us a new tool. So this was the demand, homegrown demand, which propelled the government to come up with the committee, and the committee suggested something on the lines of digital competition bill.
And just so what were the most affected sectors? Like what exactly were, like, is it like, think about the big gatekeepers, Amazon, Google, well, like, was it like mostly in like the e-commerce market? Was it in the app store? So like what, this enforcement that you think failed in what areas in particular?
It was everywhere. Look, we are strong digital market. So we had problems with Google self-preferencing. We had problems with pre-installation of the Google suite. We had problems with the ride-hailing services, Uber. We have a competitor to Uber, Ola. So it's a duopoly, right? We had problems with their pricing practices. We have problem with most favored nation clauses. And then I have a story like Amazon self-preferencing. It came up with own white label brand of shirts, and it threw the main, the business it was hosting on its first page to page number 3 after having copied its product. But the Competition Commission of India took a suo motu cognizance, but could not proceed with the case because Amazon in India is not dominant, unlike the European Union. Because we have, again, a local competitor to Amazon, which is Flipkart. So what do? We do nothing. So Competition Commission of India could not proceed ahead with the case. So just like Europe, in India, we have problems. We have faced problems in almost every vertical of the digital market.
Thank you. That's fascinating. I'll move now to Camila. Camila is both a commissioner at CADE, the Brazilian Competition Authority, and a professor of economics at one of the best universities in Brazil. So Camila, tell us a little bit about this Brazilian new model, right? That's emerging after a lot of discussion, I think, and presented well, and you've been participating in the debate. So how do you see it connecting to the international models? And what were the local drivers that are kind of pushing this process forward or backwards? We're going to talk more about it later.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Filippo, for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be here. By way of disclosure, well, I am now a commissioner at CADI, so no disclosure by now. And before, I have not acted as an expert in digital cases and have not been engaged in any research funded by digital companies or by related institutes, so no disclosure to get. Well, in Brazil, we are still at the legislative stage, and the executive has sent the bill for 2006-7525 to Congress. And what the bill does is amend Brazil's competition law to create a digital market superintendents within CADE, the Brazilian authority, antitrust authority. And the bill explicitly states that CADE's actions in digital market are guided by 3 objectives. So we are putting in force in reducing barriers to entry, protecting the competitive process, and promoting freedom of choice. So different objectives from the antitrust law. And it also sets out a formal process to designate systemically relevant digital, why we are calling gatekeepers, difficult way to call gatekeepers, but we are going to do that, and to impose special obligations on those designated firms. So yes, we are going into kind of a hybrid model. It's not a straightforward DMA transplant, and it's not a pure UK style supervisory regime either. It, of course, aligns with DMA in the basic diagnosis that in digital ecosystem, case-by-case enforcement alone can be structurally late, all the things that we already know, and that logic sits at the core of the early intellectual foundations for ex-ante digital regimes, including, of course, the Furman Review and the Special Advisors Report to the European Commission, of course. And at the same time, the Brazilian bill learns toward the DMCC philosophy, as it was mentioned before. Instead, in a way of its operational posture. So instead of a fully standardized rulebook, it emphasizes designation plus calibration. It combines quantitative triggers with a qualitative assessment of ecosystem power and enables obligations that can be tailored to competitive bottlenecks at issue. So in other words, it moves towards a more administrative and iterative model of competition governance, closer to the UK's idea of addressing platform power through an ongoing supervisory relationship rather than a single shot infringement model. So I believe that the headline is that Brazil is legislating an institutional bridge, an ex-ante layer inside the competition authority, designed to run in parallel with classic antitrust, aiming to make enforcement more forward-looking, where market dynamics are path-dependent and remedies need to be right before the market locks in. Yeah.
Thank you. And just building on that, so one of the things I find fascinating, I'm Brazilian, so full disclosure on that part. But when I work in private practice in Brazil, CADE runs a lot of monopolization cases, right? So like when I worked for like 5 years as a lawyer, I think I worked in like 15 investigations. I'm not joking. And then you look at the context of the US, or the US hasn't run a Section 2 case other than 5 years ago for like 40 years, basically, other than Microsoft. It's fascinating to see this theoretical discussion of like, how do you see the competition policy moving together with the regulation policy, really in a context where this is actually happening on the ground. And so from your experience with like, what are the sectors that CADE is the most active? It has actually been issuing preliminary injunctions. Everything that people ask, that want competition authorities to do more, CADE has actually been doing for some time now. Do you think there is this diagnosis that this system has ultimately not delivered on the ground, and this triggered this reaction to the more DMA style or the MCC style system, or how did it come about?
I think that the most reason for us to choose for the UK model is to be able to prioritize. So I think that on the key topics, the Brazilian digital case and remedy negotiations have clustered around issues that look very familiar internationally, especially in app stores and mobile ecosystems. And the recurring themes include non-discrimination and ranking, and including how visibility and prioritization are shaped inside platforms, more transparency for business user about how offers are displayed and or prioritized, limits or certain form of self-preference and time, and in some instance, measures aimed at reducing switching frictions or enabling competing technical solution to operate on fair terms. Well, I don't know if it answer your questions.
Yeah, but I feel like it's this notion that, like, all these attempts ultimately failed in delivering, and this was a trigger for the regulation, or not yet. It's just too early to have an assessment. Because I think part of this big discussion is like, competition policy could not really deliver on the ground. We heard this from different people, and this is what motivating the switch. I wonder if, like, how do you see that after years of enforcement? Now, CADE has been running investigations for many years now and actually adopting remedies.
Yeah, for sure, the remedies are important and to be adopted, but we are still in the same page that we need an ex-ante complementary to do the right job as we want to, because the investigations and the remedies are slow and not in the path and the speed that it should be. And also, we had an early, very recent experience of making a settlement in the Apple case, for example, and we are certainly sure that we're not able to replicate this for all the cases, because it's quite impossible. It's a lot of effort, so ex-ante structure is necessary to deal with that.
Very interesting. It's interesting to see the resources always coming about as the triggers here, right? And so we move now to Sun-Jun, who is based at Kyoto University and is from South Korea. So it's like a great merge between what's happening in Korea and in Japan. So what's happening is your view on the ground in terms of the proposed changes, and what are the key triggers and local drivers that are impacting this regulatory discussions?
Thank you, Filippo. Thank you for having me, and I'm really thrilled to share the Japan's and Korea's situations before you. And when it comes to digital platform regulation, first I want to make it clear that it's my textbook perception, though competition regulation can be justified when the market mechanism doesn't work and the competition law doesn't work. And then so as a complementary tool, the competition regulation can be introduced. That's my basic perception. But Korea and Japan situation, from my perspective, is quite different. But nevertheless, those two jurisdictions, well, in the early 2020, tried to follow European Union's DMA initiative. So it was really, from my perspective, it was really problematic because, okay, let's say, it depends on your perspective, whether the market works or not. So let's just say the Korean market and Japanese market, those two markets are also suffering the same concerns and problems. But I would like to share this fact that Korean and Japanese competition rules have different, very distinct tool sets, which is called unfair trading practices. It historically originated from the unfair method of competition of the United States Fair Trading. Section 5, right? But it is really used in a really different way. So the KEFTC and JEFTC can sanction any practices, technically any practices, abuse without dominance, and then, exclusive dealing without market power. So they already have these tools. So they have used these tools to sanction many practices, and then by large or powerful firms. So, but for some reasons, I would say that in early 2020, the policymakers may have thought that, there is a global trend that we need ex-ante regulation, so we don't want to lag behind. and we don't need to be left behind. So we also need excellent regulation. So, of course, I'm not sticking up for well, deregulation stories or we need a free market, but in this sense, the whole story was really.
But how do you think they differ on the ground? Try to be a bit more specific. What investigations they were running, and how do you think that? Because, for example, Korea has a lot of Korean-grown platforms, right? That make this. So, to explain us a little bit more of the local, like very specific context.
The market realities.
Yeah.
Well, I personally believe that Korean market is quite competitive. For example, there was a case about self-preferencing. And then it was out right after the Google Shopping decision was out. So, which means that the KFTC followed the European Commission's approach. But the thing is that the case name was not Google Shopping; it was Naver Shopping, which means that Naver was dominant company in Korea. It was fighting against Google. But anyways, the KFTC wanted to make a. Okay, no one get offended. Okay, the KFTC wanted to create a Google Shopping case, like Google-like shopping case, or Google Shopping-like case. So it created Naver Shopping case. So it promoted a lot. Okay, we also have self-preferencing case. So, and many scholars were really upset about the outcomes because sanctioning some company, can be a tool to promote enforcers' capability. So anyways, yeah, let's put this issue aside. But anyways, yeah, okay. I'm sorry if I feel also really super jet lag as well. So we call it this a jet lag. So
no, this is great.
This
is great. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, don't get surprised if I suddenly start speaking in Korean, but just let me know. Anyways, yes, the market realities. Yeah, this shows that the current market is quite competitive. And then, unfortunately, after this sanction, and the Naver started to lose their market share, and the Google is now dominant. So it's a ridiculous situation. So, anyways, yeah, and then e-commerce market. There is a company called Coupang, and it is also fighting against Amazon. Actually, Amazon failed in Korean market, and then we are using. A different chatting app, and which is called Kakao, and it's a really super dominant app. So yeah,
it's interesting to see that at least in some places this enforcement change market realities, maybe not exactly in the direction that makes some markets more competitive in some ways. So let's move a little bit more to the political economy behind it. I think is one of the triggers of this panel as well, right? So Gan, you mentioned that you're integrating kind of like these local pressures and the strategies of gatekeepers fighting back. Have you seen are they really always the same? How do they differ? What is the importance of like local pressure groups? What thoughts do you have on that?
Yeah, so I think I'm very interested in you mentioned like how the coalition forms in like pushing for the laws, right? I think for me it's about how so for me in the DMA I'll use the DMA as like a baseline point. I think it's very clear that the gatekeepers, and although the gatekeepers on the one side and then the civil society and on the other side, but then in other countries, I think what I've been observing from like these public consultation is that it doesn't the pros and cons shifts into different lines. But just for example, and please correct me in each jurisdiction, like for India, right? Their report was very interesting for me. So when the report came out, they had like a summary of comments that they gave out, and they list two groups of people: the big techs, and they were all against the law, with some people saying like yes, but with some nuance. But it's very interesting how the India report framed that, because of course, when you submit something, it's probably like a lot of reasons, very long, but they summarize it in one box. And then the other box was the associations. So every association was like support of like this law, like the trade association, travel association, like the SME. So it's like the domestic association representing like the smaller business side. But then when the report came out, I think it went into the wild. And then I think there were debates about the startup community that we were talking, you can explain more, but the startups kind of broke into two groups, and there were debates on this. So I guess for me, to just summarize this part is that I think I see some groups that doesn't fall along the line, and they kind of have some new debates that we don't see in what we are familiar with. So that's one point that is interesting for me in the India case. And for example, South Korea, like you said, there's a lot of Korean text there, and I think it's only one of the few jurisdiction that maybe if we set a gatekeeper rule, there'll be a lot of Korean text in there. And for example, when I studied the Korean case, the New York Times was very clear that it was the local platform that led the charge on pushing back against this, and was quite successfully. And there were some dynamics about elections is coming up, and there was the president had a position on tackling, being tougher on big tech in the South Korean case. But then there's also reports on, in the New York Times report saying that the smaller business was very afraid of passing the costs down from the gatekeepers. So these are very hard to capture, but it's in reports, and it's in how each jurisdiction frames their kind of public consultation. Yeah. And just one last point. I think because Australia is also an interesting point because they've been doing public consultation for the past 5 years on each market. I highly recommend their last report, March 2025, I think. And they try to weave in the narratives about, we have all these smaller techs who's trying to contribute to the discussion and how they found that there's change in market realities. So I think the more, I think newer reports and newer public consultation are being more robust. And I think we can learn a lot from each other, and we're seeing a lot of interesting dynamic there.
Because jump in, so to tell us what were the pressure points in India, and in particular, what strategies were the big tech companies using for lobbying and to try to prevent, how is this happening on the ground, and what has been the role of civil society there?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part. Look, with regulation, a regulation happens only when there is a demand for it, right? If there is no demand for regulation, policymakers, the legislator will never enact because there is cost. Now, when you look at India, as I said, that the demand for an ex-ante regulation was homegrown. How was it tackled? So one criticism of our DMA kind of bill was that the thresholds were very low. Now, this is something which one needs to take very positively. Even pro-regulation people like I am, we can discuss it. We can peg it against the entire economy or digital economy. That's a valid criticism. However, the criticism is general in nature that it's going to chill investment and innovation. Now, this is something very serious. How it does it, nobody knows, right? So entire startup community got divided into two parts. First part, it was supporting legislation. The second part, which was against legislation. And that was the main fear, that the thresholds are very low, it's going to chill innovation. But beyond that, there is no greater, deeper discussion as to how it happens. And so far as the second community is concerned, it is again very interesting. Most of them are dependent upon these gatekeepers, platforms, and their interaction is not one-off. It's a repeated interaction. So you don't want to sue the platform on which you are dependent and also go to them to use them, right? So it's sort of like an arm twisting tactic, like you support us and we are going to behave in a particular way.
Howard Chelansky, another professor here, once gave a keynote in Brazil, and he said, the definition of an ecosystem is that you can bring your complementers to your defense when you're under attack. I think this connects tomorrow to the debate that Fiona and Ioannis will have as one of the best way to define an ecosystem in and of itself. And so tell us a little bit more about the role of civil society there as well, right? Because in a way, you would expect that, how is the academic community reacting and the other NGOs world, and how is this connecting to the debate or actually framing the conversation in any way? So how do you see that?
No, this is the dirty part. Look, economics is one thing, but once in a while, we academics have to, don the hat of activist as well, because there is a huge money and most of the think tanks are compromised, right? I say this not because I feel like, but because of the reports they came up with. The methodology was questionable. I wrote on it, right? And they were cross-citing each other. There is little evidence aside from general comments. And this is how they create the halo of academic literature. But it is not there's nothing academic about it. So, you know, we are up against huge forces. And there are small consultancies, small think tanks, which are promoting the interest of consumers, but they do not have the kind of say that these big consultancies have. So that's why, like, you know, the academic community, Ascola, has a greater role to play in developing countries and all the other jurisdictions which are in the process of enacting ex-ante regulation.
Interesting, fascinating. So Camila, tell us a little bit more about Brazil, right? So how is why now, you think, you know, why is this coming about now? What were the main triggers, and how do you see the same dynamics, you know, of like Brazilian NGOs engaging the academic community and the pressures that CADE is receiving from different dimensions into trying to pass this bill and make it into reality?
Yeah, I think that we're going to similar challenges. I mean, you can see few recurring moves. So we do have the first move that is agenda framing, like arguments that the existing framework is sufficient and that ex-ante layer could chill innovation or raise compliance cost. We do have also the procedure thickening, multiplying checkpoints, like impact studies, pilots, carve-outs, phased implementation. That may be defensible individually, but that cumulatively tend to stretch timelines and narrow obligations. And we do have a third way of doing there right now, this kind of forum shifting, like attempting to relabel the core discussion as telecom, consumer protection, data protection, or industrial policy, which can fragment coalitions and dilute the contestability objective. These are the possible strategies. At the legal constitutional point as well, pushing for highly formalistic triggers and constrained discretion, partly by invoking risks of overbreadth and capture. So these are hypotheses about incentives and tactics, not a claim that any single firm is doing all of them. It's also important to note that the public debate has not been one-sided. There are some multi-stakeholder internet governance bodies and digital rights civil society coalition have issued public notes broadly supportive of the proposal rationality, and even when they also call for improvements, of course, or more careful design. And finally, some actors have engaged less through explicit endorsement and more through convening and information dissemination, for example, in events on the regulatory agenda or through explanatory material that situates the view. I think that the dynamic so far is stretching the process and pressing for narrower, more litigation-proof obligations, and while a full delegitimization of the underlying premise appears harder in Brazil, given the persistent dependence complaints in ecosystem settings and also at the institutional credibility of CADE's techno tradition. But one thing that is important to mention, I think, is that in Brazil, we do need still we need development on academics works that are independent and more connected, academia, public, and private, and I mean, in a way that we can have a more fruitful debate.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like people sometimes mix in this discussion the separation between having actual engagement, which I think is mostly welcome, and having transparent, faithful interlocutors, right? I think that's a big difference that people try to merge together. You know, it's totally normal for companies to push their message and try to operate and try to shape legislation. This is a bigger problem when they're doing this for incredibly shadowy ways, right? Someone reached out to me from one of the big techs and said, you know, I do want to say something about the Brazilian DMA. We don't have to pay you directly. We can pay you through an association, so you don't need to disclose. I'm not joking. This happened a month and a half ago. And I was like, it's not exactly how we should do things, you know, and that's actually pretty bad. But I feel like seeing these strategies play out in different parts of the world and seeing them repeating themselves, I think makes discussions that we have here around disclosure, transparency even more important. So I don't know if you want to add anything or yeah. No, okay. So Sanjun, tell us a little bit more about these dynamics there in Korea and Japan, you know, because I think there the dynamics are very different in many ways. And I don't know if the countries are even more exposed to this turn towards gunboat diplomacy, you know, countries that are so dependent on the US on like security and trade. How has this framed the conversations with the different windows that we had over time? You know, if you go back to Gunn's message, you know, it's interesting that they kind of all dropping out more recently.
So including the US pressure? I mean, you mean that you just mentioned the gunboat?
Jump in and then we'll complement.
Well, Korea and Japan's situation, those two jurisdictions show really big differences. I mean, Korea, for example, Korea, well, in the previous question, you asked me who were or what were the main drivers of the platform regulations initiatives, and then I would answer to that question that, well, oh, yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you. Louder, okay. I would say, well, Google and Apple, for example, I mean, I heard that they lobbied a lot. They put a lot of energies into this issue to push back against the platform regulatory initiatives. But I want to also emphasize that in Korean or perhaps in many Asian countries, I mean, the bureaucrats are also they are also heavily lobbying to get more regulations and regulated powers. And then it was really obvious in this case. I mean, Korea, for example, the KEFTC wanted to have a platform regulation, but KCC, the Korea Communication Authority, intervened, and this should be mine. And then they showed a really serious conflict between each other. And then because of the conflict, it ended up failure. The first attempt ended up in failure because of this internal conflict between the agencies. And then the second attempt, which modeled on DMA more closely, which was called a Competition Promotion Act. And then, yeah, this was much better. I mean, there were no conflicts between agencies, but it showed a really serious pushback from the public. It was really surprising that even startups in Korea really against government initiatives to protect them. It was very interesting because many businesses were really afraid of spending of government power. Because in Korean context, the government has already really strong power, and then the government doesn't want to lose their tight grip over private companies. So in that sense, the power game between the two different camps shaped the whole discussions in Korea. That's my perception. And for now, yeah, there is a company which is listed on New York stock market, but its main business area is Korea and then Taiwan, and it's also expanding its business to Japan. And then this company is sometimes called Amazon of Korea. Of course, it is competing with Amazon, but anyways, this is quite not very, it doesn't hold really entrenched dominance, but anyways, it's a really powerful company in Korea. But the thing is that it recently it suffered, it experienced a really huge, massive data breach. And then there were many antitrust cases ongoing, but the public was really upset about the data leak and then what the KEFTC is doing. Oh, really? Because it's Data Protection Authority's job. But anyways, yeah, you have to do something against this company. And okay, let's do something. But the thing is that the Coupang, this company, went to the Trump administration and that, oh, this Korean government is treating me very harshly and in a really discriminatory way. And then I heard that today morning, and thanks to Hae-yoon, I learned that the Congress is now really, this Congress shows a really big interest in this case. So it is now triggering another gunboat, yeah, as you put it, pressure on the Korean platform regulatory discourse.
No, thank you. So I'll open for questions. Just ask one more quick question, then I open. I think there's a lot of people want to intervene. So we're very close to Congress, right? We can go down that road, I guess. And we had a congressional hearing, let's call it like this, a couple of months ago, I guess a month and a bit ago, with the usual, I mean, there was Roger Alford there, who was a serious guy, and then a lot of the usual cronies like the International Center for Law and Economics and people like that, basically just saying, you know, like, this is all anti-American regulation. Do you agree? Like, is this your view on the ground that all these discussions are basically like, you know, anti-American antitrust? Or is really like, this is really not a good way of framing it? And I think we can, let's go down like this, start with Vikas, and then Gun, you can give the opinion of the other jurisdictions that are not here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. Like, if you look at the ex post antitrust and its adoption, so many times it came as a package, part of the loan that developing countries would take from World Bank, International Monetary Fund, because it was in the interest of developed countries to have this level playing field. The developing countries, sometimes the criticism was it's like giving competition law to developing countries, like giving a silk tie to a poor man. But the economics justified it that, you know, level playing field is good even for local groups, local startups, local companies, right? So you attain some kind of a scale and you are competing with big people on the level playing field, it is good. So that's why you saw massive adoption, but you cannot dismiss or discount the role that IMF and World Bank played. But when it comes to ex ante, there is nothing like that. There is no push coming from outside, rather there is a pull. Like, you know, the trade negotiations, what happened in India, one of the theories is that it was pulled back, it was put on the ice because trade negotiations were going on. It was very difficult times, and India withdrew it just to give a sense that, look, we are not anti-big tech, we are not anti-America. Now, if I look at the Indian reality, as I have said, that certain Indian companies, certain Indian markets, they are not dominated by American big tech firms. Like, say, for example, e-commerce, it's a duopoly. Amazon is competing with Flipkart. They have the market share around 34, 33% each. Now, if we come up with something, the Indian startup would be, you know, it would be applicable against the Indian startup as well. Likewise, ride-hailing services. Uber is not the dominant firm. Uber is competing with the local startup. So I think if you just scratch it, you see that, you know, the law is applicable to everybody, including the Indian firms. It's just that the fear mongering does not take that into account.
Thank you, Sanjay. What do you think? Do you think that the Korean and Japanese developments are anti-American antitrust or not?
No, not at all. And of course, well, I mean, in the previous question, I forgot to mention about Japan because I was too focused on Korea. I'm sorry, but Japan, I mean, it was a really interesting case. Japan, I mean, introduced already a Smartphone Act. Okay, I will. And then Japan introduced a regulation. It was targeting Google and Apple, the Smartphone Act. But it was just surprising that the United States Trade Representative was not showed any objection to that. I heard that because app developers from the United States, they also lobbied a lot to the United States Trade Representative and the Japan's government, and then USTR realized that, oh my gosh, it may benefit another different side of United States firms. So it was really interesting. So lobby is not very simple. So that's what I want to add to the previous talk. And then when it comes to the anti-American argument, right? And I don't believe that. Well, I don't. Well, United. Well, it's really okay to repeatedly mention the United States. What the Trump say? Of course, sorry, but yeah. then a certain jurisdiction, I don't know, but anyways, the United States, the pressure, external pressure, is, to my sense, is based on the perception that the United States companies are treated in a really discriminatory way, right? And then, that may be the main the rationale of the anti-American argument. But I really don't agree with that perception because, for example, in Korea, the domestic firms are subject to much more heavier regulation. So I believe that the foreign companies active in Korea, they are benefiting from this asymmetric regulatory environment. And then also in Japan's context, well, I should be really careful because I'm still learning about the Japan's context. Well, but as I just mentioned earlier, Apple and the Smartphone Act is targeting Google and Apple, but it also benefits other United States app developers like Epic Games or Tinder. So I think it's a really misguided perception. I mean,
Camila, is anti-American antitrust in Brazil as well? Or?
No, for sure. And the clean way to say that it's the trigger is market power and gatekeeping function and not nationality. And if you look at the intellectual principle applied, it's not an American either. I mean, we are going to a very transnational debate, US scholarships and on platforms and market structure, US agents and state enforcement experience, global discussions in places like the OECD. So I think that the disagreement is mainly about institutional design and burden of intervention, and of course, not about targeting a country.
Thank you. Gam, final thoughts, then we open up for questions. Yeah.
Yes. On this topic, I think I was trying to reconstruct my data from the U.S. side. So I think at the highest level, when the new administration came in, it came in with a presidential memorandum about defending American companies and innovator from overseas extortion. So there's this one guiding document that really put in the language of being a tax or being discriminated against U.S. Companies, right? And it's very interesting. With that as the highest level document, it trickled down from high level officials saying or talking about digital regulations being discriminatory. But then when you look at the writings, so one of the earlier reports was the USTR National Trade Estimate Report on foreign trade barriers. So it's an annual report that says what is foreign trade barriers. And what is interesting is the report singled out the DMA and then South Korea case, even though they acknowledge that, oh, the South Korean proposed law might be capturing some Korean companies, but we still think this is foreign trade barriers. But interestingly, Japan and the UK case was not mentioned in that report. Maybe it's an uneven attention. Maybe it was very early, so we didn't have a very good understanding. So that was the early phase. Now the later stage is all these tariff deals they mentioned. I know that in other areas of digital regulations, there's these deals or commitment that two countries enter into each other, and they will have some commitments on data localization or digital tax. And of course, this is a game. Some people will say, oh, we will have non-discriminatory commitments. But I don't see very clear evidence about how saying that digital regulations are being targeted on that level yet. But the last level is, I think now whenever there's some developments, commentaries will kind of point out to the risks of, oh, you're going to invoke the anti-American pushback, and you need to be aware of investment, or not just competition, but the wider investment, which I think is a priority for a lot of countries in this new age of AI cloud investment. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we get some questions from the room? I'm sure people want to interview. Let's get two, and then we can please hear you.
I think we're a little short on time, so we'll start here with Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Hi, quick disclosure. Until a few weeks ago, I was an economist inside CMA, so I spent a lot of time thinking about digital regulation and digital antitrust. So my question is that if we go back to 2019 and the Furman report and the Sigler report and the Kramer report and look at the ambition in those reports and look at where we are now, we're nowhere near dealing with that ambition. I'm really happy at one level that people think the DMCC approach is a good approach, but it does seem to take a long time and we're not actually getting very much out of it. So my question to the panel is, do you think that the regulations in the various countries are actually going to move the dial? And if so, over what time period they are? And if you don't think they're going to move the dial, what should we be doing instead?
Okay, let's get one more and then we move back to the panel. And I think they had a hand here quite for a while. Oh, here. Xander, in front here.
The European Commission is the only and exclusive enforcer of the DMA in the European Union. And at the same time, the European Commission is also a highly political actor, right? So we end up having one desk where, having to strike a trade deal with the Trump administration lands and enforcing the DMA against these companies that the administration seems protecting. Sort of they fall on the same desk, and sort of these trade-off concepts and trade-off problems have really sort of had an impact on DMA enforcement. And I was wondering to what extent you have made other experiences in enforcement authorities, how political they need to be in order to be able to have power and move the dial, but also how unpolitical they need to be and how independent they need to be from other political considerations in order to also move the dial forward. Thank you.
So, anyone wants to start? Camila, go ahead.
Starting from the end, I think that probably the way of doing that, well, thinking forward, because we don't have the law yet, but it's thinking about cooperation. I mean, it's going to be necessary to be a very intense cooperation between CADI and the other regulatory and other government institutions to get into all the details that we need to put the law forward. Yeah. And I mean, CADI is independent, so I do believe that this is going to work. But well, we need to think it.
What about timelines? I think Mike's question. How imagine the law passes the next 6 months. How long would you expect to see actually any impact on the ground? You have the pen. It was a real question. Like if someone there will have the pen to try to change market reality. So like, what would be the best? I ask any of you. Like imagine the regimes pass. What is the timeline? Yeah.
Well, it's going to be difficult, right? So there are certain realities which you need to keep in mind. First, you are trying to regulate people who have super deep pockets. They're going to challenge you at every stage, right? You have the judiciary, which is generalist in nature. Like I come from a common law country. You can challenge the designation, you can challenge the fine, you can challenge the conducts, right? But there is no other way. That's the only way we can do it. It's going to take a lot of time, but I wish there was any other way to make sure that the markets are more efficient. Yeah. And the second thing is that, like, a competition culture takes some time to build, like in every country. Many times, like firms inadvertently flout the law. There is a competition compliance program. They get to know the precedents. They come up and people realize that, okay, this is something which is green, which is red. So, and in the specific context of ex ante, it's going to take even longer. I can't put a finger on a particular number. You can see that from the experiences in the European Union, the DMA is going to be extremely, extremely difficult. And that brings to the final point of cooperation among agencies, which is very, very important. I was working on a project like the Uzbek government. They wanted to come up with ex ante regulation. They have come up with ex ante regulation. They just wanted to fine tune it. So we were talking about the economics of ex ante, like why it's important or not. And the guy who was there, he said that we understand the economics. We know it's super useful. It's important for our development. But the moment I go to regulate them, Meta says that, look, if you touch me, I'm going to leave your country. I'm telling you the reality, and they try to do it with some, sorry? Yeah. Yeah. So, and they try to do it with some African country as well. Now, like, imagine if there is a group of countries which comes together, I don't know how, it would be easy to, put your combined weight against these countries. And that's why, like, regional agreements are far more useful than ever before.
In a way, I think it's interesting to think of these processes of exportation as really building this coalition from the ground up rather than bottom down. I think answering a little bit Mike's question, for me, what I find fascinating is how much the DMA has actually changed the conversation in Europe from liability to remedies. Like if you see the Google shopping decision, it was like 220 something pages and the remedy is 2 pages. Now it's all about what's changing the reality on the ground. And so for me, that's a huge win if it's not really hasn't moved the needle. I think we have time for 2 more questions and then we close. So final here, I think there's one over there for Yunkin and one there in the back from Johannes. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm a policy person and I'm very much interested in the geopolitical implications of the regulations, and I closely follow the South Korea's case. And I think it's really sad that all these regulatory efforts are just seen, especially by Washington, as like non-tariff trade barriers. And that's what we're experiencing today. And I was just curious that, let's say, for example, that all the legislations that's been presented, that's still under discussion or that's been passed or that's hanging, let's assume that that all passed. For example, the case of Korea, the online platform regulation passes the South Korea's National Assembly. Would it still give the fair antitrust in the digital market space is my question. So what I'm saying is it practically speaking, given the current political climate, possible to actually enforce and implement the bills that's been passed? And I was curious to hear your thoughts, depending upon the jurisdictions that you are comfortable speaking about, because for me, honestly, I can't possibly fathom South Korea, even though the bill passes, can it really enforce and fine Google or fine Meta or Coupang, for example, which is an American technology company, at the expense of upsetting Washington? So I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes, and then we do a final round and then we
much interested in my personal views. So I'm very much interested in the countries that selected to move towards regulation, and some of them abandoned it. And but still, trying to find out why countries adopt regulation, that type of tool. So these countries seem to me pretty close to this, varieties of capitalism model of not the liberal market economy, but the coordinated market economy model, right? Where you could actually put Europe, the European Union in there. And I guess South Korea and Japan have been provided as examples of a coordinated market economy model, Asia style. So that could be one explanation. The second explanation could be public choice, in the sense of, and this is something that, the story is pretty old. I mean, the way, antitrust was pushed to Japan in the 1990s was basically coming out of the semiconductor industry in the US, that trying to, the US government, the Structural Impediment Initiative, trying to push for.
Johannes, let's be short, otherwise we're not going to finish here.
So the third possibility is the ideology, all right? So I don't know, New Days, left-wing type of ideology might actually explain why you move towards regulation, or the opposite. I mean, you probably put forward left-wing ideology in Europe, in some other jurisdictions where probably you go for having more concentrated markets. Let's say. I mean, I'm just, so what could be from all these different explanations, the dominant one with regards to what motivates these countries to adopt this type of dysregulation, if you have done this type of thinking and analysis?
Thank you. So why don't we go down and start with you, Vikas, then. So first of all, what do you think is the main motivation in terms of these potential explanations? And second, how do you see the enforcement playing out in today's world of like a convoluted geopolitics, let's put it like this?
Yeah, Giannis, I'll try to answer your question, rather it's a thought, right? Based upon my experiences in India. Look, around 60s and 70s, the growth rate in India was just 2.3%, and it was pejoratively termed as the Hindu rate of growth. Come 1990s, globalization, we opened up our markets thanks to the pushes from outside. and it has worked wonders for us. We realized that capitalism, free markets, they unleash forces, and they need to be channelized through the institution of regulation to make sure that, they work towards the welfare of masses. And we have seen the results, like, we became the 4th largest economy. Now, this philosophy has worked wonders for us, and why do not we translate this into digital markets as well? We try doing it, but we are facing the pushback from the American government, right, from the US government. Now, this is the main reason why the bill has been stalled. And of course, you are pitted against countries which have, companies which have super deep pockets. But so far as the demand is concerned, I think it's super homegrown in my country.
Thank you. Sanjun, any ideas, thoughts on this final 2 questions?
Well, I would like to focus on Hyun's question, and that was really interesting. And but if I understand correctly, your question is about whether Korea can enforce this regulation if it is passed. Well, I believe really I have no idea, but from an academic perspective, the right question, the question that I prefer to ask is that, well, there is an external pressure from the United States. And also, I believe the KFTC will enforce any rules on a non-discriminatory basis. But the thing is that as an academic, the question we have to ask is that whether how we can navigate to such a pressure to better serve the public interest. As I mentioned earlier, domestic firms are now subject to severe and more stricter regulations now. So I believe it might be Trump's pressure, maybe an opportunity for us to rethink about the current regulatory settings, because if we cannot make a level playing field by regulating Google and Apple or United States companies, then why don't we just deregulate the domestic regulations? Then I think that's the right question, I think, to ask in this context. So,
thank you, Camila. Final thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I'm going that line. I think that, well, I think I'm still very optimistic. We did an agreement with Apple in December, just the Professor Wright just mentioned earlier, and it was an ex post case. And we were able to do an agreement into the direction of loosening anti-steering, enabling or expanding alternative paying proceedings, adjusting terms that affect developers' ability to reach users. So I think that we are not in the position of not doing, and we are in the position of doing. And also, we do have in Brazil, we had the new child online protection framework, so it's not in the competition area. So the digital statute for children and adolescents, it's going to be implemented. It's already approved. And it includes age verification and so many things that are very necessary for updated age rating, and so many things necessary for the child protection in the digital environment. So I think that we are in the way of doing and not in the way of not doing.
Again, final thoughts.
Yes, I'll end it in an optimistic note too. As you can see in my research, there's countries that have already enforced the law, but there's a lot of countries that is trying to push the law into reality. And I think that's the first challenge of trying to push the law out, trying to have enough information to justify or to confirm that we need the law or not. But I think if we move towards enforcing the law, I think we'll enter in a very interesting, proactive experimentalism phase. I don't think everyone will look like the DMA, not every law won't look the same, but I think they can learn with each other and try to enforce the law as best as they can. And I think trying to create an ecosystem of enforcer who shares information, who has transparency, and they can learn from each other to tackle similar challenges or to learn how to find their own unique challenges would really help. So international coordination will be important. Transparency between enforcer agencies will be important. Sharing between academics will be important. And I think even from the enforcer side, how they design their governance system, their institution will also be the major point that we will need to discuss to achieve this.
Yeah, I think just a final, it's like ultimately gunboat diplomacy I always saw as a sign of weakness, not strength, right? It's much easier to control regulation, to control of the academic and the time frames, the mindsets and all of that. If you're turning to putting a gun on the table, it's because you basically lost on the other fronts. And passing the law leaves a lot of dry powder, you know, times change. And so you can always, it changes the dynamics within countries. That's always an important part. But thank you, this was a terrific conversation. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming all the way from far away. You know, it's a really important message.
Okay, so we're going to go take a quick lunch break. So what you need to do is go back where the coffee and snacks were earlier, grab your lunch. We're going to start.
Testing, testing.
That was good.
Hello? Do you hear me? You hear me or no? Okay, cool. So all is good? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so our luncheon session is on institutional design. I wanted to start by welcoming you all to Washington. You're here for something that's both very atypical and very typical. The atypical is the snow. We get this amount of snow only about every 10 years or so. The typical is the complete dysfunction in removing the snow, which was almost 2 weeks ago. But maybe that's a metaphor for something. I won't speculate further. So our panel is about, as I said, institutional design. You can think of institutional design as the engineering part of implementation of competition law, as opposed to the substantive, what should the law actually say, which in papers that Bill Kovacic and I have worked on, we basically said that's the physics, which is cool and exciting and theoretical, as opposed to the engineering, which is somewhat more grubby, eminently practical. But of course, you need both of them working together for anything to go in the right direction. And so we've got a panel that's going to work through the European experience with the DMA, starting with what we've learned so far from the implementation of the DMA. We're sort of, 4 years in, 2 years after the designation of gatekeeper entities and the full application. And so we thought we would start with the distinguished panel with what do you think about how it's going? And do you have praise or criticism for the way in which the institutional design and implementation has worked out? And the focus here is, just to be clear, not to relitigate particular cases, but to use the cases as exemplars of how it's gone, how it could be done better, traps we've avoided, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought we have Alex with us by Zoom, who unfortunately was unable to travel, but desperately wanted to be included. And so through the marvels of technology is here with us. So Alex, let me start with you and just sort of ask you to talk for a couple of minutes about your perspective on how things have gone so far.
Yes, thank you very much. Did you hear me well?
Excellent.
I'm really sorry not to be with you. It's not the effect of the visa ban. I'm not that important, but of start of a pneumonia, and so it was difficult for me to travel. But indeed, I really wanted to participate to this debate and to this conference because I really like it. So basically, if we can take stock about the first 2 years, and in particular regarding the institutional framework and the processes. First, I would say that, yes, we see some first effect of the DMA. Remember, the DMA aims really to make the internet great again to some extent, because it aims to go back to the promises of user empowerment, decentralization, all those kind of things, So beside contestability, it's really about, making the internet great again, and also with more innovation. And we can see that already. Users have more agency on their data, more choice about different app or even app store. But of course, Rome was not built in one day, and you cannot, go back to those early promises in 1 or 2 years, okay? And especially because, and it was discussed in the last panel, you have the headwinds of the Trump administration who clearly don't want to make the internet great again, okay? Because they favor big tech over small tech. And I don't think, because it was discussed in the previous panel, whether it's US versus EU, but I think it's more big versus small, and most of the beneficiary of the DMA have been so far and would be more if the DMA is more effective, US small tech, okay, not European small tech, unfortunately to some extent, but that's the reality. So it's a learning process where every stakeholder have to learn a new role. The Commission has to become a regulatory authority, which it has never been in the past. It was an antitrust authority, a trade authority, but not a regulatory authority. So that's a very new role that the Commission has to learn. The gatekeeper have to learn to be regulated and to change their attitude from move fast and break things and break law and break everything to complying with law when business user and end user like us have to learn to choose. And this is a very important cultural shift that cannot happen again in 1 or 2 years. Now, just to specific point on the process that comes from a study we did at CER, and so in terms of disclosure, so I am actively part of this think tank CER, which is financed by big tech, by small tech, and by regulatory authorities, so by different interests, I would say. What we show in that report that we already discussed, in fact, last year in the conference last year, is that there are several mechanisms into the law, which is, making very much the DMA close to responsive regulation. So it's not that the Commission knows everything and impose it to the gatekeeper, but it has to orchestrate an ecosystem of compliance and enforcement with different mechanisms, with informal and formal mechanisms. And regarding informal mechanisms, what we think could be improved is, when I say we, it's not me, but I mean, it's my co-author, so Giorgio Monti and Richard Fisi mostly, and me, that the regulatory dialogue that we have mostly bilaterally now between the Commission and the gatekeeper should be a trilateral dialogue with the business user included. Because that's how you do in regulation. In antitrust, indeed, it's a dialogue or an adversity between the antitrust authority and the dominant company. Here, in regulation, you have to have a process which is involving more. We also need more guidance from the Commission on compliance acceptability. So here again, in antitrust, normally you don't adopt guidelines, you learn by cases. But here, when you are in regulation, I think a bit more guidelines will be helpful. We also have a number of compliance tools in the law, in particular the compliance report of the gatekeeper, and they have to appoint a compliance officer. And clearly here, I think gatekeeper have vastly underperformed because those compliance reports, the second generation of March last year is better than the first of March 2 years ago, but still we miss a lot of indicators, a lot of quantitative indicators on, for instance, whether the opportunities which are created by the gatekeeper have been taken up by business user or by end user. So for instance, are the end user porting their data from one gatekeeper to another players, or are interoperability asked to the gatekeeper? But we have very little data on this, and we have very little data on whether, if it has not been taken up, why so, And the last thing I would say is that so we need better compliance report. And we need also a more responsible compliance officer. We were surprised that when we did our interview, very few business users knew who was the compliance officer of the different gatekeepers. So clearly they don't seem to have a big role, and they are not very visible. So maybe they need to be more important and also more responsible of the way the DMA is implemented by the gatekeeper. And lastly, we were calling for a more specification decision. You know, this is the possibility that the Commission has to clarify the law, because, you know, in the previous panel, we were discussing whether the DMA is clear and self-executing. It's true that it has sometimes been presented like that, but I think it's impossible that a law in digital is self-executing given the complexity of the digital environment. So, you know, very often you need to, you know, clarify the law through specification decision. And the good news is that the Commission has now done it twice with Apple and has opened an specification process for 2 additional decisions for Google. And that would really be helpful because that helps to organize, you know, in the case of Apple, the interoperability, vertical interoperability, and in the case of Google, again, vertical interoperability, and the porting of data from one search engine to another. So basically, you know, I would say,
Alex, if I can
it doesn't go that
ask
far.
you to wrap up because
Yeah, exactly. We are in a good track. It goes in the right direction, but we need more dialogue, more guidelines on what is acceptable, and better compliance report.
Great, thank you. So Jeremy, reactions? I mean, are we making the internet great again? Will there be more job prospects for compliance officers with higher pay and higher status? And is that going to get us where we want to go?
Yeah, I'm an optimist, so I'd say yes to all of your questions. But you know, now let me give a bit more detail, and just so the audience know as well, you know, the perspective from which I'm coming to this discussion.
Well, almost in your.
That's really close now. So now I work as a lawyer in Brussels in a law firm called Jardin Partners. But before joining that law firm in September, I was working for a media company in the Nordic called Schibsted Media. So I was, in fact, I was a business user, as you call it, and I had the chance to engage with the Commission very early on from September 2023 on exactly how the gatekeepers should comply with their obligation in relation to App Store. So a lot of discussions about the Article 5.4 on steering, but also in relation to the Google self-preferencing obligation in relation to search. So I come to this debate from that perspective. In terms of disclosure, I've made some now. I've been fighting this battle against gatekeepers, so I have a certain point of view. And as a lawyer now at Jardin Partners, we represent a lot of business users in the DMA. So I'm coming from that side of the debate. I can't disclose all of our clients. That would be unethical, but at least you see where I'm coming from. So just reacting to one of the points that Alexandre made at the end, I was a business user for 2 years. I had no idea there was actually a compliance officer at the gatekeepers. And so no surprise here. And certainly we have never been contacted by the compliance officers at the gatekeepers to engage on compliance. A few observations from me on the last 2 years. I mean, there were at least 2 things, or 2 criticism, maybe 3 criticism leveled against antitrust that led to the adoption of the DMA. One of them was speed. Another one, I think, was scope. And then the final one was remedy. I mean, there were more criticism, but it is those 3 I'd like to focus on for a minute. Speed, I mean, we've seen examples such as the Google shopping case, which lasted 8 years. We saw the example of the Apple steering case, the antitrust one, which lasted 5 years. And so what's interesting now is we see the same cases or very similar cases that have been prosecuted under the DMA, so we can make comparison. So if you take the Apple cases, as I said, the steering case and antitrust was, 5 years, 250-page decision, and limited to music apps. So it was a problem of steering in music apps, extremely narrow. I think also of the ACM in the Netherlands decision against Apple, which was about the fee this time for dating apps only. I mean, I think dating apps fulfill an important function in society, but there are also other types of apps that would deserve not to pay the commission of Apple. So if we're looking at what the DMA produced in the last 2 years, we have in the area of app stores, we have the steering decision. 13 months, so the commission almost stuck to the deadline in the DMA, which is a soft deadline of 12 months. A decision of 67 pages versus 250 pages. And so now we know that the commission is working at a pace of 50 pages a year, more or less, if you compare the two cases. But also you have a decision that applies to all app developers, right? Benefits everyone. So in terms of speed, in terms of scope, I think the DMA is clearly delivering here, you know, what the drafters had in mind. And why is that? I think, well, first of all, you know, unlike in the, if you read the Apple decision, the antitrust decision, it's quite interesting. There's, I don't know how many, maybe 100, 150 pages about market definition to define, you know, the Apple App Store as the market, and then dominance, which still took a lot of pages once you had defined the App Store as the market. That's a bit more surprising, but, and then if you look at the DMA decision, it's the gatekeeper designation. This was all taken care of before, right? So the DMA here has at least got rid of, you know, the market definition and the dominance aspect. We're just diving into straight conduct, and the conduct then is, you know, about whether they complied with the, you know, the DMA obligation. And Article 5.4 is actually quite simple provision. It says, you know, you should let business users steer free of charge, you know, to their services outside the App Store. But they were, you know, believe it or not, there were discussions. So there's no discussions about economics. There were actually discussions about the language versions of the DMA, comparing the Bulgarian language version and the Spanish language version, because the free of charge was placed differently in the different versions. So I think there's 3 or 4 pages about that only in the decision, but you don't need economists for that. So that's probably a little simpler. But I think, you know, the obligation in the DMA was fairly simple. There was no market definition. There's no dominance to establish. And so we managed to get to an outcome, a non-compliance decision in 13 months. And I think that's quite remarkable. And that shows that the DMA has quite a lot of potential. There's other examples are not so great. We look at the self-preferencing investigation against Google. It's very much the continuation of the Google case in antitrust. It's very much the same issue. We are more than 2 years into the case and we still don't have a decision. Why is that? I think it's a slightly more complex process because there are more stakeholders in that one. You have Google on one hand, you have the comparison sites on the other hand, if I'm looking at the shopping aspect, and then you have the merchant. I think the commission is struggling a little bit when you have more actors involved. And I hear Alexandre, you know, calling for more involvement of business users, and I very much agree with that. I think there should be more triangular meetings and all this, but I also have experienced in, for example, the Google shopping case, that bringing all those stakeholders together actually can slow down the process and make it very difficult to reach a solution if those stakeholders have different views. Because then the commission is like listening to something on one hand and another hand, and they need to find a compromise. And Google's been pretty good at playing those different stakeholders against each other. And then maybe one point that I think we're still not seeing the DMA delivering very well is on remedies. So we had, you know, the non-compliance decision in the App Store case. We had the one in Meta case as well. But in terms of remedies, the App Store steering case is not resolved. We're still waiting for terms from Apple that comply, despite the fact that we're almost a year after that decision. Same for the antitrust decision, by the way. I think we still don't have compliance with the steering decision on antitrust. I think on the Google case, we're experiencing very great difficulties in finding a landing zone to solve the case as well. So I think on the remedy side, there's still progress to be made. I'd like to echo very much Alexandre's point as well about the specification decision. To me, at least, this is really where the DMA is quite different from the antitrust world, right? Because the non-compliance decision under the DMA, they're not that different. I mean, you know, it's a non-compliance decision, and actually the ones we've seen, they end up with a fine and a cease and desist order. Right? It's very much like what the commission is doing in antitrust. I think that's part of the problem. The specification decision are much more of a regulatory process. The commission's going in to help or assist the gatekeepers to comply, and they specify what the gatekeepers should do. And that's much more of a regulatory mindset, I think, antitrust was, and those other decisions. And so I really hope, as Alexandre, that this tool will be used more by the Commission in the future. It was very encouraging to see the Commission opening those cases against Google 2 weeks ago. And one of the benefits of those proceedings is they're very quick. The Commission has 3 months to issue preliminary findings and then 3 months to decide. And that's binding, unlike the 12 months soft deadline that we have for non-compliance decision. So 6 months and you have a solution. Now, whether the solution works or not, we'll see. But the Apple decisions, I think, work quite well. I've been in touch with business users who start using the process. They apply to Apple for access to the specification, and it needs to be tested. But at least there's a frame that business users can use.
Great. Thanks. Felix, can we get your thoughts, especially with regard to the regulatory mindset?
Mm-hmm. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. Some background, I run Economy, a Berlin-based capacity builder. So I represent lots of the challenger tech ecosystem in Europe. So I'm heavily biased towards access seekers. We were carved out of the Internet Economy Foundation, which was founded in 2015 already by some leading founders and funders of the German tech ecosystem, because for the first time they realized what we do here, it has a highly political dimension. We need support. There was one big player in Germany that has some 60 million email users. And when Google started forcing users to make a Gmail account to sign into Android, they saw numbers drop. We had alternative search engines starting to compete with Google. And then, the second you installed them on your Android phone, you got like 16 scare screens every day saying that might really sort of undermine your privacy, that might cause more data use on your plan. So stuff like this. So a lot of people mobilized in the tech ecosystem in 2014, 15, and really engaged heavily, I think even for the first time in Brussels, in the law creation legislative process of the DMA, which is also why I believe that the DMA covers pretty much every practice and pretty much every dimension of gatekeeper misbehavior that the tech ecosystem is confronted with. So it is a very well drafted and very well adopted law. When we start looking into the enforcement, lots has been said already, but I think for a couple of points that maybe haven't been said yet. So for the first time, the DMA enforcement team is actually a joint venture by DG Connect and DG Comp. So you see a pool of staffers from the European Commission that have spent the past years on tech regulation and sort of the digital side of things, and then the antitrust folks. So there's a crazy amount of knowledge in this team. The European Commission leadership has resisted the political pressure from the US pretty impressively so far, at least when it comes to rhetorics. We were all surprised a year ago when the inauguration ceremony in the United States took place, and we saw the entire big tech line up behind Trump, and we thought, okay, what is this going to do with the DMA? And then we had a sober awakening. One thing that I want to lean in more specifically is what I said before, that I think the DMA, the biggest potential here is that it is a competition platform regulation tool that is opening up enforcement to smaller companies. Like for us, antitrust enforcement, antitrust cases were resolved for the big guys, right? You had to be a big publisher or Spotify to bankroll 15 million into hiring economists, law firms, surviving these cases. The Google shopping case showed everybody very impressively how many companies actually went bankrupt during this case. So they're not even around anymore to file damages now. And so the DMA has really mobilized lots and lots and lots of startups, early stage startup, mid-cap players, but also big players from across the entire European Union and also other countries to really go to Brussels and engage heavily with the European Commission DMA enforcement team with insights and with lots of technical expertise and what this remedy that Google proposed here or that Meta proposed there, how would that actually work or not work, and what would that mean for access really? That also had an implication that all these players that depend on these platforms had to go to Brussels and sit in one room. I don't know how many of you are aware how this sort of procedural DMA workshops take place, but the European Commission basically invites you to sit in a room like this. Then they put Google, Apple, Meta next to them, and they get 20 minutes to basically read out malicious compliance proposals. And then the European Commission says, we're not here to comment, we're neutral, we're just providing a platform. And then it's up to us techies and us, the challenger ecosystem, to completely expose ourselves and to really just haul out the BS that we're seeing there. And then the European Commission is sitting there nodding, taking notes, but it's always shoulder to shoulder to big tech, in fact. And then we've seen a lot of brave companies that have invested, that hired people, that mobilized together in sometimes even associations, coalitions, so that they don't have to expose themselves too much as a travel tech company or an e-commerce company, but they were able to put together joint proposals and joint feedback. But now, especially with the Google 6.5 non-compliance around self-preferencing and search, we're 2 years in. A lot of these companies have invested in this process, exposed themselves entirely to Google that they fundamentally depend on, and they're not seeing any action. So right now, what we're seeing, and I'm seeing a lot, is the tech ecosystem slowly being lost for this regulatory dialogue in Brussels, and them kind of writing off this as a very dangerous experiment. There is still hope, but it's fading a little bit to an extent that's very careful. That a National Antitrust Authority president last week told me compliance by gatekeepers seems to be going rather well, right? Because we're not getting that many complaints anymore. So this is, just me trying to give a reality check from sort of the fronts of sort of the European challenger ecosystem.
Great. So let's just stay on this topic for a few minutes more. And let me ask each of the panelists to say something about how the agencies have navigated the politics versus expertise dynamic that they're facing as regulators, and give them, this is next to a law school, I guess it's the law school, give them a grade for overall performance. And at Georgetown, we don't give grades worse than C. So that should be reassuring. So give them an A or a B or a C on their current performance, just to sort of benchmark where do we go from here. So let's go in a reverse order from what we did last time. So Felix, you're up again.
So I'll have to give two grades. I'll give one to the staff level at the European Commission. They get an A. We have never seen people in the European Commission be so dedicated to meetings, to industry input, to basically you have an insight, you run an experiment, you send it over, you basically get a call with them next week. They take notes, they send you minutes. You have the feeling, wow, they're listening, something is going forward. And you also see the team really on all levels really understand it. I think that was a big surprise for lots of people in the tech industry going to Brussels, realizing there's people who understand tech on the other side of the table. That was pretty great. When we see, we touched upon it, the European Commission is a sole enforcer of the DMA. There was lots of chat a year or two ago, how much collaboration there would be with national antitrust authorities and case sharing, and every national authority has their strong suit and we will pull them in. I don't see that happen at all. I see the German antitrust authority, the French say, go speak to the Commission, we have nothing to do with the DMA. They're still very afraid to step on their toes. And I give a sadly worse grade to the political leadership at the European Commission, not because they're not invested enough, but the de facto reality being that the European Commission is in charge of trade. And Ursula von der Leyen is the German president at the helm of the European Commission in a country where 3.5 million jobs depend on the automotive industry. 5% of our GDP indirectly is associated with the automotive industry. 30% of the car sales go to the US. 15%, 25% tariffs to that is a major threat to what the new chancellor in Germany has promised in terms of reversing the industrial decline that we're currently faced with. So you have these people from member states calling the European Commission, and you have do we protect our little cute startups that are trying to scale, or do we protect our millions of jobs in the industry right now? And we see European Commission not having figured that out on a strategic level yet.
So if we're going to be grading politicians and not law students, I'm going to revise my grading scale so we can now use the D and the F. So you neglected to give a grade for the second, Felix. So let me just press you on that. So we got A for the
Teresa
staff.
Ribera gets a good one. The others,
Not so much.
I'm
All right, fair
giving
enough.
them a
It's going to take the Fifth
rerun at
Amendment, which is allowed. Chair.
So I'm just going to give one grade, and I will be so I'll use the first grading system. I won't distinguish with the politicians. I think I'll give a B, especially for the if some officials are listening, because I want them the chance to improve. And on the other hand, I want to let them know that if we're grading them again next year, it could also go down if they're laxing a bit too much. I think I totally agree with what you said on their engagement. And having done 20 years of antitrust in Brussels, I could compare the two systems, and the DMA was very much from day one an open door for business users. And as I said, I was one of them. I think as early as September, we had a meeting with the Commission, and we could already engage. And every time we wanted, we had somebody on the phone, or we could come down to a meeting in Brussels. I think that openness was really good, and it really reflects this idea of we open to involving stakeholders. But I still think that there's, they're willing to listen, but in terms of the working methods, I think we can do better. And again, that's the point about engagement, especially on the remedies. I think, again, the cease and desist method we had in antitrust doesn't work, because for big tech, essentially, they get the fine and then they don't seize, right? It's just like the fine is the cost of doing business. Right? It's going to get a fine, going to continue for as long as I'm not forced to do something else, which can come in the form of a forced remedy, which is prescribed by decision, ideally with interim measures. Otherwise, I think they will not move. So there's got to be a greater focus from the troops on designing remedies. And I think that's where this community has a role to play, to help the officials, which may not have the great imagination that you guys have in the academy, in order to come up with remedies. And I really think there should be more engagement, also from the academy, with the Commission to help. And of course, the business, right? Because the business often has to have the key as to what they'd like to get from the gatekeepers. And in terms of concrete working methods, in another conference we organized a few months ago, my plea was, you need to get the business users and the gatekeepers in the room, not just for one workshop where essentially people are throwing rotten tomatoes at each other for a day. You need to do that for a whole week, if not 3 weeks. Right, there'll be 3 days where they'll throw the tomatoes, and then they'll run out of tomatoes, and maybe it'll take bananas, and then they'll run out of it. And then finally, when everybody will be exhausted to be in the room, they'll start talking, and they'll start to try to reach more of a compromise.
Actually called the Brussels method.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's like a council meeting, between the politicians. Now, maybe it's idealistic to think that maybe the gatekeepers, will just resist more and more, but I think what I've certainly noticed is the lack of, in-depth engagement on remedies between the business user community and the gatekeepers. It happens, with mediation of the Commission in the middle at best. So the gatekeeper sends a compliance proposal to the Commission, and then the Commission asks a few business users, what do you think? And the information goes like this. I don't think that works. And the fact that we still don't have remedies on the App Store issue shows it. The fact that we still far from remedy on the Google self-referencing issue shows it. So back to the grade, I think there's room for improvement. So that's a B, but I think there's also room to go down if we're in the same position next year with no efficient remedy, then that's mean the DMA is not working.
Great. Alex?
Look, that's a good question, David, but I think grades are related to incentive at the end of the day, for student, like for every human. And so I think what is very interesting, beside the grade, and I agree with the two previous speakers, clearly I would grade better the staff than the political level, but not necessarily because one is better than the other, but because the incentives are not aligned at the political level for the reason Felix mentioned. So I would say two things. If we want to have better grade, you have to have better incentive, and to have better incentive for the staff, I think you need to have clearer KPI, you know, what do we want to achieve with the DMA? Because that's, to me, one of the big problem we have now is that it's not always clear, you know, what are the KPI of success? You know, of course, it's contestability, fairness, and innovation, but concretely, what does it mean? And so I do think that we need to have a much, and here academia can help a lot, you know, to develop the series, and I know some are, like Fiona and others are working on this, but to develop a series of indicators of success, you know, and then the staff could be evaluated on this, you know, if you manage this, you have an A, if you don't manage this, you have a B, and so on. That's for the staff. For the political level, I think Felix put it very well. I mean, you cannot be at the same time the regulator and the government of Europe, you know, and it's a bit ironical that in Europe, some are criticizing Trump for firing people at the FTC and maybe wanting to fire Jerome Powell and so on. But in fact, we have at the European level a form of unitary government because, you know, the Commission is the government and the regulator. So I think, you know, on the medium to long term, that cannot stay. We need to outsource that to an independent European authority. And what I am happy is that this idea now is taking more and more ground at the political level. So I think we will get there in some years. So, you know, if you align better the incentive, I guess the grade will be even better.
So Felix wants another whack at the problem.
No, just wanted to react to what Alex said. So incentives for the political level are hard to quantify, and I think they're pretty existent. You know, you want to protect your own industry, your tech industry, from predatory practices. You want to empower your staff to take decisions and to then also file these decisions that they've drafted and have laying around for a couple of months. And you know, what political leadership also comes down to sometimes, you know, putting oxygen in a room that needs oxygen. So when, you know, Google 6.5 compliance on self-preferencing, you know, self-preferencing says you can't treat a gatekeeper service more favorably than third parties. And there is a preliminary findings decision already out there. And Google starts rolling out AI overviews 2 days after these preliminary findings were put out. They haven't done that in France. Why? Because there's political leadership in France saying, if you do that in France, we will come after you. So it didn't need a decision in France. It didn't need a proceeding in France to stop Google from these things. And I think we shouldn't underestimate the heavy importance of political leadership to empower the staff, to empower the people that are doing enforcement, to also come up with bold decisions and back them up in public, and also, you know, turn the wind a little bit towards what to expect. I mean, even gatekeepers, we had a compliance deadline on March 7th, 2024, not a start of a regulatory dialogue deadline. But all the gatekeepers treated this as okay, we didn't see a single mock-up, we didn't see a single change, we didn't see a single test in Google. They didn't even comply with the Google shopping decision from 2018 and it's 2024 now. And there is, in my opinion, space and a necessity for political leadership to also play a role in this and not just toss this responsibility to the staff, in my opinion.
So all three panelists have talked both about the past, but lessons for the future and how we could do better. But what I haven't heard anybody say anything about so far is concerns about regulatory overload, the demand for simplification, compliance costs with multiple. You know, you've added a new regulator who's actually regulating. So how about that? Is there a pathway for making the companies your friends rather than your potential enemies?
I think we still have an issue about, you know, getting fairness and contestability and functioning market in Europe. So I don't think it's the time to deregulate or you know, limit enforcement. But of course, I'm speaking from the perspective of the ones who are beneficiaries from all this framework. I'm sure the gatekeepers have a different view about the heavy cost of regulation. I think it's a slightly tangential topic, but you know, from the perspective of people who wants to fight some of those market practices, the current times are quite interesting, especially when you compare to 10 years ago when we didn't have the, or 5 years ago when we didn't have the DMA. The level of optionality that we have as lawyer to build a legal strategy is very high at the moment in Europe. And you just, you're confronted with a problem by a business user, and you can look on your left and here's the DMA. Do I fall into that? And you can look on your right. If you don't fall squarely in the DMA, well, maybe actually there's a Section 19 case in Germany, and today they opened a case against Amazon, which I guess could have been perhaps a DMA case. And if that doesn't quite fit, you can also think, oh, should I go to Brussels for this one? But no, the commission's too busy, or is too much politics. And so, well, I'm going to go to court. And I expect in the next year, private enforcement of the DMA to expand quite significantly, because we'll see the commission too busy with some of the cases, or too paralyzed by the US tension. We haven't seen that yet, but I think it's going to drift in that direction potentially, or at least as a correcting mechanism, which I think the drafters of the DMA were really inspired when they actually allowed for private enforcement of the DMA, because that's a really good correction mechanism. And then you have antitrust, of course, still there, and you can go to the commission, you can go to the national regulators, you can go to private court as well. So there is a fantastic optionality at the moment. I don't think we should have less options, less regulators, at least from the perspective of a lawyer representing business users in those fights. I think the level of regulation and the design at the moment is there. And just to give one short example, I'm working on a case that some of you may have heard about, which is the Meta WhatsApp AI case, which was opened by the commission in December. It's a case that's running also in Italy and in Brazil. This was a case where we got it, we did very much that, thinking is that the DMA case, because it has component of self-preferencing that are pretty obvious. And for those who don't know, it's a case where Meta is reserving WhatsApp for Meta AI only, and has decided to kick out all AI assistant out of WhatsApp. And so it's pretty clear self-preferencing, but the DMA is crafted so that it doesn't apply, the self-preferencing provision doesn't apply to WhatsApp, which has been designated as a NICS, which is number independent interpersonal communication service. Anyway, and so then, but no DMA. But then we had the option of going right to the antitrust rules, and in this case in particular, we have both a national competition authority, the Italians, who jumped on it and issued interim measures in less than a month. And the commission are working on it at fast pace, they say, and we're looking at interim measures as well, hopefully in the next few months. So again, the level of optionality is very interesting at the moment and to solve those issues.
Felix, you want to say anything about that issue?
I would let Alex go first.
Alex?
Yeah, I think it's an important issue, especially because you have to realize that next to the DMA, and that is in the Draghi report, you have 100 other laws regarding digital and 270 regulators at the European level or at the national level. So clearly, optionality is good, understand that. But at some point, you have to streamline at least the institutional part, because otherwise, you risk of having decisions which are contradictory and forum shopping. So, understand that optionality can be good, but it can also be bad if it leads to, forum shopping and inconsistent decision. So I do think that, and again, I am happy to see that this debate now is really taken up in Brussels by the European institution. We need to do two things. So first, to identify what are the point of overlap, to be sure that we maximize the synergies and we minimize the tension. Okay, so that's the first thing, more at the substantive level. And then at the institutional level is to be sure that those authorities are talking to each other, and that requires, again, a question of to have sufficient legal ability and legal incentive to cooperate. And how you have those legal ability and legal incentive to do it, either because you have an obligation, and it's interesting that in the Meta case in Germany, the Court of Justice says, impose in a way, to the different regulator in the meta case, the Bundeskartellamt, the German antitrust authority, and the Irish privacy authority to talk to each other. And this is something you see. But that requires also that they have the possibility to exchange confidential information among themselves. And that is not yet the case, you know. There is not, to me, sufficient legal basis for the authority to exchange more information. But so basically, you know, we need to simplify, or at least to deal with those overlap at the substantive level and also at the institutional level by having those possibility, those legal possibility to cooperate more. I mean, those cooperation take place. Let me be clear, they are taking place, but I think we don't have sufficient legal infrastructure for this cooperation to be optimal.
So one thing that's very interesting in Europe at the moment is that in Europe, there is a sentiment and a realization that Brussels might have overdone it with tech regulation over the past 10 years. The GDPR is constantly being discussed as something that is really just hindering innovation. The AI Act was a big conversation because we essentially had a legitimate interest in regulating AI because there's some serious threats there. But then there were a lot of specifics, who falls under it, risk allocation, where the entire tech ecosystem looked at Brussels and thought, we thought we should play catch up here. We thought we should build. Instead, we're hiring lawyers. So this is something that exists.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Hiring lawyers, yeah.
Hiring lawyers.
But you should, if you're a tech company and you have more lawyers on board than coders, then you know something is going in the wrong direction.
Not necessarily.
Unless your lawyers code. No, but this is out there, and what big tech and their proxies are doing very successfully at the moment is to lump the DMA together with this over-regulation from Brussels. So you end up seeing a German economics minister who, sorry to say, but doesn't get tech at all, go to Brussels, meet Lutnick, and then go, we need to deregulate, we need to simplify, we need to soften the GDPR, the AI Act, the DMA, because our SMEs really suffer from the compliance burden there. So the big tech is at the moment deploying a very successful job across SME ecosystems and sometimes even bigger corporates, and to say DMA is just one of these things that you have to spend compliance efforts on. That the opposite is true. If you are not one of the designated gatekeepers, you have not a minute to waste on this. This is the DMA for you is only an ability to gain market share, to get fairer access, to get fairer terms of access. And this is something that we work a lot on to push back. And even Draghi in his report made very clear, you can do whatever you like in terms of simplification, in terms of investing in your tech infrastructure. If you don't open up these platforms, you'll always bump against the glass ceiling. So yes, there is legitimate interest in simplifying digital regulation, platform regulation, but then also opening platforms and enforcing the DMA are two parts of the same coin when it comes to adding points to our GDP, and not just in Europe, also in the US and elsewhere.
So we've got about 5 minutes left for the presentation. Is there a Q&A after, or is it 5 minutes total? So let's do Q&A, and then we'll give each member of the panel an opportunity to say 1 minute what they want people to take away from this panel, other than a positive feeling about the panel. So questions for specific panelists?
There's a lot of talk and I guess a growing momentum around the Eurostack notion, or this kind of like gunboat diplomacy triggering the notion that you have to build. How do you see this interacting with this conversation in any way? And would this be a bigger solution than the DMA could ever be into potentially actually growing the startup ecosystem there? You know?
Anybody?
I think that's a good question. I see this as complementary, actually. I mean, it all turns around partly at least the question of digital sovereignty, right? And that that includes, the ability to protect our consumers and our industry in Europe, and I think that's the role of the DMA here, at least. And then the Eurostack initiative is, a bit more about building our capabilities and independence from technology outside Europe. I mean, I think for some of those critical technologies, we need not to be dependent on foreign actors, especially as the tension rises between different blocks. And the DMA is also another way to protect our internal market from the pressure from those actors. So I think this is rather complementary. On the touching on the Eurostack initiative, it talks a lot about cloud. I think what's interesting to see is the DMA reacting to that partly. So we're now having proceedings that are ongoing around cloud with the potential designation of a couple of gatekeepers in this area. But even more interesting, I think, is the Article 19 proceedings that was opened by the Commission, which is to extend some of the obligations or to adapt the DMA to the problems in the cloud sector. And I think that's I think in terms of institutional design, that's actually an interesting phenomenon happening now, which we see there was some insufficiencies in the DMA dealing with cloud problem, and the Commission is doing a market investigation to try to address that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask about the role of private enforcement, because like we had in Germany in the last year, 2 private enforcement cases, and I think they were quite successful because the courts issued their decision in at least 4 or 5 months. So it was a really concise judgment, just a few paragraphs on the DMA. So it is possible to interpret the DMA without any interpretation help from the Commission, and it was very, very fast. So is this an option to do that on a larger scale, or what are the obstacles to really rely on private enforcement? Because the 2 cases were like brought by a consumer protection organization and by a very large competitor. So it's not quite that SMEs are really engaging in private enforcement, but what do you think about that? And if you say it's an option, do you see a risk of skewed interpretation of the DMA?
That's for you.
Yeah, quick one. Short answer is yes. I think there's a real future for private enforcement of the DMA. There's a cost issue, of course, for the smaller business users, and the advantage of the Commission's proceedings is the Commission's doing all the heavy lifting against the gatekeepers, and we know from my experience litigating against the gatekeepers that they will resist. It was all possible avenues, procedural, and so on. So you need deep pocket to litigate against them. But on the other hand, some of the court proceedings can be extremely quick, much quicker than the Brussels proceedings at the moment. There's no political interference, so that's also really an important factor these days. And some of the obligations in the DMA they're pretty straightforward. I think if you put this in front of a non-specialized judge that's just going to exercise common sense, is going to say, well, yeah, it's obviously self-referencing, just get rid of that. Right? And so I think it's definitely an avenue that we see people thinking more about. Certainly we as lawyers, we integrate that in our offering when people come to us and say, we have problems with the gatekeepers. And interestingly, this is no competition related, but we see the same in the DSA. The DSA private enforcement is starting to pick up, and there's some obligations in the DSA which are incredibly straightforward. There were a case in Netherlands recently. Meta was lost against one consumer association, and Meta was protesting that this is not supposed to happen at national level and this is supposed to happen at the Commission level, but in the end, I mean, the judge was put in front of a very simple question. He says, yeah, you're not respecting the DSA. Let's move on. And this is what I call sometimes, death by 1,000 cuts, right? It will be small cuts every time. But if you have many of those proceedings in parallel on similar issues, you may achieve actually your higher level of compliance than a case at the European Commission level. There's a risk, of course, of divergence. That happens. I think Alexandre has mentioned that as well. But for some of the straightforward obligations, I think that risk is clearly overplayed, and I think it's not that high. So, and if there's divergence for a while, well, so be it. And then it will go up to Luxembourg. There'll be a ruling by the Court of Justice, and it will be solved. And then there will be no divergence anymore. I don't think that's a problem.
I mean, I'm obviously always happy to hear somebody so optimistic about different enforcement routes. Still, there is also other cases out there. There was a German case by a online weather company going the private enforcement route. They went to the European Commission, I think in 2019, saying Google self-preferentially treats sort of its weather box at the top of the SERP. You type in weather DC, you see the Google weather panel, right? So they went to the European Commission in 2019. The European Commission said, well, that's not big enough for us. Go speak to the German cartel office. Cartel office sent them back to the European Commission 2 years later, chewing about it. Then they went to court, went through all the stages there. The court case was very advanced. And then the court said, wait a minute, there is a self-preferencing investigation on the European level, called upon the European Commission, who essentially said, let us do this. This is part of the non-compliance investigation we're doing here. So these people look at us and go, we tried everything for 7 years, and now this self-preferencing case is delayed for over a year. When are we getting something there? So we need to make sure that you guys on the legal side, you also do these private enforcement things publicly, so it motivates others and sets good precedents for other judges also, because I think a few judges are also very scared to do something that undermines the harmonized sort of rollout of DMA remedies across the European Union, because also big tech is very effective in threatening the Flickenteppich, the patchwork across Europe, having to comply with different remedies in different constituencies and stuff like that.
Alex, do you want to say anything?
No, not on that question, but on the previous one. In the question of strategic autonomy. And I think really the debate in Europe has completely shifted to that now, to reducing digital dependency, much more than to ensure more contestability in digital. But I think, that debate, which in a way aims to push European innovation in digital, will help the DMA will help the debate on the DMA, because in a way the DMA, and if you want to characterize, and I agree very much with what Felix was saying, I mean, it's an enabler for innovation. It's not at all like the GDPR or the AI Act, which can indeed sometimes reduce innovation. So it's an enabler for innovation. So if we push in Europe more innovation because of this debate on dependency, I guess that it will also push the importance of the DMA as an enabler for it. But I think now that's how I see the debate today. And as it has been said, it's very clear on cloud, but it may become clearer also on AI. So an enabler for European innovation, basically.
I wholeheartedly agree with what Alex has said. I'm also very involved in the Eurostack movement. I'm one of the co-founders of the Eurostack Foundation in Berlin. And I also have to say, the business community was thinking for too long that the DMA would regulate ourselves into having an industry. I think, like, enforce the DMA and, we will all thrive, but not enough resources were allocated in building. But then the topic there is also, whenever you build something, whenever you build an alternative cloud provider, 90% of the public procurement taxpayer money is spent on hyperscalers. I mean, there's 250 billion euros going across the Atlantic every year in hyperscaler services only for the public sector. So the Eurostack movement is very much centered around also it's not enough to build, but we also have to buy European, not entirely, but with a part of it, because if we end up, the state doesn't just have a role as enforcer, it also has a role as a demand and a rule setter with that power in public procurement that there is. So the procurement directive is underway on the European level right now, and these things I think are very much intertwined, and I think that is a big favor that the Trump administration gave us. Is sort of everybody in Europe is wide awake right now in terms of our status as a digital colony, as a military full dependency, and that's also, I mean, the hard political truth under the dragging DMA enforcement. Europe has problems to even accept the smallest threat and smallest chance of Trump pulling out of NATO, Europe right now is not able to defend an inch of the front lines in Ukraine right now. So that's why the Euro stack sort of build our own capacity goes way beyond digital, it goes all across defense, infrastructure, chips, the entire stack from the bottom to the very top. And while the DMA touches more on the application layer at the moment, I would say.
So I think that's going to have to be the last word. So please join me in thanking our panel. And we're going to flip to the next session, right?
Yeah, we're going to give people 10 minutes to clean up your lunch stuff and use
Yeah, it's very tight.
If you could please take your seats, we're about to start the next panel.
Since we all are going to talk.
Welcome all back for the privacy, security, and competition session. I've been told that this is going to be the most technical session as things just ended off, and I hope that it will be both technical but still accessible and informative to everyone here. We have 4 really great talks. What we're going to do for the organization of this is following each talk, there will just be an opportunity if you have some really burning or clarifying question that you want to ask, then feel free to ask that one question, but we're going to cut off at maybe 1 question. If there's 2, maybe I'll be slightly flexible, but then just move on to the next presentation. But I will try to allocate ample time for the audience to ask questions following all these talks. So you'll get a chance to get your question in. And starting off, we're going to have, my phone closed off. Daji Landis, from NYU, who's going to be presenting security versus interoperability arguments, a technical framework.
Can I get my slides right? I have the clicker. I have the power. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be a little bit different, and I'm afraid that it's going to be a bit of a, I don't know, different tone than some of the other stuff. It's a little technical. I promise I'll be gentle. I am at the Knight-Georgetown Institute at NYU, which is the CS math department, but my co-authors have both computer science and law backgrounds, so this is sort of an interdisciplinary paper, which is sometimes a little hard to do. I don't think I need to convince this audience that antitrust is an important goal. With the CS people, it's a little different, but here I think I can take that as a given. And as I'm sure a lot of you have seen, one of the remedies that is frequently, mostly I'm thinking of the DMA here, but one of the remedies we see a lot is interoperation. And of course, the companies don't want to do this, right? Like, it's against their bottom line. They don't want to do it. So they will go to security arguments to push back. So this is saying like, oh, this will undermine our security. We can't do it. It's not safe enough, all this. And here's some examples of these things. Please don't read it all. These are all in like public facing documents. We haven't seen this really used actually in the legal proceedings, but these are public facing documents, you know, like, oh no, the DMA is coming for your security, you know, talk to your representative, whatever. So this is what it looks like. It can be pretty hyperbolic. Unfortunately, I'm not here to tell you that you can just ignore it. Like, it would be a nice, easy presentation. Here I am, representative of the security community. You're good to go. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, these can be real issues. Sometimes interoperability is not good. An example that's not antitrust related, but still kind of in that vein is the Cambridge Analytica scandal. So that was not a data breach. I think that's kind of a common misconception. It was not a data breach. It was a breach of contract. So Facebook allowed access for researchers to all this data for research purposes. Great. Like, it's interoperability, maybe not exactly that term, but you know, something like that. And it was abused by Cambridge Analytica. Again, a breach of contract, like they were breaking rules, but it does show that there is like capacity for interoperability to be abused. On the other hand, sometimes the security community really doesn't want to do the things that the lawyers want, right? So the best case for this is the FBI San Bernardino case. The FBI wanted access to like backdoor access to the operating system. Apple said no way. Security community pretty much agrees. So this isn't so cut and dry. Unfortunately, I can't just stand here and say like, don't worry about it. But also, these arguments are being used to push back in a way that is often, although not always, inappropriate, hyperbolic. And so as your friendly representative of the security community, I'm here to help out. And this framework is both for the security community to sort of understand the econ and the law background, and for the econ law people to understand a little bit more about the technical side of these things. Although I won't go into that much technical stuff in this presentation. If you want some of that, please talk to me. I love talking about it, or read the paper. So I'm going to go through structure of interoperation, which looks like econ, don't worry. And then a little bit about how these arguments, how they're structured. We have a framework, it's nice. And then also a little analysis. Okay, so the structure of interoperation, this is basically the same as a lot of stuff from econ, so it should be nice and friendly. But I do not actually mean an economic relationship here. I mean sort of a technology relationship. So by horizontal, I mean when you have two pieces of technology that need to come together. Here we have the little train tracks, they need to come together. This would be like messaging, right? So I have an iPhone, you have an Android, I need my messages to go to your thing. They need to be engineered to come together. And this is horizontal, these are economic substitutes. This is all kind of related, but also at the technology level, there is something horizontal going on. Similarly, or conversely perhaps, there's like a vertical situation. So this is, oh, I have an app that needs to run on your phone, this kind of thing. Again, this is sort of the same thing as terms like vertical mergers from econ. Like none of this is all that unique, but what I am saying is there's a relationship in the technology where my thing needs to run on your thing, not just like you are the gatekeeper economically, but you are also the gatekeeper in some sort of technological sense. But again, this is pretty much analogous. So like there's subtle differences between the economic and technological relationships, but nothing we need to go into in a 15-minute talk. So this is our framework. Oh, my animations aren't well. So we have engineering concerns. These are the horizontal, this overlaps with the horizontal case. This is, I need to build something to come together with you. This is messaging. It's pretty simple. And so the security versus interoperability arguments. So when the companies are arguing against this, they say, okay, building this is hard, is impossible, is not going to preserve our security. That's what the argument looks like. And then we have the vetting concerns, and this is about policy. So this is, if you make us, say, allow side loading apps or all of these app-related things, this is going to be bad for security. Our policies are going to be circumvented. We can't have the same policies. This is going to be risky. So that's what these two concerns are. And the vetting concerns, this is in the vertical case, right? So this is a very easy, nice little binary here. Except that sometimes you have arguments that have components of both. And this is actually, I think, the most interesting case. Ta-da. So we call these hybrid concerns, but they're very much not just like an interpolation of the other two. And one thing that's specific is they are also always vertical interoperation cases. So this is, again, a platform. You know, I am completely mediating your ability to get to your users, right? So it's the platform. But they would, like the interoperation and the concerns both involve engineering and vetting. So this tends to be when you have some sort of proprietary access to hardware. Easy example for this is something like Apple Pay. So Apple Pay requires more access to hardware than, say, Fortnite does. You have to have access to the antenna and to secure things. And so this is hard to do. Opening up these functionalities is a hard thing to do, and it's hard to do securely. And on top of that, you want to vet who has access, this extra access, right? So you have actual engineering that has to happen, actual vetting that has to happen, and then you have the opportunity to make arguments about those things that need to happen. So that's what the concerns are like. And you know, big surprise, this is when we really see self-preferencing or something a lot like self-preferencing, where rather than wanting to keep someone like Fortnite paying fees, you want to keep someone like, say, Bank of America completely out of competition with something like Apple Pay. Here's some examples. If you want to have an in-depth discussion of WebKit, which y'all might not even know exists, please see the paper, or I'm also very happy to talk about it. But this is what we're looking at. Engineering concerns, messaging. The vetting concerns, this is in-app payments, App Store stuff, etc. And then the hybrid concerns tend to be something related to hardware. So a little bit of analysis. here's another example of one of the engineering concerns. This one's from Meta. And again, these are public-facing arguments for the most part, not in legal proceedings. I know I'm talking to lawyers, so I'm trying to be careful. So these are the ones that are easiest for the security community to study because it's a lot about building things. And there is a substantial literature about these things. There are very good papers, tons of very good papers about end-to-end encryption and how hard it is, especially when you have other functionality like disappearing messages and stuff like this. Like, this is not an easy thing to do. And you see this where, for example, Signal has declined interoperating with WhatsApp, at least for now, because they don't like the security setup. So this was a remedy from the DMA, like WhatsApp has to enable interoperation. Signal's like, nope, no thank you. So this one is, I think, the sort of the easiest one from the security community perspective, which is it's hard. So that does not mean that we should not do it, right? I'm not here to say that security trumps antitrust goals. It's just going to be hard. But it does get more interesting in the vetting concerns because, and I think the first speaker this morning was talking a lot about these. These are the App Store things. And again, this is where the platform has more power. Like, obviously, if you're monopoly in size, you have a lot of power. But if you are a platform, you completely mediate third-party developers' access to users. So this is a instance in which there's more economic power, and then also where the security concern's a little squishier, right? So these are policies, and the real kicker is that, of course, someone like Apple wants to keep everyone in their walled garden, both for security reasons, like I want to keep Fortnite in-house or in my walled garden, because then I can keep an eye on their security. This is legitimate. Also, I want to keep them in my walled garden so I can extract fees. But of course, these two things are not one and the same. You can continue to have good security policies and change your fee structures, right? So to sort of suggest that I can only have both or neither is just false. Like, you can do good security vetting and not have any fees. I mean, maybe that's not economically all that good, but you could do it. There's no reason from a technical perspective you can't do that. So this is really, I think, the thing to look at here when you are seeing these types of arguments about the vetting concerns, that, okay, are they actually at odds with what the third-party developers want, right? Fortnite doesn't want to, or Epic doesn't want to avoid Apple's security vetting process. I've never seen them say that. What they want to do is avoid fees. So here, the thing to look for is this conflation of the two issues. The hybrid concerns are a little bit tough because this is sensitive technology. It is difficult to build the access that some of the use cases would require. It should be done carefully. Also, if you have banking apps and stuff like that that are acting like credit cards, you don't want to just let anybody in. If it's Bank of America, sure, that's a good thing to have if they have a carefully constructed app and they know what they're doing and they're actually Bank of America. That's a good thing to have. If it's just some random app pretending to be a credit card, that does not seem like a good idea, right? So this is sensitive technology, some of it more so than others. Some of the other hardware things are less sensitive, but the credit card emulation stuff, I think, is pretty sensitive. We want that to be secure. So that means there does need to be vetting and engineering. That does not mean that it's impossible. And also, we have to pay attention to the incentives of the companies. And of course, the incentive is not just to extract fees, but to block access entirely, right? So much of these, they really want to keep their monopoly over this sort of secondary good like Apple Pay and something like that. So here, following or paying attention to the incentive, again, is very important. You're economists a lot here, so I don't think I need to belabor that point. But also, the technology is very sensitive. That doesn't mean we can't do it well, but it does mean that it is difficult, and a lot of the concerns, while overblown, are not completely baseless. In conclusion, pretty much the engineering concerns are hard to do. It's a hard thing to do. That's just the fact. But again, that does not mean that we should not do it or that the security concerns outweigh the antitrust goals. It's just simply a hard thing to do. And also, computer scientists are not it is not foreign to them, this idea of trade-offs. Security economics is a subject. This isn't something new in my field either, but there will be trade-offs. With the vetting concerns, really the fees, the fee structures and the security checking do not need to be so tightly married, but the vetting should still be done. This is an important thing to do. I do not think we can just sweep this issue under the rug. And then with the hybrid concerns, it's just a difficult engineering task, but also one where the platforms have so much power to prevent competition that they don't want. Am I on time? Excellent. Well, I'll end it there. Do I wait for questions here?
Does anybody have any burning questions? Okay, with that, then let's
There's a
just,
guy- there's-
oh, sorry about that. Hey, Eric.
Oh, someone wants to hear about WebKit?
I have some opinions about WebKit. So, I mean, you teased the WebKit thing. What do you think the vetting concerns are in the browser area?
None.
Okay. That's what I thought too.
Yeah, well, because I think that what Apple does is they sort of put, they act, so there's a requirement that, so WebKit is a browser engine. It's a piece of like a Chrome app on your phone. And they sort of act like somehow WebKit is more secure when there's no suggestion anywhere that it actually is. I don't think anyone thinks that, but they require it for no apparent reason. Please read the paper.
Thank you, Dashi. Sorry, am I squeezing you too much?
No, we got it.
So we have kind of a tight squeeze for people to get up to further talk, so hopefully we will not trip anybody. We have Joe Jerome, who's from DuckDuckGo, who's going to be presenting some work by some of his colleagues on anonymizing search, click, and query data while maintaining utility.
I also appreciate people talking about WebKit. Hi, everybody. The fact that this has been described as a technical panel is pretty terrifying because at best I'm a recovering lawyer. As was just said, this presentation is actually covering work on behalf and conducted by Andreas Davis, who is a privacy engineer at DuckDuckGo, and Paul Francis from the Max Planck Institute for Software Systems. So if anything is confusing or I start sounding like I'm saying gibberish, it's not their fault. It is my inability to convey their work. So, I'll say this at the end. We're talking about this paper today because we are very interested in folks' feedback and we'd like to engage with folks on what is maybe a little bit of a niche topic. But we do think that this is a topic that supports data sharing remedies that are relevant right now in both the United States and the EU. So to level set, Article 611 might be an underappreciated component of the Digital Markets Act, but it introduces an obligation on search gatekeepers, of which there's only one, to share anonymous ranking, query, click, and view data. So we call that click and query data. This can help search engines and arguably AI platforms improve their search results and improve their ability to generate information, especially for less frequent queries, which we call long tail queries. A similar remedy requires the use of or requires the sharing of what's known as user side data as part of the Google search antitrust case in the United States. We believe that for all practical purposes, this data in the EU and this data remedy in the United States are synonymous. And thus, as a result, this work is applicable on both sides of the Atlantic. So before I discuss our approach, I want to address a basic issue with explicit user identifiers in search data. So at a baseline, we believe excluding both direct and indirect identifiers like cookies, like Google IDs, that can link together search histories, search sessions, that those should be excluded as a baseline. We have found that Google is very keen to obfuscate this fact. If I had any hair, I'd be pulling it out because Google continues to cite the infamous 2006 AOL search log case as an example of the dangers of this type of data sharing. Our argument is that this is an example of immature, unsophisticated and arguably irresponsible pseudonymization. It reflects an effort from 20 years ago. The state of the art in de-identification has advanced considerably since then. And so constantly seeing this AOL search case example brought up over and over again is really frustrating. The lesson from this is, as this New York Times article points out, the lesson is to remove user IDs, not search queries themselves. Google has taken the opposite approach and the opposite lesson from this debacle. In the EU, Google has announced what's known as a European Search Dataset Licensing Program. You can do a search on DuckDuckGo and find out information about this right now. This data set that Google makes available under the as their effort to comply with the DMA provides no real value to a competing search engine. And this is due to Google's proposed anonymization method, which only includes data that meets two thresholds. The most important one that I'll talk about is basically Google's position is queries must be searched more than 30 times in the last 13 months by 30 separate signed-in users. That's a lot of different numbers, but basically the end result is that any query that isn't incredibly common is excluded. And that's all of the long tail queries that are valuable to search engines. We extrapolate that Google's data set admits more than 99% of distinct search queries. That's a tremendous amount of search queries. What remains is literally things like Wikipedia, sports. These are queries that everybody sees because they're very, very common. And the data from this obligation is in those rare long tail queries. To sort of also illustrate the disparity between these sort of common queries and rare queries, while 99% of distinct queries are removed, or rather more than 99%, this methodology ultimately excludes 42% of Google's total search volume. Now, Google doesn't share its own estimates here, but we think that really these numbers have been backed up and supported by evidence that was put forward in the search case last year. This is the definition of malicious compliance. I really can't put it better than the DOJ's witness. At every turn, Google's approach to this compliance obligation of the DMA has been one that you would use if you didn't actually want to release high utility data. That's sort of absurd for a company with Google's resources and technological sophistication. One of these highlighted lines right here is that Google was not deploying techniques that are taught to undergraduate computer science students. So, this is not a security or privacy decision. This is a policy decision that Google's using to undermine the DMA. We believe that the European Commission actually agrees with us. This was announced just last week that the European Commission is going to be providing more guidance over the next 6 months to help Google with its Article 611 compliance obligations. So we've got this ongoing specification work in the EU, and I think that that's why this proposal that I want to talk about is especially timely. The fact that the EC has also weighed in like this also ultimately suggests that they're rejecting Google's current approach. So Google's tacit assumption really is that any unique query that anyone makes is identifiable. And well, it's not even just that. It's that unless a query is made 30 times, it's identifiable. And that's incredibly broad. So I have an example here. If I type into a search engine, do Kellogg's cereals have GMO ingredients? Google would exclude this on privacy grounds, despite the fact that everybody can make this query. There is just no basis, I think, in computer science that a generic query like this could be re-identifiable to an end user. I think this is actually, frankly, further supported by joint guidelines that were released last year from the European Commission and the European Data Protection Board. They emphasize that the goal of anonymization should be to protect the data of end users. In other words, if any of you out there right now are searching Joseph Jerome to learn a little bit more about me, that is not personal data for purposes of Article 611 of the DMA. It's not personal data under the GDPR. Google will continually claim the opposite. And so I want to elevate that again. Names alone are not necessarily private information, but even if you are concerned that people are going to get information about names being searched, our proposal actually excludes queries that include names. So taking these joint guidelines into consideration, which discuss some of the click and query obligations, we're arguing for proportionate and effective anonymization. We believe that that does not require eliminating every possibility of re-identification. Instead, re-identification needs to be difficult enough such that the cost of large-scale data mining of all of this click and query data far outweighs any benefits, and that the probability of actually being able to re-identify a specific known user target is low enough to discourage reasonable attempts to do so. So to back this up, we think it's necessary to have alternatives to Google's approach. So the remainder of my time, which I hope I haven't taken up half of it already, is going to be spent talking about our targeted filtering approach. Our approach removes less than 99% of distinct queries versus Google's proposal, which again removes more than 99%. And so this involves targeted filtering, generalizing metadata, and implementing frequency-based word filtering. This is based off of DuckDuckGo's own data sets, which are not the same as Google's, though there's probably some differences there. But a key finding that I think is relevant or an important takeaway for this group is that PII, personally identifiable information, is relatively rare in a search query. And potentially problematic PII, that's information like a name that's also combined with an address or provided with additional contextual information, is even rarer. As you can see, these percentages, aside from names, which again, that seems something people focus on, it's less than 1%. So what do? Step one, we filter known identifiers. I think that, again, that goes back to the AOL search case. We get rid of email addresses. We get rid of phone numbers. The graphic on the right sort of shows what the resulting queries would look like once you take out known identifiers. You should see a lot of X's there, things that are just taken out of the queries. The next thing that we do, and I think what is novel about our approach, is that we propose to filter out unknown and uncommon words. This contrasts with Google's proposal. So Google applies a threshold to an entire query. The queries aren't identical where you're going to just throw them all out. Instead, we look at each word in the query. This captures things like accidentally pasted passwords, other types of PII that are not immediately obvious. So we apply this threshold, and let me go through this example here. So is blah, blah, blah in REI hacked passwords? If we tokenize each of those words and we run it against a dictionary, only REI and blah, blah, blah are going to be flagged. Now, REI is a US retailer, so it's probably going to hit some sort of threshold that suggests it's not actually that rare. Or even if it's an unknown dictionary term. And so then only the blah, blah, blah is likely to be missing from a dictionary or something that's commonly searched. So we've flagged an unknown and uncommon word. It hasn't made it through any sort of filtering process. So we're going to throw out that query. Applying both of these filters, we get rid of known identifiers. We look at unknown or uncommon words. You apply that to both data sets. And it results if you have 1.5 trillion searches, it results in only 1.69% of searches being filtered. Importantly, if we apply both of those filtering methodologies, they remove all of the potential PII that we determined in a manual review of our own data set. So those initial numbers that I showed. So the only thing that then remains that we should be worried about is metadata. And there's useful metadata that needs to be provided as part of click and query data. This slide, if you can see it, is a ton of text. I apologize for that, but basically we have a methodology for generalizing metadata using a k = 1,000 threshold. So for all of these things, location, device type, if it's not in a bucket of 1,000 people, we generalize and expand the pool until it is. we think that that's another way to mitigate privacy concerns. It also does, I think, a really good job of generalizing location data, which if you're a privacy person or a privacy advocate tends to be a form of data that is particularly sensitive. The bottom line here is that if you take these 3 steps, we filter known words, or we filter known identifiers rather, we filter unknown words, and we generalize metadata. We believe that this results in the exclusion of only 7.25% of DuckDuckGo's English queries. Using a bunch of fancy math, if you extrapolate that up to Google's volume, because Google has considerably more search queries than DuckDuckGo, it leads to about eliminating 2% of Google's search queries, as opposed to more than 99%. Why is this important? This demonstrates that there are ways to share anonymized click and query data in a way that can be made useful to competitors. Second, again, in light of the fact that the European Commission has announced, a specification proceeding, and we have the imminent technical committee being put together in the United States to produce privacy and security safeguards, that more attention needs to be applied to this information. Again, while it's very niche, I think it's important to respond to and rebut to Google's efforts to make bad faith privacy arguments. As the previous speaker mentioned, to use privacy and security as sort of this impossible shield to, as a defense to anti-competitive behavior, even as they engage in privacy invasive behaviors of their own. And so, I'm happy to answer any questions, both in this panel or afterward. We really very much welcome follow-up. Again, I think, this is our effort to produce a counter proposal to what Google has done, but we'd love to engage other folks in this just to sort of, again, have a little bit more ammunition to go up against Google here. So if there are any scholars, any researchers, any technical folks that want to talk de-identification and anonymization, a very sexy topic, please reach out. I've got my email address here. I'm happy to put you in touch with the actual authors of this work, and we're happy to engage in a dialogue. I want to thank KGI and the Tobin Center for giving us the opportunity to present this, and I will shut up now. Thank you.
So let's take a burning question. Okay, we have one from back there. You're welcome to start to get up so that.
It's such a great case study of how we can decentralize tech. Have you done any re-identification attacks to choose that K equals 1,000 users? How that K value came from?
That's a great question. I don't think we've done re-identification attacks. We just thought that that was actually like at a high enough level that it would omit so many people, particularly for the United States. If you have 1,000, different devices in an area, that's unlikely to be re-identified. Similarly, that's a K value that's considerably higher than the K equals 30 that Google proposed for queries. So we're making an assumption that this would actually be very hard to re-identify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Joe. And next up will be Ife Wong, who will be talking about competition and privacy.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I am Ife. I am currently assistant professor of marketing and business economics at the University of Pittsburgh. Today, I'm going to talk about my research on competition and privacy. The key research question I'm trying to address in this paper is whether more competition in the market leads to more or less privacy intrusion by firms. And I'm particularly interested in the causality between competition and privacy practices. Now, privacy has become an increasingly important topic in the mobile economy. Based on a recent set of statistics, on average, a mobile phone is located by apps over 3,000 times per day, and our photos and files data are accessed by apps over 2,000 times per day. So these are really scary statistics and suggest that privacy is an important challenge faced by consumers in today's economy. So a natural question here is why are things so bad, and why does it seem that privacy intrusion has become an increasingly important challenge? So regulators around the world are starting to get increasingly concerned that insufficient competition leads to privacy abuse by firms. So for example, in the recent landmark cases in the US, DOJ versus Google and FTC versus Meta, regulators brought up the point that insufficient competition and market power of these big tech companies might actually lead to privacy intrusion. And in Europe, the European Court of Justice recently supported the German antitrust regulators that Facebook had been abusing its market power to harvest user data. So it seems that regulators around the world are now having this belief that more competition is going to help privacy protection. And that belief can be illustrated in this recent New York Times article, which basically reported that almost simultaneously with Google's exit from the social media market, which happened a long time ago, of course, Facebook started to decrease its privacy protection for its consumers. However, there has also been counter-arguments that competition might not be the remedy to the problem. And in this recent research article, the authors argued that more competition will not help if rival firms compete to addict users and to engage users and essentially exploit users. Then competition might be toxic in the sense that firms might compete for data and better targeting, and that might lead to more privacy intrusion. And also, there has been observations in the media and in the literature that large firms that have a certain degree of market power typically actually have less sensitive data, and then they invest more on privacy protection. So how exactly competition affects privacy is unclear, and despite the amount of media and policy attention, this question is almost completely unstudied in the empirical literature on privacy. So this is going to be the focus of my project. A bit more on the context, I'm going to study this question in the context of the Chinese Android app market. Now, the Chinese Android app market is a bit different from app market in other countries in the sense that in the US, for example, people download apps from Google Play, but Google Play is banned in China, so people have to download apps elsewhere. And a major source of apps is what we call the third-party app stores that collect data from this major third-party Android app store in China, which means that we have a representative sample of apps, Android apps, that are accessible to Chinese consumers. Now, what does privacy mean in this context? So here I'm going to measure the degree of privacy intrusion as the number of permissions requested by apps. So if an app requests more permissions relative to other apps in the same category, then I'm going to think of it as being more privacy intrusive. And that is because the number of permissions generally represents the level of data access and the degree of device control requested by the app. So this is certainly not the perfect measure for privacy, but it is widely used in the literature on privacy. Now, what does competition mean in this context? So here, competition means the degree of concentration in the market. And here I'm going to study a policy shock that both decreased the number of products in the traded markets and also increased the degree of market concentration in those markets. So the key conceptual challenge of this project is how to identify causality. So why is this so challenging? Or that is because competition is affected by many factors, by complicated dynamics. So there might be other variables, a lot of other things, which we call the confounders, that can affect both competition and firms' privacy practice at the same time. So the correlation we observe might not reflect causality, it might instead reflect the common influence from those confounding factors. So the way I address this challenge comes from the sad fact that the competitive market in competitive environment in Chinese app market is affected by internet censorship. So in 2003, China launched this Golden Shield project. And as a part of this project, some of the most popular global websites and apps are banned, such as Facebook, YouTube, New York Times, and many others. But despite the censorship, people can actually still access those banned apps in China for a very long time because they can use censorship circumvention tools, such as the VPNs. Before 2017, people can access these tools relatively easily and use them to access those foreign apps, those banned foreign apps. But in 2017, there was a new regulation that prohibits such tools legally, those tools that are not authorized by the government. And so as a result, it is much harder for consumers to access those banned apps with those tools. So this is an illustration of how this policy change interacted with the competitive environment in Chinese app market. So the top of the figure here represents the uncensored category. So think about music apps. So think about weather apps or bank apps here. Now, the apps in those categories are permitted both before and after the policy shock. So their competitive environment is not really affected by this policy shock. The bottom of this panel here are the censored categories. So think about music apps or social media apps, for example. Now, banned apps in those categories, so think about Spotify, for example. Now, these apps are banned, but before the policy shock, they can still be accessed with VPNs. Now, after the policy shock, the VPNs are banned. So even though Spotify is still there, people can hardly access it from mainland China because they can hardly access the VPNs. Now, the permitted apps in the censored categories. So think about the Chinese domestic music apps. Now, these apps are permitted both before and after the policy shock because they're domestic. But before the policy shock, they're facing competition from those banned apps, such as Spotify. Whereas after the policy shock, they are essentially experiencing a decrease of competition because people can hardly access those banned foreign apps like Spotify. So in my analysis, I'm going to use the permitted apps in the censored categories. So the guys in the bottom panel as the treated group, as they are experiencing a removal of competitive pressure. I'm going to use the permitted apps in the uncensored categories, so the guys up there as the control group, as their competitive environment essentially remains unchanged. So some quick evidence that the policy was indeed implemented and enforced and affected competition. So the first figure shows the percentage of most popular VPNs in China before the policy shock and the percentage of these VPNs that are removed from the market. So this is a cumulative percentage. So before the policy shock, things are fine, but after we see a huge increase in terms of the percentage of popular VPNs removed from the Chinese market. The second figure shows the degree of concentration measured by Heffendale index. And we see that after the policy shock, the censored or the treated markets have a substantial increase in the degree of market concentration measured by Heffendale index. So the data and model. So the key data challenge is how to get historical data on permissions. So the way I address this is that I find a app store that provides historical versions of apps. And then I downloaded all the historical versions of all the apps in my sample. And so I end up downloading over 300,000 app installation packages. And then I analyze those app installation packages directly to find their permission requests, their app functionalities, and the revenue model. And I also have a censorship data set that tells me which major global websites were banned in China at which point. And then I define a censored app category as those that have major non-Chinese apps that were banned before the policy shock. So method, synthetic differences in differences. This is a recently developed econometrics method. So the key idea is basically, we construct a synthetic control group from those untreated apps so that they provide a high quality match in a statistical sense so that to compare to the treated apps. So I'm just going to skip the statistics part and go directly to the results. So first, the main results. So here I actually did analysis using multiple statistical methods, but for the interest of time, I'm going to just discuss the synthetic differences in differences results, which is in panel B. So the y-axis here is the log number of permissions requested by apps. The red line here represents the treated apps. So those are the apps in the censored categories. The blue line here represents the synthetic control group constructed from apps that are in the uncensored categories. Now, the solid line represents the announcement of the policy. The dashed line represents the time when we actually observe VPN removal in the data set. So as we can see, prior to the policy change, the synthetic control group provide a very good match to the treated apps, whereas after the policy shock, we see a clear divergence, in particular after the actual removal of those VPNs from the market. So essentially, this shows that the removal of competitive pressure leads to an increase of privacy of permission requests from the treated apps. So here are the numerical results. So let's just look at column 3 and 4. These are the synthetic differences and differences results. Now I look at both the number of permissions and the number of particularly privacy sensitive permissions as defined by Android. So the results are similar. It basically shows that the regulatory trend lead to around 3% increase in terms of the permission requests and the dangerous permission requests by affected apps. So this pattern is quite robust to a series of robustness checks, but I'm going to just briefly discuss 2 things that I think the most important. The first thing is a robustness check that shows that the effect is indeed come the shift in competitive pressure. So basically, I look at treated categories where the competition is more affected, in the sense that the banned foreign apps used to be important players in this market. So they will have a higher ranking, basically. And I compare them to markets where competition was less affected, in the sense that, yes, there were banned apps, but those banned foreign apps are smaller players. They did not rank as high in the Chinese market. So the results basically shows that the estimated effect is larger in treated markets where competition is more affected, and smaller in treated markets where competition is less affected, which is consistent with the removal of competition story. Now, the second important robustness check I want to highlight is the question of whether the effect was actually reflecting expansion in app functionality. Because sometimes app requires permissions in order to deliver functions to users. For example, an app might want to access certain data because the data is important to the function. And so while that does not mean that the data does not have privacy risks, it might be less of a privacy concern because consumers might actually want to share that data because they want to achieve to access that function. So here, basically, I look at the proxy of app functionality, which is the number of Android activities. So here, basically, an activity is an Android terminology that is basically a window that user can directly interact with. So this is a user interface. So here, it basically shows that the training and control apps do not really differ in terms of how many functions that they provide, which suggests that the increase in permissions is particularly alarming because it cannot be justified via increase in functionality. So some heterogeneity that shows that the effect it comes from increase in multiple types of permission requests. So it's not not a specific type, and it is also shared by multiple different categories. Now, mechanism. So why does this happen? So first thing I want to highlight is that the banned foreign apps are actually on average requesting fewer permissions compared to their Chinese counterparts, which means that the removal of these apps essentially means that removal of privacy-friendly outset options. And that means that the Chinese apps are now having less incentive to compete on privacy, and they are more aggressive in terms of user engagement and monetization. So I have some empirical evidence on both, but in the interest of time, just very briefly talk about the last piece, which is the effect is concentrated among apps that explicitly monetize user engagement. So here, I basically look at apps that monetize engagement via apps, where advertising, via in-app purchases, and apps that do not have any specific way to monetize engagement. So the effect only comes from apps that monetize engagement and is insignificant among apps that do not monetize engagement. And I also find that after the policy shock, the treated apps also specifically increase their effort to engage and retain users in terms of the number of SDKs they use to do user analytics and engagement. So that's pretty much all I want to say for this paper. Thank you so much. And this is my email address, so please feel free to email your questions and comments. Thank you so much.
So I see we already have a burning question, so please go ahead.
Can you explain a bit more on the synthetic control group, like on slide number 25?
Sorry, if you don't mind just getting the mic.
Yeah, so on slide number 25, if
Number 25.
can
This
you-
one?
Yeah, can you explain the synthetic control group a little more? Because in the ads component, the curve of the synthetic control group seems to be like going down in the first ads. Yeah.
So that is a good question. So basically the synthetic control group for panel A and panel B are slightly different in the sense that, so in panel A, both the treaty group and the synthetic control groups are apps that use an advertising model before the treatment. And in panel B, the synthetic control groups are apps that use an in-app purchase model prior to the treatment. So essentially, they are from two different samples. And so this basically suggests that the control apps that rely on the advertising model actually experienced a certain decline in terms of the permission requests without the removal of competition.
So the synthetic control group is just the apps that are available outside China?
Oh, no, okay. So the synthetic control groups are constructed from the set of apps that are also inside China, but are in those categories where they're not, you can essentially understand them as the categories that are not censored. So categories where there was no banned foreign apps that plays an important role in those categories. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last up will be Tymon, who will be speaking about, or Tymon van Gundt, who will be speaking about how Amazon instrumentalizes pets and sidewalks to entrench its infrastructural power.
Yeah, well said. My name is Tymon van Gundt, currently a researcher at TNO. I'm also affiliated to the Delft University of Technology, where I was before, and did the majority of the work with my lovely co-authors, Donna Gerbertolfo and Seda Gursis. The title is quite a mouthful, so we'll start off with some background. The premise is that privacy-enhancing technologies, those are the techs we look at, and they are a class of technologies that, at least originally, aim to alleviate power asymmetries by design. Again, a mouthful, but there are two central principles. So first, you minimize data processing or data use to a specific purpose, which is also called purpose limitation. And second, you then consider how any powerful party, be that government or a company or whatever, can overreach. For example, eavesdrop into your communication. That then leads you to come up with a certain technical design, such as encryption, that centers both of these principles in the very design of your application. That all sounds very nice, but we've seen a few contentious applications when companies that have infrastructural control deploy these pets. So on the left are two examples that I've already heard a bit about today, either over drinks or in the room, namely in the digital advertising sphere. Google rolled out Privacy Sandbox in their Chrome web browser. Apple rolled out Apple App Tracking Transparency, which were both supposed to improve privacy in digital advertising, which is much needed, but also remains them, or leads to them being central in digital advertising. So for example, Google said, we plan to ban all use of third-party cookies, which is good for privacy, but they replaced them with certain on-device analytics that they had to set, like they were the browser and the operating system definers. So they got a certain power in the way that other companies do digital advertising. And something similar happened in the case of Google Apple exposure notification framework. This was during the COVID-19 pandemic, when digital contact tracing was the thing that governments wanted. So if I was close to you and you turned out to have COVID later, then I would get a warning in a very privacy-preserving manner. That was all kind of fine. But this had to be implemented on the level of the operating system of mobile phones because it relied on persistent sensing and persistent background functioning. And then Google and Apple, they reserved those privileges to operating system functions, which means that they got a certain influence in the way that public services, namely public health, were delivered to the public, because they got to set the parameters in which this could happen. They became arbiters of privacy. So what we see here is that pets can provide some privacy to users in what we call the business to consumer context, but also leads to these tech companies entrenching their own role in how other companies or governments produce and deliver their own services, which is the B2B part. And that is the focus of us. So we performed a case study into Amazon Sidewalk to see how this develops, and we had the hypothesis that something similar could be happening. I want to start with a show of hands. This is now the first time that I'm presenting this work in the US, which is the only country where Sidewalk is currently active. So how many of you have heard about Amazon Sidewalk before? It's a lot of a better score than in Europe. How many of you have an Echo or a Ring device in your home? Or maybe have people that do. I guess there's a bit of a bias in all of you. I'm happy to hear. Maybe Amazon's less so. Sidewalk is a connectivity service for IoT devices. So the premise is that if you have an Internet of Things device, be it a smart lock, which is on the very left, or an asset tracker, which are more to the right, they need connectivity so that you can control them or you can see where they are. So you can send data to them and take data from them. But connectivity then requires maybe Wi-Fi, maybe a 4G or 5G connection, or all these kinds of other alternatives. And that can be expensive or there can be little coverage. And that is where Amazon Sidewalk comes in. It's a crowdsourced network, hence all these people and the very nice marketing material that Amazon has. And manufacturers of these devices can then make sure that they use Sidewalk connectivity and do not have to put Wi-Fi or 4G or 5G into their own devices. So these are all manufactured by third-party companies and not by Amazon themselves, but these companies are adopting Sidewalk. This is what it looks like technically. I had some animations to go a bit easier on you, but you have to listen to me extra carefully now that it's all already on the slide. We start on the far left where we have an endpoint. This is the IoT device that I just showed before. So it's the device that will get a connection. And you want to connect it to what is on the far right. So a laptop or maybe a phone or desktop from the light's owner, so that you can see whether it is on or you can control it. And to get this connection, the endpoint on the far left can then connect to what is called a gateway, so an Amazon Echo or an Amazon Ring device that are already out there throughout the country. And the peculiar thing is that the endpoint can be owned by someone else than the gateway. So my device, my endpoint, can get Wi-Fi connect or can get Sidewalk connectivity from your device, which is the gateway. And this is what makes it crowdsourced, that pretty much anyone's device can contribute connectivity. And what Amazon uses here is the fact that these Echo and these Ring devices, they already have an own connection to the internet to function themselves. And Amazon kind of repurposes that bandwidth to then route packets to the Sidewalk network server and the AWS IoT core for Sidewalk. That's more technical, but what Amazon does is they route all the traffic and they make sure that my message goes to my device and that it goes to the application server of the manufacturer of the device. So very technical, but what you have to remember is that the endpoint gets connectivity from the gateway, which is already an Amazon device owned by someone else potentially. And Amazon's web services have a very big role there. That's all the part in orange, which also means that the manufacturer of the endpoints can tap into all the other AWS services that are there quite easily for data storage, for securing the devices, for monitoring all devices out in the fields. So that's quite convenient for them. Amazon claims to have coverage of over 95% of the US population today. So that's very big. They rolled out the service in opt-out fashion, which could explain that not everybody knows about it. And we did a qualitative case study into this. Most important is that we interviewed half of the manufacturers that have adopted it. So now back to pets that I started the presentation with. What are their effects? The fact that Sidewalk is crowdsourced and that my device can use your connection to talk to a server somewhere, of course, led to some privacy and security concerns. And the public reception was not very good initially for Amazon. So this is when Amazon came out and said, not to worry, we have two classes of very good pets. These are quite traditional or simple pets, so not all the hardcore pet engineers think they're pets maybe, but still. On the left, we have a 3-layered end-to-end encryption scheme, and on the right are the fact that Amazon obfuscates identifiers and all the routing information. So when a device talks to another, a lot of the information Amazon clears periodically. At least that's what they say. Those are our details. What you should remember are the bottom two parts. The idea is that the gateway owners, so the people that provide connectivity, cannot learn anything about the endpoint owners, so the people that get connectivity. So any content that is deemed sensitive, like contents of packets that are sent back and forth, those are not visible to Amazon or to gateway operators. That all sounds magical and very nice. Despite that, there are a lot of privacy and confidentiality issues that remain, but I only have 15 minutes, so I will focus on the B2B part today. There are quite some implications for the manufacturers that make IoT devices and that want to have Sidewalk as a connectivity protocol for them. So on the left is the fact that they have to key their endpoints. To support the encryption scheme that Amazon has, they have to change the way that they produce their devices. For example, they have to have a computer with an internet connection in their factories right now. They have to use a hardware security module. These are all kinds of small steps that really change the way that they make their products. The second box is that they have to use Amazon-approved chips and hardware, and those are quite expensive. You might wonder about the foot, but the thing is that Amazon's software stack has a big footprint, according to our interviewees. Which means that once you adopt Sidewalk, you cannot really fit other connectivity protocols in the same device, which also increases your dependence on Sidewalk working well. And they can only buy chips from the 5 companies that are at the bottom. Only their chips are certified Sidewalk proof by Amazon. Then once you've jumped through all those hoops, you also have to be certified and audited yourself as an organization to carry the Sidewalk labels and for Amazon to let you onto their network. Remember, because it's all encrypted, Amazon can just revoke your keys, and that means you no longer have access. And the final and biggest part is that you have to use AWS. So all the encryption and decryption ends within Amazon's cloud servers. So you must use that. And if you want to use another cloud service, or maybe a customer using your devices wants to do that, then you have to kind of copy your data back and forth. Which leads to something that we call the pet paradox. So the first facet of the paradox, we think there are 2, it involves flipping, and it's a full slide, bear with me. With these pets, Amazon can very granularly control how data flows. So they can make sure that you can communicate with your endpoints, or that the manufacturer can see how well they are doing out in the field. But it also gives Amazon a lot of device telemetry, which for the manufacturers is useful because they can see, are my devices doing well, or should I improve some parts? But Amazon can kind of see the same information, and it tells them a lot about how manufacturers make their devices. And they also see how they use AWS. And it was already mentioned today, but Amazon did something similar before with Amazon Basics, where they see how others use their platform and then use it for their own. Most saliently, they can now extend their own computational infrastructure. With that, we mean that they first already controlled Amazon's cloud. To those who are very tightly connected to the Echo and Ring devices. And these are now a gateway to also let these third-party endpoints onto the cloud, puts them kind of within their reach. And in this process, they use pets kind of as a marketing strategy. So our interviewees said, and we also saw from the public backlash, that Amazon claims that they are suppressing some data flows and then not talking about all these other options. There are more details about this in the paper, but this is what they use to flip consumer devices. So they offer connectivity and a very tight integration with AWS to manufacturers, using consumer devices of people that might not even know. So this conceals how pets can increase informational power instead of countering it. The second facet is that they get a kind of infrastructural power over IoT manufacturers. And infrastructural power we define as Amazon entrenches their own computational infrastructure in the way that these manufacturers produce their device services. Because once you're in AWS, you are incentivized to kind of move all your production in there, because it doesn't make sense to, for example, copy back and forth between Azure and AWS. It centralizes all the choices they are making for you. So you use the hardware and firmware that they give you, but also you go through the certification process and they will prevent any abuse and monitor the whole network and kind of protect it. But it also creates a lot of technical and organizational dependencies. So not only because of the footprint, making it hard to fit other protocols in there, but also because all of these hoops you have to jump through really puts a burden on these organizations that are sometimes very small, or they make devices that should be very cheap, so you should have very cheap hardware. And as I just finished off with, Amazon gets insight into business sensitive information. So how do IoT devices work? And that informs their own development. And in this process, interestingly, power begets power. Because when we asked our interviewees why they then adopt Sidewalk if it comes with so many hurdles, many of them alluded to the relationship that they have with Amazon or that they want to build with Amazon. So one said they have an ongoing partnership that they want to foster. Another saw it as a way to create a more intimate relationship with them. Even another one said, we just want to befriend the giant, and therefore we kind of play ball the way they play ball. And privacy protection, which Amazon says is really a core of Sidewalk, was not really given as a benefit here. So the pet paradox, to sum it up, is that pets reach millions of users and manufacturers, which seems great if you start from the premise that pets can decrease power. But actually, we see that in this specific case, they can increase informational power asymmetries, which to people means that there is now a connectivity network potentially monitoring the whole world, or for now, the whole of the US. And for companies, it means that they are providing Amazon with valuable device and AWS usage information, which they cannot really do anything against. And then the second facet is that it also enables infrastructural power on the side of Amazon. So they get to reshape how companies produce, in what environments, with what processes, and they put down a lot of certification requirements to them. So what then should we do? Let's make it clear that I am not against pets. We are not against pets at all. We think a first takeaway is that we should identify when consumer devices are being repurposed with these kind of privacy guarantees that Amazon's making, actually masks an extractive intervention. So this is what we call the flipping. They use consumer devices, say that there are no privacy issues at all going on, but that kind of sidelines all the economic and the B2B implications. Second takeaway, and I'm really happy that we have such a diverse public here, is that we think we should engage conversations across all affected layers and domains. And that's really big, but if we look at the pets or the engineering community, the people that make these technologies, they could be very happy about the uptake and about the engineering novelty of these kinds of services. They might be worried about what is called privacy washing. That's a bit of an ongoing discussion where they say they improve privacy while they don't, but then you still restrict the discussion to privacy or confidentiality only. Whereas competition is now also an issue. So pets can limit more competition in free markets, but that doesn't really mean that we should abolish pets at large. We don't have answers. There are more questions. You can think about consumer rights. So what about your device being used for another purpose? You can think about governmental sovereignty if you think back to the contact tracing example. And we just really want to give away that we should be having more discussions that kind of unite all these angles. So sadly, no answers, but something interesting and hopefully inspiring. And I look forward to any questions, thoughts, and also comments.
Let's take a burning question while we start to transition to the panel. So actually, I have a quick burning question. So I wonder whether there sort of is this subtle difference here between, so for instance, with the contact tracing case, sort of the pet kind of built the infrastructure itself, whereas in this case, it seems though the purpose of the pet was to almost be a sort of sugar to help the medicine go down. Like it was more of sort of a PR tactic to allow them to build the infrastructure. Do you see there as being sort of a distinction between those two types of cases?
Yeah, I'm very happy you pick up on that. It's a very important distinction. So with the contact tracing case, there indeed was a demand for contact tracing. Of course, there was a pandemic going on. I don't think I have to tell you on the urgency about that. So there was a wish for contact tracing, and then they said, okay, we can do this in a privacy-preserving manner, building on the DP3T framework, which is built by academics, and then they kind of pull that into their operating system. So that kind of solved an issue that was lying around. With Sidewalk, it's more that they thought, or we cannot speak on intentionality, but it's more the fact that they created a connectivity network and then put the pets in there to do that using consumer devices. They were not really solving an issue or a problem before. They created a new service and they just needed pets to flip these consumer devices for that purpose.
Thank you. All right, so please feel free to sit back down. And now we're going to open things up for questions for any of our panelists. So if you have one, please feel free to raise your hands. So. Yeah, if you could just wait for the microphone.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up for you. So what's the spectrum or the frequency that the endpoint device and the Echo uses? It is always, it's just license-free spectrum, Wi-Fi spectrum, or what is the?
Yeah, so they refer to it as Sidewalk, the protocol, which is kind of an umbrella. They have 3 PHYs. It's LoRa, that's one option. The second is Bluetooth. And the third is frequency shift keying. This is quite technical. There are more details both in the paper and in the technical documentation that we used. But it also differs per gateway. So I just said they can connect to Echo and Rings, but not all of these devices have all of the antennas on board to accommodate all 3. And likewise, not all the endpoints have all the 3 antennas on board. So it can differ, but it's usually one of those 3 or multiple of those 3.
I had a quick question for Daji and Joe, just follow-ups. Daji, you had given the example of messaging interoperability as a challenge that's primarily engineering in nature. And I guess like my understanding of messaging interoperability is there's a lot of issues around abuse detection and preventing spam and filtering, which seems to me to implicate vetting. And I wanted to kind of wanted you to comment on that challenge. And then Joe, your presentation did, I think, proposed some really interesting new ideas for screening queries. But can you maybe comment on how like a wider array of queries leads to more utility, like not just the privacy side, but the utility side? Is it just that there's more long tail queries, or is it more nuanced than that? Those are my kind of, sorry for the double barrel, but.
So, you know, as with a lot of frameworks, it's not super cut and dry. I think that mostly what we were looking at were instances in which the messaging, all of what we were looking at was instances in which the messaging was either going to be or already is end-to-end encrypted. So then the platforms can't look at what's being done. There are some tools that are good for these type of things, like disappearing messages, being able to check that something's been deleted. This is a good way to, you know, sort of start to help with, say, partner abuse issues. And these are hard to implement and also hard to implement in the end-to-end encrypted setting. Let me tell you that if you want to do AI end-to-end encrypted, you should read Mallory's paper. It's really hard too. So these sort of extra features are just harder. But in terms of like abuse detection directly, that's not applicable because it's already encrypted, at least to my knowledge.
That's a great question, and let me try and answer it by going through some of the use cases for click and query data, because I think that's part of the problem. Like, what is this click and query data, and what can it be used for? So I think the main and most obvious one is it addresses your point about long tail, like understanding more about long tail queries. In terms of practical terms, you know, it's not just about improving search result and relevancy. It could be really useful for building an index. That's like, you know, obviously, if you're interested in search dynamics, is a huge competitive component here, where there's not many indexes available, and Google's is way better than everyone else's, and this has huge implications for the AI companies, frontier models. So it's not just about understanding long tail queries, it's about understanding what parts of the internet to map, what parts of the internet might just be purely spam. Another use case that sort of we've found is that it also would be helpful. Click and query data can be useful for when to fire instant answers. That's actually like part of DuckDuckGo's origin story. Our CEO was like, I want to be able to have instant answers for things. And now we have, all search engines have all these sorts of modules with instant answers. But it's oftentimes difficult to know which module should be triggered. Presumably Wikipedia can be triggered quite a bit, but you know, there are rarer modules that click and query data could help inform. Another thing that can be done is, you know, one thing that I didn't quite realize as someone that grew up at a point in time where I was obsessed with never making grammatical errors when I typed, is that a lot of search queries are just like typos everywhere, or just like, you know, you need to figure out what they mean based off of words that they're misspelling all over the place. And so a lot of times, you know, you have to either sort of figure out what they've actually typed, or you want to suggest some other word to put in there. Click and query data can be really helpful with that. And then I guess the last one that I think will be super relevant for AI companies, and frankly, if you followed the Google case, a number of the AI companies talked about the utility of click and query data in their amicus briefs, and when they were called to testify, is that it will help with basically freshness and web search in chatbots.
So I saw your hand go up next. So if you don't mind just waiting for the microphone. Oh.
Alyssa, I'll go ahead of you. Okay. I wanted to make a comment more than a question, which is that very often the privacy people want to say the thing that Yifei started out with, which is competition's going to drive us all to the bottom. And so that's really terrible. And I just would like to point out that in, for example, the car market, we have regulation about brakes and seatbelts and airbags and crash testing. And then we let cars race to that threshold. And yeah, they're all trying to make the cheapest car conditional on meeting that quality threshold, but we as a society have decided that's a safe car. So the only reason that competition would be a problem is because you haven't done the safety regulation properly. I really just want to stand up for competition here and say that competition is not, we don't outsource to a monopolist giving us safe products. That's not the right way around. We make the safety standard and then we let firms compete. So anyway, that's not a question. Sorry about that.
Any panelists care to comment on that?
100% agree.
Okay, so I think we have actually somebody with the microphone. Wait, Alyssa, you might have the microphone next. And I think that there's somebody else who also had their hand up right around the same time who will come after that. So. And then, and then y'all be third, okay?
Yes, okay. I have a comment and several questions, sorry. Daji, coming back on your framework and hybrid versus engineering. If we look at the DMA, Article 7, which I'm so glad we get to talk about, we have to talk about it every single year we have this conference. So it's a horizontal interoperability mandate for messaging, but it basically has vetting built in because of the structure of it, right? So like the gatekeeper gets to create a reference offer, and now there's companies that go under NDA and decide, and Meta gets to decide if they are up to snuff, if they are like meeting whatever specifications Meta has, in order for the two of them to interoperate. And I think some of that does have to do with abuse mitigation, like Meta vets how the other company does abuse mitigation. And, to the extent they're doing like message franking and these kinds of things, like there is an impingement on interop. But I think it's also just like, are you going to slam my servers? Can you implement the protocols properly that I've said that you have to implement? So I think it's like even blurrier than it seemed maybe.
No, I mean, so part of it is that if you're trying to interoperate with Meta and you're coming with your own protocol, then they have to go check it out. Obviously, they always have to check out some stuff, but if you're using the Signal protocol, then there's less to vet. The vetting case, so the pure vetting case, is also far from pure. You in order to sideload an app, you need to have an API that works. So these are not pure things. The details are in the paper, but the pattern still is very clear where the primary challenge and also the concerns, right? Because the framework is actually general. The concerns for the engineering case are concerns about engineering, right? So that's sort of the main issue with these ones. It's not to say that there's no vetting to be done, but that tends to be not like what the companies are complaining about.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, but it is true that it's much more, I mean, all of these cases are much more complicated than just this. Yeah, read the paper.
Yeah. Okay, I have questions for each of the rest of you, so I'll be quick. And I'll just say them all, and then you can take them in whatever order. So Joe, you showed some data both about like the prevalence of PII and then also efficacy. And I'm just wondering, like, why should we trust your numbers? Or have you put thought into like what accountability framework is needed for the public to trust those kinds of numbers? Because obviously you're incentivized to get as much data as possible. So not, your branding notwithstanding. And I'm also curious about query rewriting, because that came up a lot in the trial. And like these cases where you have to filter an unusual word, like if you could get the rewritten query or something, is there any corner case like that where you would expand the number of queries you could get if they were rewritten? I don't know if that factors in, but I'm just curious about that. Ife, this might be in the paper, but you showed some data about apps that monetize versus not, or monetize attention versus not, as well as differentiation between different kinds of permissions requested. And I'm wondering if you also have the cross between those things. Like, is there some subset of apps that monetize and there's like some set of permissions that are most common in the case of the ones that lost competitors? And then Timon, I'm curious if you could apply your findings to either of the other two cases that you mentioned at the beginning, the Privacy Sandbox or ATT. Like, if you think about your two core findings, is there some way that they apply directly in the case where you don't have, hardware vendors?
I guess I'll try to go first there. Those are also really great questions. So the first one is why should you trust us? That's a great question. Obviously part of the reason that we're happy to present this is we'd like to get other people engaged on this. For our purposes, so we had a number of our team do a manual review of thousands upon thousands of queries to just sort of mark out what the PI incidence was. So we use basically we have a 95% confidence threshold that the real number is within 50% of that based on the thousands of queries we reviewed. And so, the limitation here is we're a small company and this was just someone just doing this by hand. But after, after they hit that point, we didn't think it was necessary to look at a bigger sample of queries. Now, you're right, that might change things. But that was just a manual review. We have tried to do automated reviews using LLMs to further see what we find. And similarly, it suggests that the incidence of PII is pretty low. Now we could quibble over whether it's 0.5% or 1% or 1.5%, but there's no evidence that we've found so far that suggests that it's significantly higher than that. Your second question was about edge cases and queries being rewritten. So look, you're absolutely right that from DuckDuckGo's perspective, and I think all of the search competitors' perspectives, more data is better. That said, there are privacy issues here. And, I was mentioning how a lot of our queries are just the same sort of typos over and over again. But there are queries that, it's just someone wrote something that is off the wall and we've never seen that before that would be excluded here because of the way we're doing word filtering. And we think that that's just appropriate as a privacy protection measure.
So thank you so much for the question. I think that's a great question. So basically, I looked at the stratification by monetization model and also by the type of permissions, but at this moment, I still don't have a result that look at the interaction between those two things, partly because there are many different types of permissions. But I think it'll be interesting to look at least for a part of representative types to get an understanding of that. So right now, one result that I have is that the apps that monetize, they actually tend to request a lot more permissions that are related to push notifications and to personalize those push notifications. So it seems that those apps are really trying to push users and to repeatedly remind users to engage in them to actually attract user attention. So that is the one result that I do have, but I think there's still potential to investigate some other types of permissions to actually enrich those sites of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. We do see similar effects in these other cases around advertising. There might be less hardware involved, but we see effects on production at large. Interpreting production not just as producing devices, but all kinds of services or products at large. For example, in the Google Privacy Sandbox, we're trying to track users with guessing, stochastics, AI, trying to follow them, trying to interpret who they were. And also using universal identifiers. So logins on websites, for example, across websites owned by the same publisher. So there were really big differences in how they started to do advertising, digital advertising, even though there was no hardware involved. So we do see similar cases. We also have a third case in the paper, which relates to Apple Find My and Google's finding devices. I won't cover it too much here, but there is yet another case that we see the same thing happen. So we do think it's a pattern.
Yeah. Thank you. Next. Thank you for the opportunity. My question is for Dr. Wang. I find your study very interesting, the relationship between competition and privacy, using the case of China and China's unique, digital market, which is heavily regulated. I was just curious, would you expect a similar outcome or a similar finding if you were to look into different authoritarian governments, such as Russia or North Korea? Who are also, prohibiting their public from accessing, they have their own versions of their own platforms, right? They cannot have access to the foreign platforms. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a super interesting question. So I think my knowledge is that Russia now also has a similar type of censorship. Yeah, I'm not so sure about North Korea, but I think that actually would also depend on, what are the privacy practices for the domestic apps in those countries. Because the thing in China is that the big foreign apps, though they have certain sort of market power in the international market, they actually still tend to be more privacy-friendly apps compared to Chinese domestic markets. So this censorship essentially means that a removal of those more privacy-friendly alternative outside options for the Chinese apps. So I think ultimately it would probably depend on what are the standard privacy practices for apps in the other authoritarian countries, and whether they are relatively more or less privacy respectful compared to those banned international apps. But I think that's an interesting question to think about. Thank you.
I think you actually had your hand up next, and then Eric will come after.
Hey, this question is for Joe as well. Yeah, this is a little adjacent to privacy, but I was wondering how important the recency or freshness of query and click data is to competitors. And is this a factor that really differs between like Google's proposals and competitor proposals? Does Google use the privacy shield there to say, hey, we can't release anything for like till it's 6 months old?
Great question. And I'm gonna take the opportunity that you asked me a question to also respond to Alyssa. The other thing of not trusting us is, well, and I mentioned this in the presentation, Google hasn't put its own estimates out. Like, I'd love to see what Google thinks its incidence of PII could be. And we think that ought to be required to be either public or conveyed to regulators. Now, to answer your question, that is a great question. And it's actually something that we've had to do a lot of thinking about. So right now, under this search data licensing program that Google offers, they provide this useless aggregated information over quarterly periods. And that implicates freshness considerably. Now, I think the optimum competitive way to get this is some sort of real-time pipeline that could raise privacy issues. It could also just raise a lot of cost and resourcing issues. So, our position has really been that timeliness ought to be, again, it could be aggregated by the day or ideally within 7 days. The other like logistical challenge here is, and I can already imagine my privacy engineering team yelling at me that I'm going to say this a little bit wrong, but it's not so much like we need to know an approximate range of when the query happens. And part of that is because the real benefit of this information is to sort of benchmark, here's our results versus Google's results. And so the way, we currently set it up is we don't know what our index and what our results look like 6 months ago. So if Google's giving us data from 6 months ago, we can't benchmark that. Now, if you were to tell us, hey, we're going to give you data over a week in time, let's say, a week in March upcoming, then we can plan for that and be like, all right, we're going to try and take snapshots of what we get that week. So if we know the time frame, it doesn't need to be, real time. We basically need to be able to sync up the data that we have with the time that Google's going to provide it to. And again, our thinking is once it's beyond a week in period, like that raises real freshness concerns. Thank you.
All right, Eric, you're up next.
So I think stepping away from the Amazon case to the other store cases you mentioned, I sense an implicit criticism of the technical work in these cases, and I'm certainly not here to defend Privacy Sandbox by any means. But it does seem to me that some of these cases, the privacy features were essential for making it work. Namely, for instance, the COVID tracking stuff. No one knows how to do that with the privacy features. The same thing is largely true for the Find My network, and in some cases, Privacy Sandbox for its manifest failings, nevertheless did in fact have better privacy properties than third-party cookies. So I guess I'm sort of trying to understand like what the take home perhaps for how does one reap those benefits without perhaps the negative consequences that you seem to see?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Like I said, we're not against pets at all. We think they allow good things. For example, one good benefit of this sidewalk thing could be that you can now remotely update your devices and patch security issues in there. So it's hard to have one uniform stance on this, We can also not say anything about the intentionality of these companies rolling them out. So whether they want to increase their power, I won't say anything about that. In the paper, we have some recommendations, such as we see a couple of centralizing forces in how tech companies currently have their computational infrastructures out there. So the fact that if you want to roll out something like contact tracing, or if you want to do something like digital advertising, you're mostly resorting to Google's, Apple's spheres of influence. That has something to do with what we're seeing here. So we also urge it's a bit of a different community than here maybe, but we urge the engineers and the pet community to look at alternative architectures. So how can you achieve something similar like connectivity that Sidewalk offers without all the centralizing forces of Amazon? And it's kind of a pattern where with many pets that rely on decentralization for the positive sides, there are a lot of centralizing factors at the same time, such as Amazon saying, yeah, sure, we will do the abuse mitigation, but it requires us to do everything on the network. You can think of other setups like more of a mesh networking thing, where not all the traffic goes from endpoint to gateway to cloud, but the devices can also communicate between each other. For example, if you have 5 devices in your home that they can talk to each other without first having to pass through the cloud, that will be an alternative that gives Amazon less power. There could be other privacy or security concerns that come with that, but there are alternatives. We don't really have the answers, but questions like these that you pose are good to answer or to research going forward.
I've been told that we can take one more question to make sure that you all can get off to your break on time. And it looks like we have somebody that's already raised their hands. We're having sort of a nice fight here where everybody wants to give the other person the last question.
This is a question for Ife. I was wondering whether when you have the the line about the more companies that were banned in the sector, the stronger the effect that you see. Is that a convergence to one level of privacy, of compromised privacy, such that the apps in the least competitively affected industries were already at a higher compromised privacy setting and the other ones kind of caught up to them? Or do you see actually divergence within the 3 categories such that the apps that are in places where the most competition have been removed actually become less privacy respecting than apps that were less affected, their competitive environments were less affected?
That's an interesting question. So like, let me just rephrase it. So you basically are interested in knowing like the baselines of those different types of traded categories, right? The more versus less affected traded categories. But that is a good question. So I don't have the numbers, like the baseline numbers on top of my head, but what I can share is that what I'm essentially looking in this analysis is the percentage increase. So it's basically what I found is that, regardless of their baselines, the markets or the categories where competition is more affected, they have a large percentage increase relative to their own baseline, whereas for the less affected categories, they have like a smaller percentage increase relative to their own baseline. Yeah, but I can get back to you in terms of the numbers of the actual baseline. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. Congratulations. There were even a few complicated looking equations up there and nobody seemed to have their heads explode or anything. So you made it. But yeah, and thank you also to all of our panelists. And I believe that now we have a short break.
Awesome.
So we're going to be coming back here at 4:15. So please be back in your seats at that point.
Okay, so we are going to get started. So we're starting just a few minutes late, so I'm afraid we will finish a few minutes late, but all the panelists will stick to their allotted time. I'm going to insist at the beginning of every talk, please do any disclosures you have. My disclosures are that I have none. I've just left CMA, so I don't work for any tech firms. This is a session basically of counterintuitive results. So you've got 4 papers that are going to come up with results that are counterintuitive, to my mind at least, in terms of standard economic thinking, but they also have policy implications. So these are papers we have to think about, do we agree with that counterintuitive conclusion, in which case current policy seems to be moving in the wrong direction, or not. I'm going to give 15 minutes for each presenter. I'll then talk for about 10 minutes, and then I'll open it up to the floor. So we're going to start off with Miguel. He is a research fellow from Bocconi in Milan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to present for this audience. This project is called Contestability and the Optimal Regulation of Social Media Platforms, and joint work with a wonderful set of co-authors, Martino, Francesco, and Rafa from Bocconi, and Carl Christian from Bonn. And in this project, we try to study what's the optimal regulatory approach for social media platforms. Essentially, we know that platforms revenues come from advertising, and advertising is heavily impacted by engagement. So essentially, platforms want to increase engagement from users, and we know that toxic content, harmful content, increases engagement. We know it, for example, from the paper by Beknazar, Yudbasev, and co-authors, in which they show precisely that this toxic content increases engagement. But at the same time, we have evidence on the harmful effects of harmful content for users. We have evidence on mental health issues, polarization, etc. However, these users, or some of the users, don't internalize harm when they choose which platform to visit. For example, we have the Pew Research Center report in 2025 that essentially says that a third of US teenagers acknowledge the harmful effects of harmful content, but they think that they are not impacted by this harm. So then what we do in this paper is to take into account this heterogeneity in users, so that there are some users that don't internalize harmful effects of harmful content when they choose which platform to join, to re-examine the optimal regulatory approach for social media platforms. And then essentially the finding is that in this setting, the standard policy measures that are aimed to reduce the competitive advantage of the dominant platform or the market power of the dominant platform might not work or might backfire if we have users that are not sophisticated enough in the sense of being aware of these harmful effects of harmful content. Let me briefly explain the model. So we have an incumbent dominant platform which has some competitive advantage. We have also an entrant and a unit mass of users which will choose which platform to join. Then we focus on 2 key aspects. On the platform side, we focus on how much the platform wants to amplify harmful content. So which is the harmful content share that the platform is going to choose to have in the platform. And of course, the revenue is just proportional to the engagement of users who join. And on the user side, we focus on user heterogeneity. So we have a shared row of users that are rational. They internalize the harm of this harmful content when they choose which platform to join. And we have also a shared 1- row of naive users which neglect this adverse effect of harmful content when choosing which platform to join. And then we have 4 assumptions. The first one is that the incumbent has some competitive advantage, and you can think it as a reduced form of having more data, larger network effects or a better algorithm. So for a fixed amount of harmful content, the incumbent is always going to yield higher utility. Then we also assume that harmful content is bad. So the utility, the true utility, the utility of a rational consumer is decreasing on the harmful content share. And we also assume that if a platform decides to have harmful content share equals 1, then your utility is going to be negative. And if you are in a platform which has harmful content share equals 0, your utility is going to be positive. What happens with naive users? Naive users neglect the cost of harmful content. So what we assume is that this perceived utility of naive users respond to engagement, but does not respond to harmful effects. So to the harmful cost of harmful effects. So essentially, the utility of naives, the perceived utility of naives, is increasing in harmful content. We have an extension in the paper in which the main results hold when the utility of naives, the perceived utility of naives, is weakly decreasing in age, but less decreasing than the utility of rational. So this assumption that might feel a little bit too restrictive is not needed for the main results of the paper. And then the last assumption is that harmful content is more engaging, so engagement is strictly increasing on harmful content. The more harmful content I find in the platform, the more I engage. Finally, the timing is quite straightforward. So first, the platform chooses how much harmful content to amplify, what's the harmful content share, and then users will observe the choices and decide which platform. Under these key assumptions, we find three main equilibria that are going to arise. So first of all, we have that when rho is high, so when the share of rational users is high and the incumbent advantage is relatively large, then every user is going to be at the incumbent. Why? Because the incumbent wants to retain the rationals, and then it's going to display a moderate share of harmful content that it's enough to retain the rationals, and then the competitive advantage is large enough so that the naives are also on board. And that's why this equilibrium is relatively good, because the amount of harmful content that every user observes is not that high. It's not that high, for example, compared with the naivety-focused equilibrium, which arises when the share of rational users is very low. So most users are naives. Then what the incumbent does is to focus on them. The incumbent abandons the rational, poaches the naives by maximizing age, by maximizing the share of harmful content. And then rationals go away, they go to the entrant. And in the middle, we have a mixed strategy equilibrium in which both platforms randomize between harmful content shares and also users split. What's like the key insight of these equilibrium regimes is that when we have too many naive users, the incumbent is going to focus on them, and it's going to put too much harmful content, let's say, in the system. But I think that we can see the insight a little bit clearer with this result, with proposition 1, in which we show that user welfare is strictly higher in any equilibrium in which all users are at the incumbent than in any equilibrium in which some users join the entrant. So essentially what we are saying is that in terms of user welfare, we prefer an equilibrium in which everyone is in the same platform than an equilibrium in which users split. What's the intuition? The intuition is that if everyone is at the incumbent, then the incumbent must offer positive utility to retain the rationals. So harmful content cannot be that high. However, if users split, then you have one platform that has the naives. Then this platform, in order to maximize profits, is going to maximize engagement. It's going to set
harmful content equal 1. And then rationals had to decide whether to leave the market or to go to the other platform. But this other platform is just going to let the rationals be indifferent between leaving the market and join that platform. So then it's going to raise harmful content share to the point of indifference. So then if users split, we have that naives will get positive true utility, negative true utility, and then rationals are going to be indifferent between joining the competing platform and leaving. So rationals are going to get 0 utility. The implication is that policies that induce migration away from incumbent may have non-monotonic effects on welfare. Of course, we are not saying that we prefer monopoly. So of course, we are just like trying to see which is the mechanism that can arise when we have heterogeneous users. So when we have some users that don't really understand what are the harmful effects of harmful content. And under these conditions, what happens is that we don't have real competition when users split because one platform focuses on the naives, the other platform focuses on the rationals. So then our insight, and we see it also here, is that we have to think about measures that raise sophistication, that raise user awareness in order for our standard competitive measures to work. Because here, in this result, what we find is that if the share of naive users is very high, so if the share of rational users is low, then reducing the incumbent's competitive advantage does not benefit users. And this is also important in terms of like in policy terms, because what we are saying is that okay, we are in this setting in which the naivety focus equilibrium, the incumbent focuses on the naives and takes harmful content share to 1 to maximize engagement. And then rationals had to join the entrant with 0 utility. Then if we implement some competitive policy, and for example, we give the entrant better technology, then the entrant is still going to make rationals indifferent between joining or leaving the market. So the entrant will be able to display more harmful content, and because of better technology, the rational is at the same level of utility. And it's very similar if we worsen the technology of the income. So the idea is again the same. If user sophistication is low, standard measures might not work that well. So then that's why we propose to pair like classical measures that reduce incumbents' advantage, so for example, interoperability or data portability, with sophistication measures that are aimed to increase this raw parameter. So for example, warning labels, as this law that is going to be implemented in California, algorithmic transparency or digital literacy programs will also increase this raw. And then we can also think about content moderation obligations. So content moderation in the light of this model will essentially truncate the race to harmful content. So if platforms cannot increase the share of harmful content to 1, then of course they will display less harmful content, and the equilibrium regions will change in favor of users. Essentially, what we want to say is that we have to complement standard policy measures with sophistication measures, and of course also content moderation obligations. And just to finish, I think that I have 2 minutes. I think that it might be interesting to try to breathe like realistic cases through the lens of this model. So we can think about 2 cases, Instagram and TikTok and X with like versus Threads and Blue Sky, how this like competition might work. So of course, it's not like a one-to-one relation with a theoretical model, but the idea is that, for example, in the case of Instagram and TikTok, we have a young user demographic that might suggest that ROI is low, so most users are naives, and And at the same time, we could argue that TikTok and Instagram are in relative like equal position. So there is not like a huge competitive advantage for any of them. Then under these conditions, the model would predict that they are near the mixed strategy or naivety focused region. And the implication would be that, again, we have to focus on measures that increase the sophistication of the population. Otherwise, contestability measures wouldn't work. And the second case is X versus threats and blue sky. So again, one could argue that after mask acquisition, X shifted towards harmful content. And then the idea is that some sophisticated users migrated away. Then we would be in the naivety focus equilibrium. And then the idea is that X would have the naives, and then the entrance threat, blue sky or Mastodon would be focusing on rational users and mitigating the amount of harmful content in these platforms. So again, the same insight as before. If ROI is low, if the share of naive users is very high, then competitive measures alone are not going to work. We have to focus on raising this ROI. And I think that I'm out of time now. So just like to wrap it up very fast. So again, more competition, like in the sense of the standard policies I have mentioned before, might not be enough or might have non-monotonic results. And that's why we have to focus on complement these measures with measures that increase user sophistication. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, next up we've got Gaston. Gaston's an associate professor at the School of Business at the Catholic University in Chile, in Santiago. And this is on App Store competition. So very relevant to some of the stuff that Julian was talking about first thing this morning.
Yes, hello. I want to thank for the opportunity to present here. It has been very engaging and very nice conference. So I'm going to talk about my joint work with Leonardo Madio, who is at the University of Padua, and it's about App Store competition. So I don't need to motivate the paper that much here. So Apple and Google have traditionally charged very high commission fees, and app developers have complained that these platforms have prevented or hindered competition by not allowing third-party App Store installation or by not allowing side loading or steering from the app developers. And there has been a lot of litigation, the most prominent case being Apple versus Epic and Google versus Epic. So in the EU, the DMA requires gatekeepers from allowing third-party App Store installation, and it also forces them to, or requires them to allow steering free of charge. The expected outcome is that there's going to be more competition, more contestability, and the apps, the fees are going to decrease. In the US, the results are more mixed. If I had this presentation like 2 months ago, I would have said something different. But now there is a bit of uncertainty because the Court of Appeal has gone back on the judge's first ruling. So there is a little bit more of uncertainty. So what are the observed effects that we have looked at in another empirical paper with some other co-authors? We have looked at what apps are doing in the US and in Germany. And we have seen there is very limited entry of third-party app stores. And the third-party app stores that have entered have gained very little traction in terms of consumers and in terms of apps. Apple and Google allowed initially for steering, but charged high fees to do so. It probably doesn't conform with the DMA. They are still fighting over it. Still, we have been seen very limited steering. So of the top 100 apps in Germany, for instance, we have seen that only 8 have allowed for some kind of steering. In the US, we have seen the same result. Of the top 100 top grossing apps, only 10 have allowed for some type of steering. Somewhat surprising finding is that those apps that have implemented steering have either maintained or in one case they have increased the app prices that they had before the steering was allowed. The exception is apps that allow for multiple payment channels. So what I'm showing is my phone. It's in Spanish, that's why this is in Spanish, but this is what I'm talking about. So Disney Plus now is steering away consumers. So when you're trying to register in the app, they send you to their website. But if you see the plans that they offer you in the website, they have the same prices that they used to have in the App Store, right? So the prices have kept the same. In a sense, this is not evidence because there are very few apps, but there was zero pass-through. The good case is where an app allows for the two payment channels. This is the example of Epic. So they allow you to pay in the App Store, but if you pay in the Epic Games app, in their store, you get 20% more coins, right? So our paper is about the two types of competition. We first study what happens when you allow a third-party app store to get installed in the phones. And then we study what happens with steering. For this presentation, I'm only going to talk about third-party app stores. So what we find actually is that it is very difficult to compete in this industry. And head-to-head competition is going to be unlikely to succeed in lowering fees. And then we study many ways in which you can break this result. What policies could really work? For instance, one that we like a lot is when the third-party app store imposes vertical restrictions on the app developers. So it forces them to pass the savings of the lower fees to consumers. And this is pro-competitive. Okay, so let me go to the model. So it's a two-sided market. There is a mass one of consumers. Each already owns a device. We start with the fact that they already purchased the device. There is a mass one of developers that they can develop an app or not, and they can choose in which app, through which app they want to, through which app store they want to sell the app. And there are two app stores, sorry. Store A is an integrated phone that already comes in the phone, like the App Store for iOS devices. And Store B is a third-party app store that consumers have to download and install in their phone, right? So users have to decide where they want to install the third-party app store. And then they get valuations for the different apps. And they have some cost for installing Store B. This is a nuisance cost of downloading and installing this third-party app store. Most importantly, we are assuming that the app works exactly the same in the two app stores. So there is no disadvantage for the entrant in terms of the quality degradation, right? Then developers, they have to decide whether they want to develop the app. And after they develop the app, they can charge possibly different prices in the two app stores. And they have some cost for developing the apps that has some distribution. And an important assumption is that we are assuming that they earn some complementary revenue. For instance, when a user downloads the app, the developer gets some extra revenue by selling data or ads from the consumer. Okay. Then stores charge ad valorem fees, and there is an assumption here that is not here, which is that the marginal cost for the apps is zero. So, which is we think as a nice assumption because these are digital goods, right? So the timing is that first app stores set commission fees. Then developers decide whether they want to develop the app, and then they decide in which app store they want to sell the app. They can choose to sell the app through both app stores or only through one. Then the consumers decide where they want to install the store B. And after that, the developer sets the app prices in the two stores. And then after that, consumers observe the prices, learn how much they value the different apps, and decide which apps they want to purchase, right? So one thing to take into account is that this timing that we are presenting in this slide makes sense if developers are small, in the sense that they don't affect the installation of the store with the prices, right? This is going to be different if the developer is a superstar app, but we study that case later. So let's go to the model's resolution. So we solve it by backward induction. So we start in the final stage. At this moment, already we know the prices of the apps. We know which consumers have installed the alternative app store. So if a consumer has installed the alternative app store, given the prices, she will either consume the app from the cheapest source or not consume the app at all. If they have not installed the alternative app store, they can only choose to consume it through the integrated app store or not consume it. And then we have some demands. We have which have the usual shape, right? So let's go to the price setting stage. At this stage, the measure of consumers that have installed the third-party app store is already fixed. So the developers have two options. If they choose a lower price in the third-party app store, then they will get some consumers in both stores, right? So they will get some purchases from the third-party app store, which is cheaper, but some consumers will only purchase through the integrated store because it's the only one they have on the phones, right? But if the developer charges a higher price in the third-party app store, all consumers will buy through the integrated app store, which is cheaper, right? So now let's think about what are the optimal prices. Suppose that the third-party app store enters and chooses a lower fee than the integrated app store. That's what we would think would happen, right? Because at this stage, the proportion of consumers that have each app store is fixed. One would think that the optimal prices would be the ones that solve each maximization problem, and the two maximization problems would be independent, right? So what we would think is that if the third-party app store has chosen a lower fee, the developers would choose a lower price in this store and a higher price in the other store, right? But that doesn't work really. And why it doesn't work? Because there is an effect that is known in the literature, which is called the Edgeworth paradox. And the Edgeworth paradox, what it has is that it leads to a negative pass-through. So when an app store increases the fee, the developers react optimally by lowering the price. And why does this happen? Because developers are making revenue from two sources, right? So I make a revenue when a consumer downloads my app and pays me the subscription fee, but that revenue is taxed by Apple. But I also make money when the consumer uses the app and I get this complementary revenue, right? So what happens when, and this complementary revenue is not taxed by Apple. So what happens when Apple increases the fee that I have to pay? When Apple increases the fee I have to pay, I say, okay, I want to make less money through the subscriptions, and I want to make more money with the complementary service, right? But how do I do to make more money with the complementary service? I have to get more consumers. How do I get more consumers? I need to lower the price. So that's the effect that already Edgeworth had identified. in these markets where you have complementary goods and one side of the one market is taxed and the other is not taxed. So what happens now? That if you look at the prices that maximize the two optimization problems, actually the developer, what he would like to do is to charge a higher price in the store that charges a lower fee, right? But that violates our initial assumption that the price you were charging in the third-party store was lower than the price you were charging in the integrated store. So what is the solution? The solution is that the developer self-adopts price parity across the stores. The optimal price is the same price in the two stores. And this, even though the store is not forcing the developer to impose price parity, it is endogenously optimal for the developer to self-adopt price parity. So an important clarification is that this result holds even if the complementary revenues are zero, right? It holds more automatically. If you have, and it is caused also by the assumption that the marginal cost is zero. So what happens if you have marginal costs? Then the comparison between the lambda and the marginal cost is what matters, right? So from now on, all the results follow because consumers anticipate that the prices are going to be the same across the stores. They don't have an incentive to install the third-party app store. And then, given that no consumer is going to install the third-party app store, developers, all they care about when they are deciding whether to develop the app is the fee that the integrated store charges. And the integrated store behaves like a monopoly. So we have this natural monopoly result. And it is caused, the interesting thing is that it is caused by different reasons that the natural results, the natural monopoly results that we have seen in the literature before. It is caused by the interaction of this default advantage of the integrated store, the fact that it already comes installed in the phone, the fact that developers are competing against themselves when they are choosing the price in the two stores, and because of the Edgeworth paradox that I mentioned before, okay? And we look at many extensions. I should say, because this was brought up by Julian in a previous presentation, that one way in which you can kill the result is when developers have a freemium business model, so they have both a free version of the apps with ads, for instance, and another version which is paid, that kills this result, or when marginal costs are important enough, right? The final thing is that a policy that could work is a net price parity clause by the third-party app store, is that I force you to pass the gains from the lower fees to consumers, and that works because it coordinates developers into lowering the prices in the third-party app store, and that gives consumers a reason for installing the third-party app store. Okay?
That's the new time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next we'll move on to Ben. Ben is an assistant professor of strategy and business economics at Cornell, and he's going to give a paper on Sherlocking. I will leave him to explain to you what Sherlocking is.
Well, thank you to the, well, let me go through this. There we go. Thanks to the organizers for including me. This has been a fantastic day so far. I have nothing to disclose, I should say. So I'm going to be talking about Sherlocking, platform owner entry in this case. What I mean by platform owner entry here are instances in which the owner and operator of a digital platform creates their own product and places it into their marketplace to compete with the third-party complementers there. This happens all over the place. So I think most of us, our minds go straight to Amazon when this comes up. Indeed, I think I'm wearing Amazon pants right now. But we see it elsewhere as well. We can think about restaurant reviews at the top of the search results on Google in direct competition with Yelp. I'm going to talk about Apple today, so I'll come back to that point. DoorDash has experimented with running its own kitchens, which would be in direct competition with the independent restaurants it's ostensibly there to serve. So we see this just everywhere, and I think it's a growing phenomenon. What's also been growing over the last few years is criticism of this practice. I'll talk about why we might be concerned about this in a moment. But we've seen a lot of calls for regulation, and indeed some regulations around the world to deal with this, ranging from sort of very precise regulations of certain actions to calls for an outright ban of this practice. And so it's been a very vigorous policy debate, and one that I think notably has sort of outpaced the empirical research on this topic. And so today's paper is an attempt to just sort of fill that gap a little bit by asking a very simple question. I'm going to look at Apple's App Store and just ask, when Apple Sherlocks or copies existing apps or functionality on the platform and enters their own marketplace, how do the developers respond? Do we see mass exodus? Do we see fundamental shifts in monetization strategies, and so on? So that'll be the focus here. So why might developers be affected by Apple entering? Well, when Apple enters, a number of things may happen, and more than one of these can happen at once. The first is, you just have to compete with Apple. And if you're a third-party developer, that can be daunting, right? Apple is an enormous, well-resourced company. It's very talented at software development. And so that may be a significant concern. Now, this is probably not a policy concern in the sense that this is competition, and we tend to welcome that. But nonetheless, this is one reason why we may see effects in these markets. The more concerning policy angle here is that we might worry about self-preferencing or other forms of discriminatory conduct. So, here I have a screenshot of a Wall Street Journal article that alleged that Apple was preferencing its apps in App Store search results. So you'd search for podcast app, and the Apple one would be at the top of the listing, even though Overcast or some other third-party app was better rated on the store. Related to this, Spotify, for example, has been very vocal about getting sort of restricted access to the Siri voice assistant or the HomePod smart speaker. And so they may restrict access to the software or hardware stack as well. And so if you're a third-party developer, there's a lot of reason to be fearful about Apple Sherlocking or copying your product. And I've sort of highlighted the three main reasons here. That said, when you talk to developers, or at least when I talk to developers, they're often quick to point out positives they associate with first-party entry as well. The first thing they're going to point out, or they've often pointed out to me, is that when Apple enters a submarket of the App Store, suddenly it cares about a specific type of functionality that it didn't care about before. And so what is it going to do? It's going to improve its operating system and its APIs. It may improve the hardware capabilities of its devices to better serve this market. So yes, all these bad things may be happening, and I don't want to make light of that, but suddenly I have a better production function, and I can produce more efficiently or do things I never could do before. And indeed, here's a tweet. This is amusing for a reason I'll give you in a second. A tweet from a developer of this product called Camo Studio. This was a pandemic era innovation that would allow you to use the very high quality camera on your phone for your laptop when you're on Zoom calls all day. Apple Sherlocked them. They copied this feature, built it into their operating systems. And when that happened back in 2022, the developer said, look, thanks for the support, more flexible APIs, so better software support, an ecosystem of hardware mounts for keeping phones on top of laptops, and Apple's support won't hurt. And so this is sort of showing this view among developers that, like, yes, bad things may be happening, but now I can integrate with these devices much more easily or reliably than I could before. Now, what's amusing about this example is last week, this company sued Apple over this exact instance. So their views seem to have shifted. But anyway, so that's something to follow, I think, going forward. The other thing developers are quick to point out is that they anticipate market expansion effects of first-party entry. And the idea here is simple. If Apple tells its customers, look, here's a password management app, you need to be better with your passwords, what do you think is happening to the sort of overall demand curve for password management apps? And that may sort of lift all boats in some sense. And so the project here is, again, asking sort of a very simple question, which is when Apple enters into a particular submarket of the App Store, how do third-party developers respond, sort of net of all of these effects that I've laid out in the bullet points here. I think there's been a lot of really excellent scholarship, I should say, on the self-preferencing angle in particular over the last few years. I'm going to try and take sort of the big picture view of all of these things sort of playing out, some sort of weighted average of these in any particular instance. Okay. I'm not going to get into the weeds here. The paper is on the conference website or my website if you're interested in the details. But what I'm going to do here is leverage a monthly panel data set of all the apps in the App Store and the Google Play Store. I'm going to look at 23 instances of Apple entering submarkets on the App Store. 14 of these are what I'll categorize as standalone entry. This is Apple producing an app and putting it in the App Store so consumers can download it or not, or delete it or not on their devices. 9 of these are what I'll call integrated entry. These are going to be instances where Apple has copied competing functionality and built it directly into their operating system. And so in some sense, it's unavoidable for the consumer, although third-party developers will continue to offer competing functionality. I'm going to estimate these effects using a staggered difference in difference design. I'm happy to chat about all the details there for anyone who's interested, but let's just get to the fun stuff. Let me make one point about sort of studying these markets. I think we've seen a lot of work that looks at sort of market level effects in app stores. And often what we see is a look at these sort of like store-wide categories. So if you open the App Store on your phone, you'll see entertainment, productivity, utilities, et cetera, these product categories. And often we treat these as markets. And I think one of the challenges in studying app competition is those categories are just overly broad for thinking about competition. So for example, the productivity category on the App Store includes password management apps and apps for managing shift workers on oil fields, right? These two sets of developers are not in competition with each other. And so we need more precise definitions if we want to think about how Apple entering a particular niche of its platform will affect developers. And so what I'm going to do in this project is leverage the fact that I have text descriptions of all these products written by the developers. I basically see Apple enter, say, the translate market, like is illustrated here, and then sort of grab the cluster of apps that are close to that in this sort of textual embedding space. I'll come back to that text similarity measure a little bit later. Okay. So let me tell you a little bit, sorry, I should have said, in the paper, I look a lot at what happens on the entry and exit margins. There's not a lot going on there. Today, I'm going to focus on how incumbents respond in terms of adjusting monetization strategies and what happens to demand and product quality. Let's start with monetization. So Apple enters your submarket. What happens to pricing? On average, we see prices go up. This is largely, not entirely, but largely driven not by apps that were charging non-zero prices, raising their prices, but instead by apps that were previously free to download, switching to a paid monetization model. At the same time, we see on average a reduction in the use of in-app purchases, microtransactions, which could be product add-ons or subscription products. Both of these together suggest that what developers are doing here is essentially shifting to serve the high end of the market. Right? Apple often enters with a high quality but bare bones product, very limited feature set. And so they, who often have a more diversified or more complete feature set, may now start charging premium prices to sell to the customers looking for premium offerings. That said, this increase in price, this reduction in in-app purchase, is an average effect over all 23 instances of what I'm looking at here of Apple entering. If we break it down market by market, you can see there is remarkable heterogeneity here, and I think most notably, a lot of zeros, which is to say a lot of markets in which developers just aren't responding to the entry at all. And so, I think this is the thing I really want you to take away from this project is there's just tons of variation in how developers are responding to platform owner entry. Here you can see it across these monetization outcomes for each of these markets. But the heterogeneity isn't just across markets, it's also spatial as well. So let me tell you how to read these figures, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we see here. The way you should look at this is we have imagine a line where Apple lands on, from your perspective, the right side of the line, just actually beyond it. And as we move right to left, products are becoming more diversified relative to Apple's offering. So this is, again, using those text embeddings I talked about earlier. So as we move right to left on these figures, we are getting farther away from Apple in some sense. And you can see that the response along all of these margins depends crucially on where you're located relative to Apple. So what happens if Apple lands on top of you or very close to you? It looks like you're cutting prices and you're cutting in-app purchases, although the data is a little sparse at that very close interval, so that's why it's a little imprecise here. As we become more diversified what's happening, you're less likely to cut in-app purchases, and you're actually more likely to raise prices. And so we can see there's this spatial heterogeneity playing out here as well. Here I'm aggregating across all of the markets. But in the paper, there are curves estimated for every individual market. They're, as you might imagine, rather imprecise, but you just see them going every which way, right? There's a lot of variation across these markets. We can also look at what's happening to quality outcomes. So I fail to find evidence of an effect on the updating frequency, the sort of innovation of these developers or the effort of these developers after Apple enters. I should caveat that by saying I only look at sort of 9 months after Apple enters. And so I may just be looking sort of too short term to see an effect there. There is evidence on average that ratings increase, that product quality may go up after Apple enters. And what I think is, but it's a very small amount, I should say. What I think is most notable here is that the number of ratings and reviews increases after Apple enters. I don't see demand or sales directly, and so we can think of this as a proxy for new downloads or engagement of existing downloaders. And so what this suggests is that on average, there are these market expansion effects developers anticipate. Although again, in the figure here, you can see it varies considerably market to market. We see some markets where that measure falls, others where it rises, and some where there's really just nothing happening. Again, we can look at these outcomes spatially, right? Who is getting these ratings bumps and this demand increase according to this proxy measure? It's the more differentiated products. It's the products out at the periphery of these markets, not the ones who are sort of closest to Apple's offering, who are most directly copycatted by Apple. Okay. The last sort of method or result I want to sort of share with you is, I talked earlier about the fact that Apple can enter its market in one of two ways. It can either introduce a standalone app that it places on the App Store and you can download or not, you can delete or not, or it integrates this functionality directly into the operating system, and it's thus, in some sense, unavoidable for the consumer. This margin seems to matter as well. So where do we see most of the monetization responses? It's among apps who are facing integrated entry rather than standalone entry. Again, I don't know that this is surprising, but I think it's useful to sort of confirm and see in the data that this is in fact playing out, that when consumers still need to go to the store and make a choice, even when self-preferencing may or may not be playing out, the effects or the responses by these developers seems to be smaller than when the functionality is sort of in the camera app every time they open it on their device. Okay, so let me just wrap up here. I think there's been a lot of concern about platform owner entry. We've seen a lot of really great scholarship, some of which is represented in this room, on self-preferencing in particular. The goal here was to take a sort of bird's eye view of what's going on in these platforms and how developers are responding following Apple's entry into their submarkets. I've shown you that the results vary at least to me, a remarkable degree across markets. And indeed, in many markets, we just fail to see a response at all among many key outcomes. And there's more in the paper if you're interested. I think the policy recommendation or thought here is to basically argue that platforms are not monoliths. We should not think of the platform as an entity which needs to be regulated. Rather, it is a collection of independent or just partially connected markets. And so to the extent that we're thinking about regulation or other forms of competition policy, we want to be thinking sort of on a per market basis or in a more principled basis. I think the DMA actually has handled this reasonably well, thinking about self-preferencing. But I think there have been calls for an outright ban of this practice or very strict platform-wide policies regarding this practice. And I think the point I just want to make with this project is, in some ways it's the most economist thing I can say, which is like, is platform owner entry bad? It depends. And we need to think about the nuances in each individual case there. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, and our final paper is Sean, which is going to be looking at taxi hailing in the Philippines. Sean is a professor of competition economics and the director of the Center for Competition Policy at the University of East Anglia in the UK. He also, before that, he was the OECD and in the European Commission and in the DOJ Antitrust Division.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. There we go. So I'd like to be presenting here joint work with Kaiowei-kun, which was inspired by a project that we had with the Philippines Competition Commission. Our work really fits within a broad set of trying to understand platforms and how they work. And in particular, we're going to be focusing on ride-hailing platforms and how they create high loyalty among their drivers. This is not taxi hailing; it's ride hailing, just to be a little bit persnickety. We are really addressing this fundamental question of whether incentive schemes can actually serve not only legitimate business purposes, but purposes that have the effect of creating exclusion.
to competitors. And so, we're going to develop a conceptual approach here and then some novel empirical evidence about ride-hailing. Now, this work is still in development, so really comments and questions are welcome, ideas. So why does this matter? What we're looking at here is two, a very common problem of platform companies like Uber, Lyft, Grab, DoorDash, which is how do they convince their driver side to actually work for them and commit to providing services for their customers and not perhaps for some other person's customers. So they need, just as an example, after COVID, they had a real problem with attracting drivers, and they needed to make sure the drivers would be highly committed to their organization. So incentive schemes that are offered to drivers are really very complex. There are a lot of different schemes that are offered, and they do serve real efficiency purposes. So bonuses, for example, are given for completing rides faster, for giving good customer experiences, for not having cancellations. And all these things really generate a good quality experience for riders or for the platform. And the problem is that some minority of these schemes, I think, may have a secondary effect, which is to reduce a driver's willingness to work for other platforms. And that's what we really want to look at today. Maybe I'll stay here for just a second, but there are a lot of cities that have only one or two dominant ride-hailing firms, and the question is if those firms or the firm give their drivers particular incentives that are really rewarding an extremely high level of driving, like full-time driving, then that makes it difficult for an entrant with very few drivers to come into the market. And so maybe the implications for this could be broader than for ride-hailing, but I'm just going to really focus on the ride-hailing aspects today. So what are some of the trade-offs that we can see in these the policies that are given, the bonuses and incentive schemes that are given to drivers? There are a lot of legitimate business goals that they would try to bring in with, for example, rewarding drivers for operating in high demand situations. This is what we all think of as Uber's great innovation, the way it would pay drivers more to come in when there was a shortage of supply. So we're not complaining about that at all or really focusing on that. They do have potentially dozens or even more incentive schemes, and we're not going to focus on most of those schemes today. But they do. There's some of the schemes can really reduce the desire of drivers to multi-home, and that can then limit entry and growth of competing platforms. And so that's what we're concerned about is that particular type of case, and whether we can distinguish between incentives that would be legitimate and those that might have these exclusionary effects. So one way of thinking about it is we're going to focus on the distinction, especially between loyalty discounting and quantity discounting. So if you think about quantity discounting, what we mean is that there may be a variable commission that the platform takes out of the price of the ride, and that commission somehow falls as the number of rides increases. But I'll show you a picture in a second, but that's going to be a very linear incentive structure of the falling commission. And the drivers like the commissions to fall because they get more money when the platform takes a lower commission, right? So the quantity discounting is one type of payment mechanism that definitely does exist, and we would suggest it's not going to deter multi-homing. But loyalty discounting, on the other hand, occurs when you have a very big non-continuity in the price payments. And so you can get various kinds of loyalty discounting. And in particular, when there's a tiering system about commissions, which I'm going to talk about, it's a very real situation in many countries, there can be these discontinuities. And we would suggest that loyalty discounting can be anti-competitive to some degree, and the question will be really about how big that degree is in the end. But if it's substantial, it could deter multi-homing in such a way that entry would be difficult. So just to give you some quick pictures, suppose a platform offers an insurance product to its drivers if they reach a certain number of rides per month. So let's say it's 100 rides per month, and then you get insurance. You get no insurance for 99 rides or less. So this is an example of a discontinuity, which is very much going to incentivize drivers who are close to 100 rides to keep on going with that platform and not go to another one until they are sure they're going to get that insurance. So this is a that's one type of scheme. That another one which we're particularly interested in is where you have basically a better price that will go to the drivers as they've done more rides, and it's continuous. So it could be that after you hit 100 rides, suddenly you get a lower commission on not only the rides to come, but the ones that happened before. And so that's actually going to be what happens with the tier schemes. So this is an example of a tier scheme. You can find them on the internet because the platforms are very interested in making drivers know about their tier schemes and potential drivers. So this is one where really what you want to be is platinum. But to be platinum, you need 395 rides a month. But if you do that, you get a 14% commission. If you're on the gold level, you get 17%, silver 19%. And if you're just an ordinary member, 20%. Sounds like frequent flyer schemes, by the way. But the number of rides you need for each of these tier levels falls. So the lowest commission requires the highest number of rides. It sounds very sensible, really, as a way of ensuring loyalty. And to get to that level, you also need a very high completion rate of rides, and you need to have good ratings from your riders. So the interesting thing is that there's also a forward-looking effect here, which is that you become eligible for the platinum scheme or the gold scheme through the work you do in month T, and then you get the lower commission in month T+1 on all your rights. So that's the actual way it works. But just think of it. Notice also that there is what I'll call tier clustering, where the platinum and gold tiers are actually quite close together. So it's 395 to 345 rides. That's about 2 rides a day for a driver difference between having gold or going to platinum. So that's a pretty strong incentive once you've got to gold to make it up to platinum. And so these tight tiers might actually substantially reduce the willingness to multi-home when you know you're really close to the other tier. And so one other type of bonus that comes out is rush hour bonuses. I really don't want to suggest that all incentives are problematic. I would argue probably much the reverse. Most incentives are not problematic for competition. So rush hour bonuses are one where you might have a rule that says if you do 3 rides in quick succession and you accept each one within 5 seconds of being offered the ride, then you get a $5 bonus. So that's we would say that's an incentive at the margin. It doesn't carry over to other periods. And importantly, a competitor could offer exactly the same deal to drivers without having too much problem. So this would for us not be exclusionary. Now, what happened in Manila, where I'm going to show you just a teeny bit of data, is that there was a merger between the 2 main ride-hailing platforms in 2018. Grab and Uber merged together. This was a multi-country regional merger. Julian may have been affected by it. guess. And so the two companies, the combined company afterward had a 90% plus market share. And then over the years, I came to understand, at least in Manila, there were efforts at entry, but no really substantial competitor succeeded in entering. And in 2022, the Competition Commission administered a survey to drivers where we got a really large number of responses, and so representing about 20% of the drivers in the market, which is quite more than we were expecting. And so one of the interesting things was that a lot of the drivers turned out to be long timers. They'd been around for a while, and as a result, many of them had been driving before the merger, and so we could know how many were multi-homers when there were the two companies. So some things we can see from this survey is that if we just focus on the first column, the number of drivers who would say no to multi-homing now due to the risk of falling a tier is more than half. And for the gold drivers in particular, it's the highest concern with falling a tier, which is exactly what we would predict from the proximity of their placement to platinum. And if you look at the distribution of rides that we estimate from this survey, we didn't ask people exactly how many rides they did in a month, but rather how many in the last week, because that was a number that we understood drivers track pretty closely. And so you could see that for the gold tier, there's a lot of bunching around the tier bumps. And for the platinum tier, which is on the right here, there's also bunching right around the point at which you pass the tier, which is exactly what you would predict if tiers are really getting drivers to act. Now, we can also break this down by the pre-merger category of the driver. And so the ones who were the multi-homers are in the first row here, and they say no to driving in another company because of the risk of falling a tier 45% of the time. So this is kind of what I really want you to take away from this presentation, is that even the drivers who were willing to multi-home in the past are no longer willing to multi-home to a very substantial amount. And these are people who we know their preferences are open to multi-homing. So it must be a change to do with incentives, is what we would suggest is driving that alteration. And so the tier system really seems to change the equation for drivers. And so what are the policy implications of that? When we have a loyalty discount scheme offered to drivers, that in a platform labor market, that may be problematic, and we have to look much more carefully at whether it would be in any particular circumstance, because it will deter multi-homing, and that can reduce entry of competitors. So there could be a lot of future work here. I'd be really interested in kind of better understanding the extent to which in a market with just one ride-hailing company, you can get entry that succeeds. And it does happen. I know it does happen because it's happening right now where I live in Norwich. And so there are cases where it can occur, but I think subsidies by the entering company that really pay very high premiums to drivers are part of the key of successful entry. So thanks very much.
Okay, I'm going to make a few comments on each of the papers. Those comments will include some questions that the authors are welcome to answer or not. Then I will open up to the floor more generally. I'm only going to speak for 10 minutes. Do give me a warning if I'm going over 10 minutes. So, start off with the first paper, Miguel's paper on social media. It's a clearly important issue, and to the extent that engaging content is also harmful content, one can see that there's a problem, and one can absolutely, I think, see that, why you might get a race to the bottom, which is how I sort of interpret what you're looking at. And of course, there is this empirical research you mentioned in your paper. I think the Bernstein paper suggests that 50% of social media users have a net consumer welfare loss from engaging in social media, which is sort of shocking. So I like all of that. And I would actually say that the way you presented your paper in 15 minutes was a model of how to present a very technical paper. Okay, because it wasn't an easy read, but it was lovely to hear you explaining it. So I've got a couple of comments or questions though. So you talk about, one policy solution here would be to educate consumers better so that we all understand that social media is bad for us. You also have in your paper comment that that would likely lead to an increase in concentration, that because you're going to get more rational consumers, that's going to favor the incumbent. I just wonder whether you think that is a result that would also hold if you allowed for more differentiation in the way that Julian was talking this morning about how app stores might differentiate. Then the second comment I have is you talk about harmful content, and I think we all then think about harmful content as in the sort of stuff that you want a content moderator to get rid of. But actually, does your paper go more generally? Does it just go to content which is fundamentally just a waste of people's time? Because that is also going to be reducing our consumer welfare. And if that is the case, I'm not sure we can have content moderators saying, no, get rid of cat videos. They're a waste of time. I mean, they are a waste of time. I'm sure there's no net consumer welfare gain from them. So I just wonder, does your paper go more widely than just what we think of content harm to just anything which is reducing our welfare through making us waste our time? And then the final comment is, why don't advertisers do something about this? Because it's the advertisers who benefit from the engagement, but I can't believe or that's the logic. The advertisers are wild about being advertised, and that's a genuinely harmful content. So I just wonder if there's a market mechanism there that we might be able to take advantage of. Okay, I'm going to do all four and then. So Gaston, your App Store competition paper, again, which I think is really interesting paper. I've got a question about the Edgeworth paradox though, which is, I get the logic of it, as commission goes up, that pushes up your price, but actually you might have this incentive to lower your price in order to maximize downloads or users of your app because you've got these complementary untaxed revenues. So my question is an empirical question really, which is actually how many apps have significant untaxed complementary revenues? I have no idea myself. And what is the empirical evidence? Is there empirical evidence that's showing when those complementary revenues go up or down, that the apps put their app prices down or up, which would be consistent? Because if so, I might be convinced. Otherwise, I'm a bit unconvinced. I would say I do like the fact that the paper suggests that sideloading and anti-steering and generally multi-payment options are going to be good for consumer outcomes, given that that is the direction that the EU is pushing with the DMA, and the UK has said in the past it would like to push. We'll have to wait and see whether it's actually going to in its remedies announcement in the mobile ecosystems case in the near future. Okay. Ben, a couple of comments on your paper. I'd be interested in, well, first of all, you have this result that 68% of competitive responses are zero, basically. I really like how you think about defining your markets, but I wonder whether the reason you're getting so many non-effects is because the markets are still defined too widely. Because actually, when you look at the apps that are very close to the Apple entrant, you do get the fairly standard results. They lower their prices, their quantity goes down to the extent you can measure that, and I think possibly also their quality goes down. So that's a question. Second question is, this much bigger effect on pre-installed apps, 8 times larger for the price effects, 10 times larger from the free effects. Presumably that decision by Apple is an endogenous decision. It's not random. They don't decide, we've got an app, maybe we'll pre-install it, maybe we're not. And so I just wonder whether there's any relationship between pre-installation and how close a competitor it is, and whether we do actually see exclusion there. And I think of your example that you gave, they were happy at the beginning, but they're now suing Apple. I also love your phrase that policy has moved faster than empirical analysis, which is what I will use next time when I mean that is not evidence-based policy. And then final comment, and then I will throw it open to responses. And then the floor is on Sean, on your paper. I mean, I like this paper because I have for years said that retroactive rebates are anti-competitive and should be presumptively anti-competitive. And I've been teaching that for 20 years. I have seen no cases. We tried to run a couple of cases at CMA in pharma on this, and we couldn't convince the lawyers. So, you know, I like what this paper is doing. I have a question about this, your particular natural experiment, which is, and maybe this is the point of your paper, we've had this merger, it's given a 90% market share, even in the absence of incentives not to multi-home. There's sort of no one to multi-home with, is my interpretation, if you've got a 90% player versus a 10% player. And I just wonder how much of the problem is the merger and how much the problem you think is the rebate scheme. I'll be quiet, and if people want to respond, I'll just respond in order, and then I'll open it to the floor.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will try to respond them as best as I can. So yeah, starting with the advertising part. So I think that in principle they should like maybe discipline the market, so to say. But I think that at least in our model, it would be just like changing the thresholds, but not the mechanics. But still, I think that like in reality, so to say, we can see that, for example, in X, after Elon Musk acquired X, some of the advertisers went away. But then it's like, essentially, from my point of view, the same dynamic. So if you are the advertiser, maybe you prefer to be in the platform and focus on these naive consumers, extract more profits from them, or maybe you prefer like to cater to rationals. Regarding harmful content, for us, harmful content would be just the one that drives down your utility, but makes you engage more. So it needs not be something that is just like garbage, so to say. It might be also, I don't know, watching football videos in a row and you keep scrolling. You would have preferred not to do it in advance, but still you are doing it because the platforms induces you to do it. And finally, what would happen if we increase ROAS? So like the model idea is that the social optimum is reached when ROAS grows to 1 and we close the incumbent advantage. What would happen if we work with differentiation, like maybe some horizontal differentiation between platforms? This I cannot say. I will have to spend some time thinking about that. Okay.
Yes, hello, very good questions, difficult to answer. So I think one of the questions was so about the Edgeworth paradox, if there is any evidence about how many apps have complementary revenue. I think to me it's like very natural to think about it like in a sense of anecdotal evidence, but I don't know whether there is like a formal paper showing that. Yeah, so I will look it up. It's very good point. The other one about the evidence about the negative pass-through, that I think there is no evidence. The closest I think is that there are some works that show that, for instance, due to the reduction in the fees that Apple came through in the pandemic, some apps changed the business model towards more subscriptions rather than free. So it was like showing some evidence that when you're charging them less, they want to get some positive price instead of being free. But I think there was not very strong evidence because the number of apps changing business model was still small, right? But I know that there is not a lot of evidence about the negative pass-through. That's what we are trying to do in the empirical paper that I talked about. But the problem is that so far there has been very little steering. So there are still not enough observations.
So yeah, so in terms of the zeros, I agree completely that that could be sensitive to the market definition. One thing I've toyed around with, which now maybe I just need to go do when I get back to the hotel, is you can sort of estimate or calculate like a proximity weighted average effect or something like that, which would sort of speak to this in some sense. Then as far as integrated entry or the type of entry being endogenous, I agree completely. I think there's a lot more to be done. I'm certainly interested in doing it, but I'd love to see others do it as well in terms of where and why Apple's entering. There's been a little bit of scholarship on what types of markets Apple's entering. This tends to happen at that high level product category. And so I'm not quite sure what we know about that yet, but I think there's plenty more to be done there because I think there are sort of innocuous reasons for Apple to enter and even socially beneficial reasons for it to enter to sort of steer or redirect developer effort towards sort of unexplored areas or new technological areas. And then there are clearly anti-competitive reasons it might enter. So I think there's more to be done there.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. Just on your question, Mike, there's at least two, I think, alternative companies besides the very, very large one that were available to drivers. Drivers, if you talk to them, they know a lot about what's happening in the driver market in ride hailing. They all talk to each other. They all compare. So they wouldn't be ignorant of these opportunities being out there.
Okay, thank you for indulging me. Right, let's have questions. Julian.
Yeah, so I have a question for Sean, and then if I have time, I'll have questions for others. But so you mentioned about quantity discounting being pro-competitive, and I can certainly see why it's less anti-competitive than loyalty discounts. But other than those sort of, you have rush hour quantity discounts and things, which obviously that could be efficiency enhancing. But generally, if you just have quantity discounting over a month, what would be the sort of pro-competitive argument behind or efficiency argument behind that?
Yeah, so maybe I should be more neutral in my comment, but I would think that if the quantity discounting will go to a lower marginal rate over time of compensation for the of commission, and so a better earning for the driver over time. So as long as that marginal payment to the driver can be duplicated by an entrant, even if just for one ride or two rides, a few rides, then one could argue that there won't be that much disincentive to the drivers to actually multi-home because taking an extra one of those rides won't hurt their marginal earnings very much.
Yeah, I guess it's a matter of degree because you could make the same argument for the loyalty discount that, the competitors can also offer loyalty discounts. And I understand the discontinuity issues. So at the margin, they can, but over a month, they could, right?
Well, yes,
so
but
the driver can commit, next month to drive for the.
Where there would be maybe one difference is that if the entrant were just hoping to get one or two rides from the new driver, they would actually have to pay the driver an extremely large amount to compensate for the potential loss of going up a tier. So, yeah.
Which is what Gojek did in Singapore. So they entered in the same situation.
So what you're interested in is entry, which is multi-homing entry, which is incremental to the taxi driver's existing income to allow established firms to get established.
Well, not necessarily. Well, the driver might substitute out a ride that they would give to their main source of revenue to the entrant. So, yeah.
But then also stick with the income.
If I can ask.
Yeah. Okay. One more, and then there's others.
Okay. I'll choose Miguel then. Yeah. So I just, the idea that there's two platforms, and then they each sort of separate into the two different types of users. I just feel like, some of these models, when you have two types of users and two platforms, some of the results are a little bit sensitive to that kind of setup. I mean, presumably the consumers, there's a whole continuum of people who are more rational or less rational, have more self-control problems and less self-control problems. And in terms of platforms, I guess, even in the TikTok, Instagram example, you also have YouTube Shorts and so on. So, to what extent do you think this kind of result can be robust?
Yeah, so that's exactly the direction in which we are working right now. So we are like trying to see whether like the model is robust to continuum of users, so that we have a distribution of naivete, so to say. So I can tell you right now, like we think that the main result of the paper, the one that says that social welfare is better if everyone is at the incumbent, might survive, but I cannot tell you like 100% sure. And with respect to continuum of platforms, we don't know.
We've got a set of questions over here. So 3 questions over there. So yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for Miguel. I think it's a very interesting topic, but I think it's very important to define what's harmful. I know that this has been covered in the previous question, but I believe that the answer you provided might create some confusion. And I tell you why. If you describe a harmful as something that is utility decreasing, but yet engaging, you have some heterogeneity in people. So in the case of football that you see on Instagram and you scroll and scroll, this is something that is harmful for you, but not for other people. And maybe in your model, how do you really capture this? This is very crucial, because if you don't factor for this in your model, then the rest is just content moderation, which is, I believe, is a very important point, but then it becomes a paper about content moderation. Otherwise, you have a paper about regulating the algorithms of personalization, which becomes trickier. And I have a second question that is about interoperability.
One question, we got loads.
Okay, no, so that's my only question.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a very good question. So we have also like a, let's say, empirical part of this project, and we are dealing with that, and we like in the empirical part, there will be like heterogeneity in the, let's say, the definition of harmful content. So we will try to like get the harmful content share for each user, and then we'll see what happens for like the theoretical part. Yeah, it's maybe a limitation that we would need probably to defend better that I'm doing now.
Yeah, Miguel, once again, I have a question for you. Well, I'm a lawyer, I'm obsessed with definitions. Sometimes they serve a purpose. How do you arrive at the concept of naive consumers? Because in EU law, we have the concept of average consumer, vulnerable consumers. Sometimes they provide like an entry point into a case. What's the notion of naive consumer?
So for us, it's just like a consumer that does not take into account the harmful effects of harmful content when deciding which platform to visit. But you can also might think about a naive consumer, consumer that misperceive these harmful effects. So it also, so we have an extension in the paper for this, and things go through. So you can also think that maybe there is like, I don't know, harmful content share, let's say 0.5, but then a naive thinks that the harmful content share is small. So at the end of the day, just that you don't perceive how harmful is for you what you observe in the platform.
I had a question for Ben. So you see the prices go up and the number of reviews go up, and you see healthy differentiation, category expansion. Could an alternate narrative be that the prices going up are basically the developers who've just lost a free tier to an undeletable competitor are now charging whatever's left? Basically, they're setting the furniture on fire to keep the house warm. And the reviews going up is because they're basically needing to game the App Store as a survival mechanism. And if those are the explanations, like, is there a way to counter that alternative explanation? Do you have a counter to that alternative explanation? And if not, does that alternative explanation not sort of reverse the conclusion that actually we need laws like ICOA to combat tying?
So I think I'm more open to the first part of that than the second. I think in terms of the pricing, it could be a, look, I'm screwed, let's set it and maybe it'll pay for a coffee every now and then kind of strategy. There's certainly very limited cost of keeping apps on the App Store long-term and just abandoning development. you would expect to see a reduction in the frequency of product updates as a result of that, which I don't see. Again, I'm just looking 9 months out because there's just so much changing over time here. And so I can't rule that out, but I don't think that's what's happening here. In terms of them gaming ratings and reviews, I don't think that's playing out here. During this period, there are stricter controls on those processes. You don't see a lot of buying of reviews, at least on this platform during this period. So I don't think that's.
How do you measure that? Are you looking at like review, like at the average character counts or anything like?
So I'm looking, so the outcome I showed today is just the number of new ratings or reviews that are being posted to the platform by users. But that is net of the sort of like spam detection processes Apple's running. And in fact, I can see that in some of the data, like where reviews cut out. I don't see evidence of increased fraud in that space, that reviews go up and then collapse because they've sort of cleared out the spam or something like that.
Okay.
I think I had a question at the front here.
Hi, I have a common question for Ben and Gaston. You touched on like common issues of self-preferencing and like steering. So if the platform owner or the big dominant platform owner says that we are not steering consumers away because of our apps are better integrated with the security features, or we are ranking the apps higher because they are better integrated with the security features. So what is the counter argument to that? Like, what is the counter to that security argument?
So I think this is for you, Ben, because in mine, so just a clarification, in my paper, steering is payment steering. It's not steering of the self-preferencing of the app.
So I think the sample of instances of Apple entering that I'm looking at, I don't think we'd worry about sort of, I'm going to self-preference my app in search results because it's more secure or something like that. These are things like apps for measuring the dimensions of this room or something like that, or apps for sort of tracking little bits of information. I don't think there's a strong privacy argument. I mean, they might make one. I'm not suggesting they would not say that. But I don't think there's a sort of a welfare argument for that. Now, in some of the cases of integrated entry, to the earlier comment, maybe it makes sense for Apple to integrate certain products or functionality for security reasons. It's not in my sample, but we could think of Apple Pay or something in that regard. I think that would be a very different question than I'm trying to sort of think more about consumer level products or functionality.
Okay, and on that, I think we are at time, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. So we are having our reception, which is going to be down on the 6th floor of this building. You can take the escalator. There's no escalator. You can take the elevator or the stairs. And I will just fun note about this building. Yeah, I'll talk about it. The stairwells are really short in this building, so it's actually not that many stairs if you want to take the stairs. And there's signage in all the elevator lobbies that will direct you once you get to the 6th floor. We'll have beverages and appetizers, and we have posters. So we have a handful of posters down there from other papers that were accepted to the conference, and you can go peruse and hear from a few more researchers about their work. You can either leave your coat up here and come back for it, or you can take it down. We would request that you keep your name tag with you for tomorrow because we don't have extra. So if you lose your name tag, it's not coming back. Or if you really don't want to do that, you can give it to any of us on the KGI team and we'll keep it for you for tomorrow. And I think those were all the things. Did I forget any of the things? No, I don't think so. We start again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks.
Ya sabes un poco quién es, pero sí, él me habla mucho y tal, y por eso.
Yes, that's like I made it.